reach higher every time I look up and see the sky. I ain't stopping, I will climb, I won't fall behind. I'm stronger than before, pick myself up off the floor, shut the dust, let out a roar. I'm here for more. I have the world at my feet, and that is where I wanna be. I turn it up and bring the heat, 'cause I'm in the driving seat. So my head is full of dreams, it is bursting at the seams. I will take it to extremes. That's who I'll be. So I guess I'm gonna fly. You can see it in my eyes. I am focused in my mind, like the world is mine. I have the world at my feet, and that is where I wanna be. I turn it up and bring the heat, 'cause I'm in the driving seat. star that doesn't get me very far. And then the day came out, the night, now I'm awake. It shines so bright, illuminate my tired eyes. Come out and find me in the light. I know you will find me in the light. In the light. That's the thing. Tomorrow we both know the sun will rise, so you can find me in the light. That's the thing. Tomorrow we both know the sun will rise, so you can find me in the light.
Incoming transmission.
GSL Season 2.
What is up, everybody? Welcome back to Season 2 GSL Finals here. And what has been an amazing season so far. It's going to be an excellent night of games.
Oh, yeah. Season 2 has culminated in a top crop of players here. In the round of 4, we have a PBZ and a TBT between the 4 best players in Korea. I'm really excited, man. We're back here at the offline finals. We're in the studio in Samsung. We have a live audience once again.
Yes.
It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's cool to see you guys here that are with us live in the studio right now. Most of this has been obviously done kind of in a more private broadcast space, so I like the feel of a live audience here with us. And our Final Four is looking very, very similar to Season 1 of this year.
Yeah, only Shin being the odd one out, as it's going to be Hero versus Rogue to start things out, and then Maru versus Cure in the second semifinals, as we are playing both semifinals and the final match of GSL Season 2 today. And it's going to be a really good one. We only have that one TVT mirror, and besides that, could be a TVP or a TVZ finals. And all 4 of these players have very interesting storylines coming into the playoffs. I mean, Rogue, he's returning to championship form. Hero, he's trying to repeat the GSL Code S victory he had just last season a couple of weeks ago. And Maru versus Cure, these are 2 Terrans who have been constantly vying for the #1 spot in Korea for, it feels like a decade now. And Maru's almost always had the upper hand, but Cure, he's looking stronger than ever.
Cure is looking really good. You're totally right. Cure's been playing like second fiddle, so to speak, here next to Maru, who's basically always outshined him and every other Terran in the region. So it's going to be a pretty contentious TVT there. We'll see if it's business as usual with Maru actually advancing, or maybe Cure causes an upset and actually takes it. I do think this is the best iteration of Cure we've ever seen going into the year 2026.
Yeah, and considering Cure's performances at previous EWCs and other GSLs, obviously, to say that, it means a lot. But honestly, I believe it's deserved. Anyway, this is the subscription information. If you want to support the GSL, you can do so at souplive.com/AFGSL, GSL English, or also go to the patreon.com/GSL. Whichever works for you. There are a couple of different tiers available. Just do whatever makes sense. We appreciate your support.
This is a community-funded tournament now, so see what makes sense for you. We'd love to earn your support. And, yeah, you know, it's been good to be back here doing this. This is basically the oldest still standing esports league. You know, all the way back to the early days, all the way up to now. It's still here, which is crazy.
It's been 16, 17 years.
17 years. I think almost 18 now,
I remember
which is wild.
I had just graduated high school and I was watching you and Dan cast the GSL Code S in 2010.
He said, one day I'll be in my 30s and I'll be doing this, and I'll take that analyst job. You can see where our amount donation is at right now. 8,420, not bad. We'll see if we end up kind of filling the meter up all the way to the 10K. For a GSL Season 3 kickoff.
But in any case, the support from you guys has been truly incredible. We thank you sincerely. It's been awesome. And I know that, you know, so much of StarCraft 2 these days, whether it be online tournaments or offline tournaments, so much of it comes down to the community kind of doing a grassroots fundraising effort to make things viable with the less publisher support that we have. So to everybody who has been joining us, especially the Code S Plus supporters, a big thank you.
Yes, the Code S Plus here. I guess we have, some privacy, but not totally for their IDs?
It's like a fun little guessing game, man.
Yeah.
That's definitely Ghost Mech.
Yeah.
100% that is Ghost Mech. What else do we have
here? Ghost merch. I mean, we don't know.
Stargoner? Stargoner's probably right. I don't think we're missing any other pals in that one. And the G5L champion, this is the #1 supporter here, Zuren Shen for Patreon. Thank you guys so much, sincerely.
Yeah, appreciate you guys, especially the whales here, the top supporters. Thank you guys so very much. It's been an amazing 2 seasons of GSL so far. I think we're going to end on a high note here. By the way, I'll probably mention this again when we get into the games, but this could be the last big StarCraft tournament with this current amount of workers.
Yeah, I was thinking about that too.
Yeah.
I'm sure most of the people watching right now, especially the live viewers, are familiar how we might be going from a 12-worker start to an 8-worker start. They have been testing that on the PTR branch of the StarCraft 2 client. Might be the end of an era here in GSL. We'll see if that change is actually going to go through.
Yeah, this is, I guess we got an event going on here in the studio. It says the casters will handpick the wittiest cheer sign among the on-site fans and will gift a prize. I don't know if that's us, though. I wasn't told about that, but if I got to pick signs, I will.
Oh, I definitely can pick the wittiest cheer sign. Yeah. I feel like we already do this to some extent in every single broadcast of the live audience.
I'm picking them every show I've ever been part of.
Yeah, that's cool.
Again, great to have you guys down here in the studio. It's always nice filling the space up here at Samsung. You know, GSL started in Mokdong, a tiny little studio inside of, I think, a middle school.
Is that really like the auditorium of a middle school?
It was like a place they would train. I think it might have been some high schoolers too, but they would train kids in how to use like camera equipment. It was really tiny, really small.
Oh, that's cool.
And
I had no idea.
And then the studio would use it in the evenings. It was some deal they had worked out, right? And then it just blew up, right? And now we're in like the most expensive part of Seoul, basically, here in this huge studio. And now it's owned by SOOP. There's several esports studios owned by them all over the city, but it's crazy to see how far we've come with all that.
Yeah, I think this is the only GSL studio I've ever been to. It was the one here in Samsung.
Yeah. It's, well, you've been to the one in Digital Media City.
I suppose so. Yeah, that was quite a
finals,
long time
while
ago.
back. Chamshil as well. But anyways, guys, here's what the Season 2 looked like. You can see what happened in the round of 8 in Group A and Group B. Kind of sad we didn't get Clem to advance. I don't know what it is about our tournament, but we just do not get foreigners like in the Final Four, ever. Like, not since Jinro, I think. So.
I really thought the floodgates would open now, with GSL being kind of a hybrid format where the group stages are played online and the semifinals and the finals are played offline. I thought we would have a ton of non-Korean players participating, since you can play from anywhere in the world in the GSL up until the offline finals. And Clem tried his luck. He made it into the round of 8, was not able to make it to the round of 4. If we have this same format going into potentially future GSL seasons, I would love to see more foreigner representation, though, because it feels like at some point we've got to have somebody in the top 4. We've got to have a foreigner champion. It's kind of crazy that it's never happened.
I mean, dude, until it happens, all I can do is repeat what's already, occurred before. Is that we've never had one. I would have told you with 100% certainty if you told me how long GSL would last and had me guess how many foreign champions there were if I could know all the seasons. I would have guessed way, way, way more, way more than 0, which is what we have right now. But anyways, this is going to be another season of Korean will come out and dominate. I don't know. I'm excited to get these matches started.
Yeah, it's going to be Hero versus Rogue to kick things off in the first best of 5 as the players are getting ready. And I think this is going to be a really fun one. Hero, in my opinion, he's probably the best player in the world right now. It's either him or Serral, though I haven't been seeing too much of Serral recently. Hero's been grinding like every single tournament. Anyway, let's go hear what they have to say.
Alright, let's talk with Hero first, the defending champion. Greetings. Well, you're the first one coming, like last season, always coming first and having a practice. So how do you feel? Well, I'm feeling really great right now. My form is really on top, like very sharp. So yeah, if I don't get nervous, then I'll be fine. Well, you have took yourself that the last game has actually helped you boost your win rate 20%. So how do you feel? Yeah, I'm very confident. Like last game's helped me a lot. So yeah, you're facing Rogue, one of the greatest Zerg. So how do you feel about him? Yeah, I wouldn't really get nervous about like anyone else, but it's Rogue, one of the greatest players. So yeah, I'm feeling a little nervous here. Yeah, you actually. Then now we're gonna talk with Rogue. Yeah, you actually lost to Hero in the round of 8 last season, so you got knocked out there. So how do you gonna face him this season? What's gonna be the difference? Well, in practices, he's so scary, but in tournaments, I think I perform better than him. So yeah, I think I have a standing chance here. So he has a stage fright, that means. Yeah, I think so. Well, you have a lot of tournament wins in both online and offline, Hero, but you still have a losing record against Rogue. So Rogue, the question is actually for you. So are you confident against facing Hero? Well, actually in practices, it felt kind of very scary. But it was in practices, so I think in tournaments, I think I'll feel definitely better against them. So let's check about the predictions for our viewers. Well, 80 versus 20 towards Hero. Well, Rogue, you look a little shaken. How do you feel? Well, it's just a number. It's just a number, The odds are actually forming. So, any last words, Rogue? Thank you for coming in this weekend. to see the games, and I'll show you great games here. And you, Hero? Yeah, thank you all the fans coming here and watching. And this time, I'll definitely crush him. All right, good luck.
Thank you, Maddox. Excellent work. Excellent work as always. I'm so excited to start this match off here. Hero, as you were saying, State, is like in some of the best shape ever. Like, he might be the best in the whole world. He's looking so scary. Basically winning everything, this year, looking untouchable. Really on an absolute roll here. It would not be crazy to see him defeat Rogue. Rogue looks really good, and he definitely knows how to win. He knows how to beat pretty much anybody. One thing about Rogue it's always been true, but it's especially true now, is he can kind of play any style. It's very hard to predict what he's going to do. The only predictable thing is that he's going to show a lot of different types of unit comps, build orders, ideas. He can be very cheesy, he can be very passive and macro-y and swarmy. So Hero's going to have to be ready for any kind of ZVP game that Rogue can give.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting how both of them play sort of that same style. Hero is very in your face, he puts the pressure on, he tries to force mistakes out of his opponents, and he tries to kind of turn games on their head and put the opponent and himself into positions where players usually don't find themselves. And then you kind of have to find, okay, well, how am I going to solve this new clever problem that Hero is presenting me? Rogue has been doing the same thing in the RSL and the GSL and other online tournaments. Rogue is kind of coming into every individual matchup with a very different outlook on the game from other Zergs, and he's been doing it in a particularly aggressive manner that I'm not sure who this favors stylistically going into a best of 5.
It might be shorter than a lot of our ZVPs have been in the current meta. It might be something where the games really become very explosive. Hero's very active. He likes pressure play a lot. He's much more kind of a player that pushes and harasses in a PvZ. We have a lot of other players in PvZ that are much more passive, and they might even go very slowly. Like Zhao maybe is a better example of this. Might go from full ground tech into air tech and kind of run the clock and kind of forces the Zerg to dry up on their side of the map. I don't think we're going to have those kind of games here now, but again, like I said, Rogue could try anything. I mean, he really seems to be able to do the full gamut of everything that Zerg is capable of.
Now, as we take a look at the map list here for the first semifinal of 2026 GSL Season 2, we're going to be starting off on Old Republic as both players are getting ready. And should we go on to a Set 4 and Set 5, it will be played on Celestial Enclave and Ruby Rock, as our map is getting ready to load in. Hero versus Rogue to kick off the offline finals here in Season 2 of 2026. Who is going to take the first map of the night? We're about to find out. The map is loading in. Let's get to this. Any day.
Any second now. Let's start. Had to wait for the graphic to decide. Hero versus Rogue. Starting now here. Top right, Hero. Bottom left is Rogue. And again, the winner of this is going to go on to the finals of Season 2 here.
I'm so excited for this best of 5. These two have maybe my favorite play styles of anybody to watch for their respective races.
I've honestly really been enjoying casting Rogue's games this year. Like, he's just looking, because sometimes you get these guys that are really good and they come back, and not that they're bad, but they're not in the same kind of condition as before. And I think especially for me as an older gamer, I'm always kind of rooting for the guys that are getting older. But Rogue looks really scary and really good here. Also, one thing about Rogue is, he's been a guy who's, for a while, been winning everything. I mean, people tease Artosis a lot for his whole take on Rogue being the GOAT, but he was one of the greatest players for sure. And in some years, he was the best, right? So he's definitely somebody that should be able to kind of get that, get back to that condition again if he's given enough time.
Unique opening here for Hero to start things off on Old Republic, going for a gasless gateway expand here. Almost looks like one of the PTR games that you might see if you've been following the PTR action. And this is basically as greedy as it can get besides going for a gas first play with Pronos, because Hero is also doing this on the back of No Scout. So if you're going to go for a gateway into a Nexus, this is the most economic variant that you can do. And kind of similar to going CC first in a Terran versus Zerg, I wonder if this is going to build up to a timing attack here for Hero in the mid game, because sometimes when you accelerate the economy in the early game, it culminates in a much more sharp and powerful timing in the mid game.
And a lot of these Zergs that are very good at that balancing act of a normal timing attack might get thrown off, right? They might not have the right number of Zerglings or might not have the queens in the right position, and then suddenly, let's say it's Adepts, for example, if it's going to be an early timing attack, that's usually something good to bet on. Yeah, maybe that will actually do an extra amount of damage.
Circling speed getting started here for Rogue. Should be finishing right around 3:30. And Hero still going into the Stargate behind this. It's not as fast as you would typically expect a Stargate to be off of a Nexus, but given the economic greed from Hero, he also needs to get less damage done with the first Oracle, just because the probe differential, it's going to be much more in Hero's favor heading here into the early stages of the game.
Okay, so for now, we wait. We're going to see the Adept come out here. He'll confirm the presence of the third base. Probably going to be Oracles, into that inevitable Twilight. If it's not some kind of an Adept timing attack, it'll probably be into Stalkers, which Hero, with his Stalker Blink style, I mean, he basically kind of mapped out this whole approach to the matchup that's been so incredibly strong. Great control by Rogue, by the way, not even losing Lings in this moment.
Yeah, pulling back 3 low HP Lings, not allowing Hero to two-shot them with the Adept. And wow, Hero behind this, throwing down a wickedly fast third Nexus before the second gateway, before the first Oracle is done.
Yeah, you can see that the Overlord over on the side is checking for the 2 gases. And we don't have any of the 2 gases over at the natural being taken, but already with a quick third Nexus. I mean, is there even an Adept over there to cover that? Yeah, I think there's one just kind of wedged in between the mineral and the pylon.
And just the one early Adept that was scouting, and one more to plug up the wall here at the natural expansion. And where is Hero going to go from this? Because he is going for the Twilight Council. I'm curious when the Forge timing is going to be. Honestly, if Hero were to go for something like a Forge-less timing attack with Blinkstalkers, which he isn't, we now see the Forge, I do think that could get a lot of damage done. How fast this third base is coming online is going to be really crazy. Hero will have a lot more minerals than the Protoss typically would in the mid-game. I wonder how aggressive he'll be with this. Usually you'll see players go up into something like 6 gateways in Storm if they want to play more of a passive game, but Hero, if there's one thing I know about Hero, it's that he loves to attack. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a lot more gateways than that get thrown down.
Okay, so we have the Oracle just gliding through here, seeing that 4th base. We see that the charge is being upgraded as well. And that is a very juicy target. This does feel like a map where all these bases after the first 3 are a lot more attackable, right? I mean, some maps you can kind of just like hug an entire corner and get up to even 4 or 5 bases, but this one doesn't seem like it's one of them. So, yeah, I would not be surprised if we start to see the Protoss come out swinging.
And that's not what's happening, though, with Hero. I'm kind of in the same boat where I'm just expecting him to eventually turn up the gear and get ready for some aggression, but he's already going for a Templar Archives. He's adding in a Photon Cannon and a Shield Battery at the third base. He's trying to make sure that he's in the best economic position possible. And he's doing that by even having these Adepts parked over here to deny the drone from throwing down an additional hatchery here for Rogue. Rogue, with these Zerglings, can now clean this up, but even at 5 minutes and 30 seconds of this game, it is 63 workers for Hero to the 53 of Rogue, because Hero just continuously expands his economic engine so aggressively. Are we going to see a 4th base behind this here for Hero? I don't know.
Yeah, well, one thing Hero does like to do is occasionally push out while taking that 4th. He's going up to 5 gateways, so this is feeling more and more like it's going to be some pressure. That 4th base is pretty fresh. We're still populating that with drones, or Rogue is, rather. Actually gonna be able to snipe. No? Okay. Gotta stop trying to preemptively play-by-play these moments.
Yeah, I think Hero just wants to prioritize having energy, and oh my goodness, Rogue hiding a Spire in the bottom right corner of the map. Now, if Hero decides to go for some kind of really aggressive timing, this could be dangerous for Rogue. But as it is right now, Hero, he seems like he's content to button up on these 3 bases. He has 67 probes, so full 3-base saturation setup here for Protoss. And Hero is bracing for impact. He's adding in so much static defense, not just at the 3rd base, but also here at the natural expansion.
Okay, he's got to be careful. He's going to see the Hydra Den over here, but again, if you don't see the Spire, in this corner, you're going to have a very bad read on what exactly is going on here. Now, there's going to be a moment where there's going to be a lot of mutas in this game, and that's going to be the time where Rogue really has to take advantage of this. Once you see it, you know, then you get to start to try to respond and be ready for it. But yeah, this is going to probably blindside Hero pretty badly. I mean, he's got one Archon. He's got basically nothing but Templars because he's imagining a game where it's going to be all these Hydralisks he has to storm, right?
Hero's army is almost purely anti-ground. There is one Stalker somewhere. It's not with this army here in the front. There's an Archon to do splash damage to the air, and there are Templar for storms, but 10 mutas are about to pop. None of them finishing here at the 4th base, though. The Zealots get on top of that hatchery. They should be able to take it out. Storm's getting good damage done on those Lings, even as they retreat away.
Now, he's going to get that hatchery, most likely. So when the mutas are out, he's going to storm these mutas. This is where you basically have to just burn out your storms and probably throw down an Archon of your own, yeah, and try to morph these. You know, the crazy thing is that did enough damage, he can actually take this out. The Archons are still going to finish, so maybe he can actually still win this fight, which is crazy to think.
Yeah, this Storm's got so much damage done on those Mutalisks that now Rogue kind of needs to run away with the Mutas, away from these two Archons, and with more Zealots reinforcing, Hero might just be toppling this position.
This is insane. Yeah, it's funny.
What?
It's like, that's so funny. You never see the strategy work, like, as in, like, he got to set up what he wanted to do, and then the interaction fails. I feel like I almost never see games like that. So, I mean, look, he did trick him, but the Storm spamming was good enough that by the end, the Mutalisks were squishy enough that when the last Archon was dead, first of all, the other Templars were not sniped. That's really important. The Templars were all allowed to morph into more Archons, and by then, he ended up with a push where he had more Archons than what he started with. So, I mean, that's a pretty embarrassing defeat from Rogue. Again, it's weird because, like, I think we all understand the idea, right? Like, he thinks he's fighting a different unit comp, but the control alone, and honestly, the muta count not being insanely high either, kind of cost Rogue that game, and now we're moving immediately into game number 2.
Yeah, really a wild start there to game number 1. Hero with the economic greed going unpunished. Being able to convert a timing attack that on paper looked like should be stopped in its tracks versus those mutas. I mean, you expect to lose the 4th hatchery, but not the game there. As map number 2 is loading in, we're going to Taito Citadel to continue on this series. Will Hero go up 2-0, or will Rogue fight back?
Okay, our best of 5 continues on here. Hero in the top left and Rogue in the bottom right. We kind of knew Rogue was going to mix it up a little bit, like that was to be expected, but again, just shocking results. And a pretty painful loss there for him, especially when you're like your whole build kind of, you feel like you pulled it off, to then lose in the final battle is pretty devastating.
It was interesting the way that played out at the very end, because there's one Archon with the army. Besides that, it was like 6 or 7 Templar in total, I think.
Yeah,
maybe
I think it was
8 Templar.
7. Yeah.
And you would think that 10 mutas coming in, there's no way the Storms are going to connect and get that much damage done on them, but the Storms actually whittled them down to about half HP. You know, the mutas were very badly injured, and on top of that, as you pointed out, I'm not sure they succeeded in sniping any of the Templar.
Right.
So Hero being able to transform
From
all
Brazil,
of those.
Welcome.
It's great to have live audience here again for the GSL Finals. Welcome, everybody. But just for Hero to be able to turn all of those Templar directly into Archons, you're always expecting to lose the 4th hatchery versus a pressure attack like that one. I mean, it was such a heavy commitment there from Hero with all of the charge zealots, all the Templar just pushing in as kind of a battering ram towards that 4th hatchery. But the fact that the mutas took so much damage they couldn't even deal with the anti-air in that army it's still baffling me.
So this is going to be a displaced second base. Probe is basically interfering with base setups here. And I'm not sure what exactly, Hero wants to do here. I mean, Hero didn't do anything too special, to be honest. I mean, he basically played a macro game and did a pretty standard push. Basically tried to get a read, actually got the completely wrong read on what was going on and still won with the push. Pretty straightforward here. you know, there's no other Zergs in the tournament. That's important to remember here as well. So whatever's occurring in this matchup, and this is true for both of these players, actually. There's no other Protosses in the tournament either here. So, I mean, you know, there's no championship concept like I'm going to pocket my other really good builds for the finals, right?
Yeah, we don't even know how many more games are going to be played with 12 workers in StarCraft 2.
Yeah,
so
I
if
mean,
you got some builds, it's time to bust them out now. We kind of got a little bit of a taste of that with one of the games that Maru played earlier on in the GSL, where he proxied the factory and proxied the starport and floated them back up into the main base in a TVP to just completely fool the Protoss player. I think that might have been Zaun. I'm struggling to remember who it was. Yeah, you have these builds that players have been thinking of for a very long time finally get deployed. We'll see if we have any more really crafty openings from these guys.
Yeah, I'm excited personally about the worker change, but I'm also suddenly kind of nostalgic about the fact that this might be the last game. I guess you and I might be casting. It's got that worker count the way it is.
Ooh, good control by Rogue once again.
Yeah, pretty perfect. Did cause at least a little bit of interrupting back there. Back at home. Second gateway coming down now. So we're going to get more oracles into the game.
No third base here for Hero just yet, so it's not quite the unhinged greed that he got away with in game number 1 here in game number 2. A much more conservative macro development here for Protoss. And he's just keeping tabs on Rogue right now with these depth shades in, although he might commit seeing only 3 links, excuse me, with speed. Decides against it. Perhaps instead going to pair up here with his Oracle. There is a Spore Crawler in position.
Yeah, he can basically abuse his position in between the creep and be a bit of a menace. And the Lings have a hard time really surrounding and hitting the Adepts. He's going to get one away.
Wow.
Okay, I mean, Rogue is so fast. I don't know that he's going to get drone kills here.
It's one.
Yeah, nicely done. Still keeps the other Oracle alive. He did drop 2 Adepts for that, but he killed like 9 Lings in a drone. I mean, that's pretty good.
Hero's so good with the initial Adept move out, just pairing them with Oracles and getting damage done like that.
He's got superb control at kind of mixing up the movements and being hard to nail down.
More Adepts behind this here for Rogue, so it wasn't just those initial 2 Adepts and 1 back at home, a couple more being warped in defensively here to help secure the third base. As Hero is expanding to the Triangle expansion, adding in the Twilight Council and Forge, very similar to the way he did in game number 1. So mostly standard development here for Hero. We'll see if he's going to opt for Charge again here in game number 2 or go for the more standard Blink opening.
Okay. Queen's zoning out the Oracles for now. And the 4th base coming along here for Zerg. I think this is a more holdable 4-base position here. I mean, it's really tempting to try to overwhelm the Zerg on 4 bases on that previous map just due to the shape. This one feels a little bit safer.
Actually a little bit surprised that Hero didn't try and get a snipe on that hatchery here with the Oracles, as it was pretty low on HP and there isn't creep connecting the natural expansion with the 4th base, but Hero, he's been pretty conservative already in game number 1 and in game number 2 with Oracle Energy. Instead deciding to pocket that, not worth going for the cancel.
Nice block here with the warp in. Even gonna trap a couple Lings in there. Now, back at home for Protoss, we're getting the Templar Archives, we're getting Blink with the Forge here. So both sides are going to continue to power up. I'm more interested in looking at this game from Rogue's perspective and seeing what exactly he wants to do. Like, does he have a more straightforward approach? Because that was, a pretty big sleight of hand he did back there. Even though he was like, is this your card? And he was like, no. And he was like, oh, my magic trick didn't work, okay. But yeah, let's see what his approach is going to be this time around.
Yeah, I wonder how different it will be from game number 1.
Even if it worked in game 1, you wouldn't do that again. So he's going to go for Hydra Baneling and probably go for it to try to burst down the 4th. You know, if this game's going to be similar to what we had in the previous game, maybe Protoss is going to try to get up onto a 4th right before they push, and you're going to come in there and kind of deplete all the defenses for that. Nice job here with the Spore, just basically blasting this down.
Picking up a couple of drone kills right there as Hero. Could have gone for that Queen in the main base, instead thinking better of it, playing safe, and actually will be another Spire here, this time hidden right by the 6 o'clock expansion. So we'll see how many mutas Rogue is actually going to commit to.
Well, wouldn't it be funny if this game like literally ended the exact same way and the mutas still didn't work? I mean,
there is a difference in that we have a Baneling Nest out now. A couple of Hydras are being made. And I think, oh, hold that thought actually, is the Lings. They might try to break down this Adept and get into the wall in.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be able to get away with that.
Yeah, Hero's not going to, or Hero's going to be able to defend it, but you know, Rogue, even if he did decide to try and play basically the same style as he did in game number 1, which it might be the way this goes right now with Rogue making up enough for 7 or 8 mutas in just a couple of minutes, Hero doesn't have quite the same economic pace to his development this time.
Well,
so
he's going to push. He's coming out right now. There's a Ling counter attack happening over here. But again, I think the battery and the whatever's over there is going to be enough to hold that. He's going to be hitting as the Banelings are starting to morph. So this is pretty important because this means there's going to be a lot of time for stuff to be killed up. Hold on, I stand corrected. There are some Banelings out.
Oh, Banelings get on top of the Templar. They have to morph into an Archon. Only one Templar remaining with enough energy to storm. No more storms remaining with this army. It is just gateway units and one Archon here. Rogue able to repel the attack at his 4th base.
Yeah, I didn't appreciate how many Banes were actually ready. I just saw a bunch that had started to morph, but there were plenty more that came in there. The gold base is under the control of Rogue right now. Lings and Banes are going to come through here. Sets off the Stasis Ward, but that's not going to protect the Templar. Does he know about the gold? I don't think he's actually seen it.
At some point, if he parks his army over here, he should catch wind that there are units reinforcing from the southwestern side, but Hero just does not have the idea yet. He is sending the Stalkers down now. I think the creep is making him suspicious, so Hero going to scout and will likely confirm that there's a gold base here in the bottom left. The problem is I'm not sure he can do very much about it. You know, Rogue has such a strong force over here on the bottom left side. Hero's going to poke in, and even with the assistance of these Oracles and the Zealots, will it be enough?
Yeah, so he's going to keep pushing in here. You know, this is a really rough moment when you realize they've already got the gold base. You're probably not going to be able to come in here and bust this. He's going to have to try to use really good storms here to basically just burn down the HP of those Banes. The Hydras are going to come forward here. The Hydras alone might be able to just fight this, to be honest. Banes coming in here from behind. More Warpins leading down. It just doesn't quite feel like Hero has enough.
We're going to be going for another surround right now. Stormer's going to try to zone away the Hydras on the south side. Stasis Trap catches a lot of Lings, but Banelings rolling in. Are they able to get the connections on the Templar? They are! Templar gets sniped. No more storms dropped here. I think the Zealots might be enough to push the Hydras back for now, but with the reinforcements coming in here for Rogue, Hero, he's going to think better of it. He's going to slow this down a little bit, try and catch these Lings as they come out of stasis, and then go in again.
Yeah, he's going to keep trying to push down here. Now, remember, I mean, the Zerg, you got to watch their gas, see how much they have for more Banelings here. And the Zerg's sitting on a lot of gas over here, which means a lot more potential Banes. But I don't see enough Banes. Well, hold on. He has a couple more that are... Oh, no, sorry, those are Lurkers actually hatching down there. Yeah, he's not going to break this. It's funny because Protoss was close. They were pretty close to coming in there and breaking that. Now, there's going to be some more Templars coming up here. He is at least killing off a couple drones here and there. This tug-of-war has gone on for a long time, by the way, much longer than I thought would be possible, given the circumstances of this game. He's going to actually hit here from behind. And again, you know, the Zealots, they don't really have any way to deal with those Banes. He's going to go for the Mothership now. Now, I think we're going to get a 5th base here at 12. Looks like there's a probe up there.
Here preparing to take that 5th expansion. Mothership about a third of the way done. As the game's quieted down a little bit, the Lurkers have really pumped the brakes here for Hero. It's hard to find an angle of attack, although with these 2 Lurkers unprotected down by the gold side, Hero might just try and jump on this position.
No War Prism the whole time. You know, he's just been kind of rallying stuff down here. Nice storms here on the Lurkers. Actually going to take out 2. Oh my God, he kind of just came in at such a weird angle and ended up fracturing the defensive position here. He's going to wipe the base and somehow get out. This is almost like a bank robbery or something like that. Like he had a getaway car to get actually out of that situation. He basically moved through. Everything was repositioning. He got great hits on the Lurkers. The reality, too, is that Rogue was actually bleeding units the whole time, so it's 193, a maxed out Protoss, to 149 supply here for the Zerg. Now, there's a ton of lurkers. I don't know that this could be broken no matter what, but a lot of times what you do is you basically go to different locations on the map and try to hit wherever the lurkers are not.
Yeah, as long as Hero is able to continuously outposition Rogue, this shouldn't be a problem right now as we have a 4, soon to be 5 base Protoss against a 4 base Zerg. 2 more Stargates are nearing a completion as the Eritos transition is coming through here for Hero, and that's going to be a hard problem for Rogue to solve with such a lurker-based composition. And Hero right now just needs to play whack-a-mole, just trying to take out any extra bases that Rogue goes for on the flanking side. The Baneling connection is there, though. Lapse in attention from Hero. Doesn't see Rogue actually moving out.
The thing is, with a Tempest, you can basically just push anything, right? And all you got to do is take out these other bases on the map and keep Zerg on 4 base. There's been no real counterattacking. I guess we had some Lings earlier at the start of this game, but I'm not really counting that. I mean, like, no real attempts to run Lurkers or Hydras to the other side of the map. And, you know, right now Zerg's trying to grow on these different parts of the map, and you know, Hero's kind of, well, as I said, we didn't have any counterattacks. Here's that moment for that to actually happen. This is much needed, maybe a little bit too late. Oh my God, he did not tag that in time.
Oracle's only just now arriving. Baneling's going to see if they can get some probe damage done here, but Hero just running through a maze. I really thought a lot more workers would be taken out at that location, but instead, Rogue is just going to focus instead on taking out this expansion over here at the 9 o'clock. Some economic damage done to Hero, but honestly, the way these army compositions are shaking out, I'm very concerned for Rogue's position. That was a great counterpunch that he was able to get in, but it'll be tough for Rogue to get enough anti-air to actually deal with 3 Stargates worth of Tempest production.
I mean, the problem for Rogue is, like, he can't be killed, but I don't know that he can win in this position either, right? The Lurkers can kind of reposition and reconfigure themselves defensively to barricade attacks off. But, you know, the bases on the outside can get poked out. And, of course, with the Tempest here, as long as they're controlled correctly, there isn't a real answer from the Zerg right now. I mean, we see the Vipers are going to come. They're not quite here yet. He can basically snipe from a distance the Hydras. When the Hydras move in, you then send a Storm in and melt the Hydras, and suddenly you basically have a little push. The Zealots can be fractured off into positions like this and take out the gold. And it just seems like we're seeing Rogue weaken over time.
And the Tempest just pairing beautifully right now with the Templar here. You see the moment that Rogue gets too close with the Hydras, the Storms come down, the Tempest back up, and everything is fine here for Hero because there's no abducts, there's no energy on any of these Vipers. They only just now hatch, trying to consume that hatchery as Rogue goes for a counterattack now at Hero's other side of the map.
Can't go there. That many Lurkers is not going to let you get anything done.
Honestly, the Oracles alone might be enough to clean that up, although Hero, he is pulling back a lot of the army. Try and clear this position.
Now, Hero doesn't have a lot of mining bases, by the way. He has 1. He's taken another one over here in the center left at 9 o'clock. Rogue just sent drones to that base over on the opposite side at 3. I don't think that Rogue has to lose this yet. You know, right now both sides are so low on resources that it might come down to the next fight or two. This base is clearly well enough defended. Looks like he's going to try to go for drones and just get what he can. It's crazy to think of how many minerals this is in Zealots, but you do kill 11 drones with it. And I guess in a game like this, you'll take that.
Expensive trade there for Hero, but the thing is, he can afford to do this. He's remaxing now on Immortals and more Tempest, so the army composition for Hero is going to be getting a lot stronger as we move forward.
You can see he's making 7 cannons at this base. He wants to have them all spaced out in a way where, like, it's hard for Banelings to connect onto all of them, and hopefully, you know, if you counterattack without enough, that army size is not going to be spongy enough to actually take the damage and take the fight too. So you might end up hemorrhaging and stuff. And again, we got a really scary push. So, you know, it'll be 2 things. Is the counterattack on the 9 o'clock base strong enough to make a difference? Oh, I love this Lurker over here. And then also, is this inevitable push from the Protoss going to be enough to poke out the base on the opposite side of the map at 3? Because he's got, I think, 6 Tempests here.
Yeah, it's only 15 Hydras right now for Rogue, paired with 1 Viper. So the anti-air is still severely lacking for Zerg, especially as the Tempest production continues to ramp up, plus 2 air weapons and shield level 3 going to be finishing for Hero in just a moment.
Yeah, he's going to come down now. And he's basically shooing away these little counterattack forces. I think we're going to see him bob over to here. This is where he probably needs to hit. And by the way, each side around the same amount of minerals in the bank. Rogue, a little bit more gas now. We just saw some extra gas get spent there from Hero. He was close to even with him. And it's going to be all about Oracle tagging. It's going to be all about Tempest shots. And here comes that counterattack from the Zerg. You can see it on the mini-map. We don't have it on camera yet. Here it is now. But how many cannons are actually there?
It's a ton of cannons in the 9 o'clock base, but I think with the Lurkers, Rogue can just park on top of this and siege it down. So are we going to have a recall come in for Hero, or are we go into a base trade, as Hero seems like he is focused in on at least taking down this expansion and might possibly want more. He's pushing up at the junction between the natural expansion and the 3rd base. That's a lot of Lurkers getting splash damage done on these Archons.
Jesus, it's so much Lurker damage. I think that Hero might have overextended a little bit. He needs to get those Tempests to just take out the remaining... Okay, hold on. This base is going to go down now. The cannons are all gone. The Lurkers are, the count is getting lower and lower. There's 22 Hydras in this game, but possibly enough Storms and enough of everything else underneath that to fight. 26 probes go down. The counterattacking can continue here. Right now, Hero really unable to do much else. I love the position here to hit this base. He's going to come back. You know, I don't know about this for Hero. It's going to be a very weird game. He has not taken out that center right base. He did do a lot of damage to the entire bottom. There's a sneaky bottom left base here from Rogue. It's being retaken now with the gold as well.
Hero took a lot more economic damage than Rogue in that last trade, but I think in terms of material, in terms of the units that are on the board, it was worthwhile for Hero. He was able to really shave down the Hydra count. It's been reset back down to just 16. And with so many Tempest in this army, I'm struggling to see how Rogue's going to be able to deal with this. Now, that's a nice start there for Rogue, getting an Abduct off on one of these Tempest, but with a feedback and a snipe coming in, the anti-air, it's the real issue here for Rogue. And even though Rogue still has this base up on the right-hand side of the map, I'm not sure the income is enough for him to actually be able to build the anti-air that he needs to deal with this Tempest. I mean, the Tempest can just slowly chip away at everything.
I mean, Rogue doesn't have an answer for this. I mean, you're seeing the Lurkers slowly get pushed here, eating more and more and more damage. Once the Hydras come in, next comes the Storm to punish. The symbiosis of the units that are here together, it's so hard to deal with. He's going to come in again. As long as Hero doesn't overextend, and he's decided this is not a moment that would be an overextension. He says, this is the breaking point. I can push through, and I can win. And that's going to put him up 2-0. And by the way, I think that was a game we should have seen Rogue win if he was going to win a game tonight. So I'm very worried about Rogue right now. Hero just seemed to have a very deep understanding of how to play that late game out. By the way, I don't know about you, Sid, I thought he was making mistakes when he was giving up that center left base.
Hero was.
Oh,
yeah.
I was like, oh, this feels like a lot to lose. He lost it's just so much, but I guess the reality is the Tempest, you just count up how much damage is done over time.
Especially with those upgrades too. +3 shields, +2 air weapons done for Hero. And the Tempest count was never really disrupted by Rogue. He got a couple of abducts in, but not much more than that. And so I think for Hero, even though it looks like it's bad, it looks like he's sacrificing his most economic base, the one that's fully saturated, the one with all the minerals, for maybe one of Rogue's least valuable bases that Rogue has been mining from for a very long time. The fact that Hero was able to chip away so much of Rogue's army made it worth it. He's able to convert it into a win. And now it is match point already. Hero only one map win away from going to the grand finals in the GSL, the second season in a row. Rogue, if he wants to come back, he needs to start a reverse sweep right now.
Man, I'm worried. I just don't know what Rogue's going to do here. That was such a masterclass in late game PvZ from Hero. Just kind of coming in from different sides. Also, some of the places he decided to push into I thought was really smart. It wasn't obvious to me that was the right spot to go, but kind of deciding, like, even these lower value bases that are not going to have as many lurkers there, just push into that. you can break that position. You're going to kill drones. You're going to kill a hatchery, and it's you just take any win you can get. I think sometimes it's easy to focus on like the highest value target. Like that's the newest base. If you kill that, they're going to be that much closer to not having any resources, right? But what he's doing is he's saying, yeah, but that base is too well defended.
Oh, that is so cool.
I love that.
I like the SOOP logo.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really just fantastic display of late game understanding there from Hero.
One thing Hero does better than I think anybody I've ever seen. Oh, from LA, welcome.
Excellent, welcome.
One thing that Hero does better than anybody I've ever seen play Protoss in StarCraft 2 is his army movement and positioning and the fights that he decides to take. Like, Hero will go for these angles of attack that you don't necessarily expect, and sometimes, occasionally, it'll blow up in his face. It'll be one of those highlightable moments where it's like, oh, this is Hero, of course, blinking on top of the siege tanks or charging into lurkers or whatever it is. But it works much more often than it doesn't. And I feel like Hero just does not get enough credit for that, these bold moves that he goes for. And the composition that he fights with, too. I mean, we saw him trying to siege down that gold base for the longest period of time. And even when Rogue would get in what looked like a winning engagement, Hero would just continuously reinforce, keep trying to re-engage, because Hero is confident enough in his control and his decision-making that as long as the battle continues and it's relatively even, he's sure that he's going to be able to get the favorable trade by the end of the engagement. And that happened in the previous game with a trade at the gold. It's happened over the course of this entire GSL season. It's so impressive what Hero was able to get done with the same set of units as basically every other Protoss.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he's shown just masterful decision-making at that chess game in the late game, moving around. Honestly, when that gold base didn't fall immediately, I thought the game was over. I kind of went, all right, well, Zerg's going to be really out of control now. And Hero was still on only 4 bases, but he instead somehow kind of looped around and ended up fracturing the position by wedging himself in between it, where I think Rogue basically thought it was a counterattack to the opposite side of the map, like somewhere around 3 o'clock. And, you know, sometimes killing lurkers is really about just kind of catching them when they're not burrowed and when they're moving around. Kind of like, you know, the best way to get siege tanks is when they're on the move and they haven't set up a position. Oh, God, he doesn't get that.
Sumer able to burrow. Hero scouts the 3rd expansion here for Rogue and immediately throws down one of his own. So Hero once more with a pretty rapid economic development in game number 3. Not quite the greed of game number 1, but still just doing this on the back of 2 adepts on 1 gateway here at the natural expansion. It's a nice position for Hero to be in. And now I'm just wondering, where does Rogue want to take a game like this? Because in game number 1, Rogue went for the very clever play of hiding a Spire on the bottom right side of the map, which Hero was able to immediately punish in kind of spectacular fashion with a mostly charge lot Templar timing attack. And then in game number 2, it had kind of the bones of a win for Rogue, you would think.
Yeah.
The way that he was able to expand rapidly across the map, secure the gold base, tech into lurkers very quickly. Things seemed to be going well for Rogue, but Hero was still just able to finesse a couple of highly valuable moves that brought it back into the game and eventually converted it into a win. And so here in game number 3, what kind of approach are you going to come into this one with as Rogue? You know, Hero's beaten him in the early game with a timing attack. He's beaten him in the late game with just really good macro play. I wouldn't mind seeing Rogue get super aggressive with something like Hydraling Bane.
That's what I was kind of thinking, is like, clearly if you're both just kind of playing macro games, it does seem like Hero's just better. And, you know, in the past, I would have said Rogue was, you know, one of the best macro development players of all time, and he certainly was. I don't know if that's the case. Well, he probably still is now, but just not as good as Hero. It's probably the best way I could say that. By the way, Hero doesn't seem to be needing to do anything special here. He's playing, like, just really clean games. He's doing a good job harassing. He's doing a good job clearing. He's doing a good job macroing. There's no special gimmick or plot twist or you know, anything involved in what he's doing in the game. He's just playing really, really, you know, clean PvZ.
And maybe the most unconventional thing that Hero has done this entire series was just the hyper greedy opening he went for in game number 1. But That is the kind of coin flip that you expect to see in a best-of-5 series. If you try and check at some point how much greed you can get away with. Game 1 is a fine time to do it. Because here in game number 3, with everything on the line, we're going to be going into Spire once again, and Hero is getting ready to push up with 7 Stalkers, perhaps even more reinforcing as Bleak is nearly done. And Hero likely has his eyes set on trying to get some damage done at this 4th base. Although with the hatchery already complete and more Zerglings coming in, I'm not sure that Hero can get a deny on this expansion. Let's see, though, what he's able to get done.
Okay, he does get a Ling to set off the trap there, so the surround's going to be much more potent. He's so good at the spacing of this. That second Stasis Ward was put just almost too far away to where I think the Zerg kind of tricked himself into thinking now's my chance to get the surround on here and force the recall back home. Didn't happen.
Rogue now going for a counterattack with these Zerglings. I think there's enough static defense here for Hero that he should be fine. Yeah, shield battery, photon cannon here at the 3rd base. Templar might be trying to get sniped here by those Lings, but just unable to find the surround. And even more Lings coming out here for Rogue. It's a lot of Zerglings on the map right now. This 5th base, it's a little bit questionable. Will get denied right now by Hero. Lings still roaming in the center of the map. The Muta transition has begun.
He's just so strong with this kind of this roaming technique where you're just sort of bleeding the Zerg out over time. It's a death by 1,000 cuts. The Lings are going to come up now. One cannon up here to aid the block over here. And it's going to be the Ling Muta here. With Banelings, no doubt.
Charge about to finish here for Hero might prompt him to try and move across the map and execute a timing attack, but the Mutas, they're already coming into the natural expansion here for Hero, so Hero has a decision to make. Do you commit to an attack or do you try and defend? As Hero's going to be pulling everything back to try and soften the blow of these Mutas, but that's a lot of Mutas already in the natural expansion. Phoenix production has not even yet begun for Hero, as Rogue is finally getting in some very good damage.
Now, you only have this one moment with the Mutas to hurl this much abuse to the Protoss, because after this, they're going to be ready for the Muta tech. He's got Stalkers warped in everywhere. I don't think the Mutas can get back in unless they were to loop all the way around to the top right side of the map. Still, not bad. Baneling's Nest started, Hydralisk Den started, so... Oh my god, the Templars!
Oh, the Templars all get sniped there by a Rogue.
So he forced out a lot of, Archons here, but you need those Storms to fight the Hydra Bane later.
Yeah, and that's a bigger moment than I think it seems like, because Hero, he's not going into the kind of transition you would expect to see for a Protoss player that wants to go toe-to-toe with Mutas. He's not going into Phoenix, he's not adding in a Fleet Beacon for range. Hero, it seems like his game plan is to try and build up enough static defense with photon cannons and shield batteries at the main base, the natural, and the 3rd base, that his home ground is going to be basically impenetrable to Rogue, and then Hero can try and prompt effectively a base trade counterattack. I think that is the game plan here for Hero, and so for Rogue to snipe every single high energy Templar is huge.
Okay, now this is all going to be typified by the big attack from the Zerg here. The Zerg maxes out first with this, and the Zerg wants to hit and hit really hard. And the question is, how much can you whittle this down to over time? The Mutas are going to come in for a counterattack, and by the way, Hero's not blinking. He is going to go ahead, well, I guess he blinked like that, but I meant like metaphorically. He's going to just continue to come through here and push. There's a hatchery just a screenshot below this he could kill, actually.
The Mutas are coming back to defend right now. The Stalkers on the other side of the map as Hero's charging in. Banelings just finished morphing. Banelings speed isn't done just yet, so the Banelings, they crawl on creep up to the rest of this army, able to usher Hero away for now.
So many Banes here. Again, the speed's still not done. He's going to try to run back. I don't know that he can get up there. Again, the Mutas are going to come through here once more. The cannons are positioned in such a way they can't really cover those workers.
Oh, blink forward by Hero on top of all the Hydralisks. Does he have enough, though? The ground army of Rogue, it is starting to wane. Blink Stalkers, they go forward once more. More Hydras and Lings reinforcing from the main base and the natural expansion. The Mutas are coming back, too. With the splash damage of the Archons nearly wiped out, I think the Mutas, they can start to trade more effectively. I'm not sure Hero got done what he was hoping to get done with that push.
I'm not sure that he has enough. It's funny because they both had to back off from each other. Nobody was able to wipe the other one out. The Mutas have done an insane amount of damage. Oh my god, he's gonna catch the Templars again. And this is exactly what we were talking about here. I mean, you snipe the Templars, and then you don't have the Storms, and the Storms are really what soften up the army and allow you to smash it once the damage has been done.
Yeah, so Hero now going to try and take a 4th base. I believe that Hero realizes he just cannot end the game with a push anymore.
I think that Rogue can probably close this game out in the next couple of minutes if he plays his hand correctly.
Yeah, the position of Hero is not enviable at all. I'm not sure how many Templar. Okay, 2 Templar in total on the field, 1 Archon, and about a dozen Stalkers. That is not the makings of a robust Protoss army. You can see even the army value. Hero just being dwarfed right now by Rogue, and Hero desperately needs to get this 4th base up, so it's do or die. He has to defend this expansion or give Rogue the first map win of this set. And I think Rogue might have just enough to cancel this Nexus, especially with those Banelings rolling in.
Yeah, I think Rogue is going to win his first game here. This base is going to fall. Right now, Protoss is far too obsolete here. And the Stalkers really don't have anywhere to run to. The base next can be taken out as well. Big warp-ins over here. 10 probes killed off.
The static defense is really kind of slowing things down right now for Rogue, but Hero, he's on his last legs economically. The main base, it's mostly mined out at this position. The natural expansion also mining out as Hero blinks forward, trying to go for the surround. He has 1 Templar for his Storm. Can't get in range of the Hydra, so instead just storms the Lings. I think these reinforcements are going to be more than enough for Rogue to take game number 3.
Yeah, that's a beautiful game here from Rogue. He's done it, and we got ourselves a series here. Hero's going to have to tap out. GG! Nicely done.
Well played by Rogue, finally getting to play this Mutiling Baneling style that he wanted to execute in game number 1. It works for him in game 3, and I just keep thinking back to the High Templar snipe, because I think that Hero's game plan of just building up the defense, the natural, and the main base, the 3rd base, the photon cannons, and shield batteries, that works if you go for the base trade push with a bunch of Storms available against the army that Rogue's got. But the fact that he lost all of those high-energy Templar for really nothing, I think only 1 Archon was made at the end of that, it just took all of the firing power out of Hero's army. He was not able to recover. He eventually did go to for that push, but there just wasn't enough.
Man, I'm so happy that Hero won that game. Sorry, Rogue won that game, excuse me. It was just incredible. Guys, we're going to go to a short break. When we come back, game number 4.
GSL Season 2.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for waiting. Hero's got his first win. Can he do the reverse sweep? You know, we talked earlier about how I just did it again. I just swapped their names. Rogue got his first win. Let's try that again. Rogue got his first win. Can he do the reverse sweep? You know, we talked about the fact that he really knows how to mix it up, right? I loved what he did in that game, going for the Muta switch, and I think really being more abusive, taking out the probes, sniping the Templars most importantly, and then basically zoning Hero out of being effective at all, and eventually just running him over. I mean, he just had so much that there was no way, not even for Hero to keep a fourth base, he couldn't keep a third. I mean, you know, it was just too much power coming out of there.
Some really good army movement from Rogue, being able to snipe those Templar. Just took the wind out of Hero's sails, because Hero was going for kind of a response that we don't typically see at the pro level to Mutalist play, which is to hunker down with static defense and then push across the map and just invest everything in trying to end the game on those 3 bases. Had Rogue not gone for that Templar snipe, had Hero had those storms, we might have Hero already in the grand finals, but instead Rogue with a second life. As we get ready to move on to set number 4, Celestial Enclave, going to be the most macro-focused map in the pool. Can a Rogue keep it going, or will Hero close this out?
Okay, Hero in the bottom left, and Rogue here in the top right.
Gosh, I've been playing so much of the PTR, it's almost shocking to see this many workers in
How
the
much of the
middle
game
line.
have we missed? Yeah.
Oh, look at this, by the way. Hero.
I was thinking this was going to happen in one of these games, so I think he's going to do a proxy hatch.
Yeah, but look at Hero's first pylon placement, too. This is a very unusual start on both sides.
Can you just fit a hatchery right up there in the blind spot? I think you can.
Would that be out of vision?
Yeah, I think this actually fits.
Oh, that would be crazy.
I've never... I mean, I guess when you look at it, you go, oh, yeah. Wait.
Is he expecting it to be the natural? Maybe you can't fit a hatchery there? Okay, he's going to build one over by the rocks.
Yeah, actually, as I said, like, put a hatchery there. I'm like, yeah, but then the creep would be there and you just die. I was like, I don't know. Sorry, guys.
I'm so confused by what is happening on both sides. Okay, so Rogue is going for the proxy hatch where he thinks the natural expansion of Hero is.
Yeah.
Hero is not expanded to the base of the front, which is what you do basically 99 times out of 100. It is very unconventional to take the back expansion here as Protoss, but that is what Hero is going for.
This is so interesting. Oh, he's got the collectible cards. Nice.
Oh, even I don't have those cards.
Those are going to be worth...
tens of dollars, Tasteless.
Yes. More than Bitcoin, no doubt.
But look at this. Did Hero actually scout the hatchery on the low ground? Drones are being pulled here by Rogue. He's going to be trying to build spine crawlers on the low ground. Hero doesn't have a wall-in at the ramp even. What is the target going to be for these spines? It's 2 gateways in the cybernetics core basically behind the mineral line here for Hero. It's almost like Hero has been expecting this build from Rogue.
This is crazy. So it's a cheese, but it's misplaced. We don't know the potency of it yet. We don't know if Hero even knows how to respond to it and what that response will be.
It almost feels like Hero is blind countering this.
You think so?
Well, I mean, the double gateway, it's highly unusual. In any case, even if this isn't, if Hero isn't expecting this approach from Rogue, he has all of the infrastructure up for what is effectively going to be a perfect response. And now with a probe coming down to the low ground, he's going to see the spine crawlers. Will he cancel the Adepts and make Stalkers instead? No, decides to double down, still going for the Adepts. A Stargate is being built, a shield battery being built to the main base. Rogue pulling even more drones.
The Lings are going to go on the battery. They can, I believe, snowball that down. If the Adept wasn't there to drive them back out.
Rogue needs to spread the creep onto the high ground. It is so essential for him.
He snipes one drone. Okay, he's got a creep tumor down here. The Adepts, can they come in there and snipe it? I think the zoning might be too good. Oh my God, the battery saves that just in the nick of time.
Got to be so careful. Those spine crawlers do a lot of damage.
Yeah, the spine crawler is so punishing. The creep slowly ebbing its way up the ramp. The Spines are going to come in here with a shove.
Will he body block? He's body blocking the Spines. They can't actually burrow down. Buying a couple of seconds there. Forces Rogue to also trade out Lings to secure this position for the Spine Crawlers. A Void Ray is being built now by Hero. Rogue already has a Spore in the main base of Hero, though.
Another Spine's going to shimmy its way up. Drones are being hatched over at the hatchery. The Lings are going to run by and try to go for the probes over here. Another drone's going to come up now.
Oh, there's so many drones here on the front line. Another Spore Crawler being made.
This is insane. The Void Ray's out. It can leash onto the Queen.
It can, but with 2 Spore Crawlers here and 2 Queens as well, I'm not sure that the Void Ray's will be able to get too much done.
Ah!
We got to be so careful with this Void Ray. More shield batteries warping in.
The Nexus is going to go down.
It's okay. It's all about defending the main base here for Hero.
He's hitting. The Void Ray's taking a lot of damage. The Lings are going to come down here. They're going to get a great surround onto the Adepts.
Oh, the shield batteries are out of energy. I'm not sure if there's an energy recharge available here for Hero.
Oh my god, he's going to get the Spine Crawler up here.
2 more shield batteries finishing up. A second Void Ray is here. Battery overcharge be giving a little bit more energy to this battery. But the Adepts, they're mostly cleaned up. It is now just these 2 Void Rays here for Hero.
Okay, the Lings are going to come through. I think this
You're
is the breaking
kidding
point.
me.
Dude, Rogue just did it, I think. I think there's not quite enough. Eventually, the Nexus is going to fall here.
2
more
more
drones come up.
What are we watching? The Void Ray is getting to work right now on the Lings. Probes are beginning to fall. Rogue behind this still has only 17 drones mining back at home.
Transfuses go down onto the Spine Crawlers.
One of the Spines does get taken out. These shield batteries providing a lot of staying power to the Void Rays. Warp Gate is done. Stalkers are warping in. It might still be possible for Hero to stabilize.
Yeah, hold up, hold up. Queens are going to start dropping. There is another battery out. There is another recharge available here. The Adept goes down instantaneously. The other Stalker is surrounded. It's gonna drop.
Oh no, it's a recall accidentally here by Hero. He's recalling the Void Rays. Oh no! Oh no! I do not think that was the intended action by
I
Hero.
can't imagine that's what he wanted to do.
Oh man, it was so close, down to the wire. That recall just brought the Void Rays to the front line in range of the Spore Crawlers. There are no probes left here for Hero.
Yeah, he's going to be able to, and it doesn't matter, GG. Rogue takes game 4. That was a fun one.
That was
sick. Crazy. For just a second, I thought Hero might have it. You know, the Queen started to drop off pretty fast. It did seem like it was a mechanical input error.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, I don't know why you would recall Void Rays there, right? I mean, recall's not even like, there's a lot of things you can try to do there to survive that. Recall's not one of them. Recall makes no sense.
I think he might have meant to activate battery overcharge and just hit the wrong hotkey, but oh man. I mean, there is so much to say about that game. It feels like Hero had an idea that Rogue, perhaps the fact that Rogue hasn't gone for a proxy hatch in the first 3 games of this series, it's very likely he does it this game or in the next game. And Celestial Enclave, there are a lot of different places you could do it.
Yeah, that's one of the most abusive maps.
You can do it in the pocket expansion, you can do it in the wide natural, as Rogue did in that game. And so Hero, it almost felt like was blind countering something like a proxy hatch. Just like, okay, Rogue, let's see if you do this. Let's see if you go for a proxy hatch. My gateways, they're going to be all the way in the back. They're going to be safe. I'm going to scout my natural expansion late. I'm going to go for the pocket expansion, the safer play. And despite that, Rogue was still able to push through with a win. And now both players are on match point. Rogue, if he wins game number 5, he is going to the grand finals, trying to confirm the reverse sweep. And Hero just needs 1 map win to go at 1 more attempt at being a GSL finalist.
What a game, dude.
Oh, this is so cool. I cannot believe that Rogue won game number 4 with that defensive setup for Hero.
Yeah, I mean, it looked so obvious after game 2 that Hero was going to just walk out of this. No contest. And here we are. We're in game 5 now. It's been a crazy back and forth. We don't have a proxied hatchery. We're going to see the hatch in the most standard spot there is. Wow. you know, these games where Hero, I think, plays a little bit less reactive, which sometimes is a little bit less like Zergs tend to play. You know, Zerg is kind of supposed to be the swarmy, macro, kind of expanding your creep, taking more bases, getting the upgrades, going to late game race. But you can play that sharp, in-your-face style. And it does feel like if Hero is going to lose to Rogue, it's going to be because Rogue is really making the decisions here. He's kind of in the driver's seat of the game, you know, forcing Hero to respond. And by the way, we've casted so many cheeses from Rogue, and like they're all different. Every single one of them is novel.
Rogue has a very unique approach to aggressive plays. It's one of the things that makes him such a good championship contender, even when he is not at his peak of play. He's so good at planning for a best-of-5 series or a best-of-7 series, and he just has so many unconventional ways of bringing a player down that you wouldn't see basically any other Zerg in the world do. As demonstrated in that game number 4. I mean, I've never seen a proxy hatchery play that actually looked the way that one did, with so many spore crawlers, with so many spine crawlers in the main base of Protoss. It was like a slow push with siege tanks or something, just out of this world. And so I agree with you. I think that Rogue, he's been looking the best in this series when he's putting Hero on the back foot. If Hero gets to play his macro game at home and then get aggressive in Rogue's face, Hero's winning basically all of those games. And so I wonder if Rogue is making the same read that we are, and is considering his options in terms of how to be aggressive here in game number 5.
Okay, Probe's just going to try to block for a second here. We're going to have the third hatch in the standard location. I suspect it'll be Oracle Stalker again from Hero. I don't know what to expect here from Rogue. I do feel like, you know, if each game is one where you get a little bit more information on your opponent, and by the time it's time for your final game, you know what kind of game you want to bring, I would imagine it's going to be an active one here. By the way, it's actually not Oracle Stalker. It's going to be Void Ray. Now, sometimes this telegraphs like a weird tech behind it. Sometimes you can make it look like it's going to be weird, and then you go back to doing a completely normal game. But the Void Ray is basically a slower, kind of like Overlord sweeping machine. It kind of darkens your side of the map. It creates a little bit of ambiguity. We've seen people go like right into Tempest off this, or carrier techs, or weird Stargate stuff. And there's a whole array of other, you know, I mean, anything that's abnormal you can do from this. But again, I want us to keep an open mind, because sometimes you'll see somebody do this, and that's all to make the Zerg overreact and play a scared game when nothing's happening.
At the moment that a Rogue saw the Overlord go down to the Void Ray at Hero's natural expansion, he pulled back nearly every Overlord on the map. So most of these should be safe. There is one around maybe like the 2 or 3 o'clock location on the map right now that has not yet been scouted by Hero. But all of the Overlords that Hero saw just a couple of moments ago with the Scouting Adept, they're now completely safe, protected by these Queens. So I'm not sure that Hero will be able to get too much more damage done with this Void Ray, although he could try and go for a 1-drone snipe. That's 4 crawler timing. Instead, just going to think better of it.
Yeah, you
pull
might
that all the way to the
with
back.
one. Nice cancel save there.
And behind this, Hero's going into a Twilight Council. He's adding in a Forge. It's once more going to be a charge lot with plus strong ground or grab weapons opening here for Hero.
Yeah, and again, he's going to sweep through the bottom here. He's going to get that drone. Nicely done.
Trying for a second one now. Oh, he gets it.
Not bad. Taking out creep tumors. He's an absolute madman.
Void Ray thinks it's an Oracle.
Yeah. So it's going to be 4 gates, charge, Templar Archives. Got the Ro.4 coming along here.
Honestly, this Void Ray is getting a lot done. It might have only gotten 1 Overlord, but it's taken out 3 creep tumors. It's killed 2 drones. Well worth the investment here for Hero. And now he's going to park it down at the bottom expansion, waiting to see when a Rogue decides to take his 5th base. Very nice start here for Protoss.
So we got to see what Zerg wants to do. I mean, Zerg, it always takes a little bit longer to see what kind of development we're going to have here from them. We've got the 4th base coming along.
I think Rogue might be getting aggressive. We have Overlord speed finishing at the same time as this Overlord Cocoon is going to pop. And the Queen's been slowly gathering energy. I think they're going to load up into this Overlord and try and go for a bust, maybe with some Roaches and Lings.
We're going to have the 4 Queen all in here. Now you got to make sure you hide this.
Oh, it's a fake out.
Wow. Okay, so he definitely made it. He's definitely showing him.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is on the back of a lot more drones than you would typically see. Generally, this would be a low drone count kind of move here, going for this kind of push. But instead, Rogue just showing the Overlord speed, showing the Overlord Cocoon, but behind having 64 workers in total. And it seems it's almost like going to be a Roach Max kind of play coming in here by Rogue.
Yeah. So he did force out cannons earlier than you would have wanted. But again, I mean, if you're going to spike up onto a Roach Max, I mean, I guess cannons aren't the best thing to fight this, right?
Yeah, I wonder where Rogue takes the game from here, because now he's going for an Overlord drop in the main base with all these Lings. And you prompted Hero to build all the static defense at the third base, expecting some kind of all-in play.
Yeah.
So I almost wonder if the Roach Ravager play here is to try and stop Hero when Hero overextends for a fourth base.
Maybe you drop the main and try to hit the entrance to the natural too. Sometimes that's the soft spot. There's really not a lot over here, right? It's actually a lot of key infrastructure.
Oh, or is he just going to wait for Hero to get aggressive?
Yeah, he is.
Oh, this is a dangerous position here for Hero. Hero thinks that he's in the driver's seat trying to bring the fight to Zerg, but there's a lot of Roaches right now. 32 Roaches in total against a Charge Lot army. Storms are going to come in right now, getting some good damage. And oh my goodness, that stasis catches like 30 Roaches.
That is insane. Meanwhile, the Lings are dropped over here into the main. We've already have 10 drones killed off so far. So much of the army is stunned, and that's allowing these Zealots to just tear through everything.
I have never seen the stasis catch this many Roaches. The Zealots, which should have been stopped in their tracks by the Roach army of Rogue, instead just chewed through the third base, cleaned up the Queens in the natural expansion. 11 drones fall. There are more Zealots in the main base. And not only is this damage being done by Hero, this is time being bought, because Rogue is going to want to be aggressive with these Roaches now that he's cleaned up the army of Hero. And Hero has a lot more time to prepare.
This is insane, man. 20 workers have been killed. And now with the counterattack, I don't know how much damage this can do. He could even set up a couple more stasis hordes here to try to get ready to defend. Gonna try to just drive these back. I guess just focusing down the weaker Roaches if he can get them. Ground weapons level 2 is done. Upgrades coming along quite nicely. Hydra Den started. It's about halfway done. As we do have the fourth base, we can take it up at 12 o'clock.
Hero setting his eyes on trying to cancel this fourth base at 12 o'clock. And Rogue really needs to get this damage done, honestly. He's at 51 drones right now. He's been amassing a really large number of Roaches, which have not pulled their weight at all because of that stasis ward earlier on. It was the perfect army to parry the attack that Hero was going for, but the stasis just stopped everything in its tracks. So at least Rogue will be able to deny the fourth base, but Hero's been able to recharge his army. And now these Roaches, they're getting isolated on the top side. I think this is fair compensation for a Hero who was able to at least shave off a good number of Roaches at the sacrifice of losing that fourth. By the way, what are these Overlords doing at the top?
Synchronized swimming up there. Yeah, he is going to try to come in here and hit pretty hard. I don't know how ready Rogue is going to be for this.
Just Roaches and Raptors here to defend.
Oh my god.
Oh, this Storm getting so much damage done in that mineral line. The Roaches all bottling up.
Yeah, the Storms are really good again. The Immortal's just in such a spot, it's not going to be hit. Oh my god, I mean, Rogue's army is just getting chewed up over here. Roach is going to hit from the side over here. The Immortal's a little bit exposed.
It's a nice surround on the Immortal, but the standing army here for Hero is pretty good. Stalkers should be blinking back in just a moment. Archons finally morph in.
Oh my god, I think he's got enough. And this hatchery's very low. If this army can't stay and fight, this expansion's going to go down, and that will probably cost Rogue the game.
Rogue just doesn't have enough.
GG.
Hero going to his second finals in a row. Going to be trying to go for one more championship in 2026.
Crazy, man. I mean, that was a great series. Kind of sad that Rogue lost after fighting back so hard. You know, it's wild. There were 2 wins Hero had where it seemed like Rogue had the answer, like Game 1 where he did like the Mutatech switch that Hero was totally not prepared for, or Game 5 when he came out with all Zealots against all Roaches, but the Stasis Ward's like, I think it froze like 70% of the army.
One of the biggest Stasis Wards I think I have ever seen.
Yeah.
It got so many Roaches. And the truth is that Rogue's army, it was designed to basically counter that push from Hero. And if it was able to fight a fair fight, I think it would have. That would have been a terrific position for Rogue. Instead, the Stasis just stopping everything in its tracks. Hero going to another GSL Finals.
I mean, well deserved. That was an amazing first series. I knew that was going to be sick. I didn't know it was going to be that good. That's crazy.
Yeah, we're in for some pretty epic games today. Already an excellent best of 5 to start things off. Maru versus Cure waiting in the wings for the second semifinals. The winner of that will be facing Hero at the grand finals of Season 2. Oh, that Stasis Ward was just... I still can't get over it. That was crazy.
It was insane. Normally you see, you know, a small chunk of the army get hit, and you go, all right, that's like enough to throw them off. That allowed the Zealots to go through and destroy things all the way into the main. It went to places I never imagined that push would be able to go to back there.
I mean, if the Stasis Ward doesn't pop, the Roaches just kite backwards. The Storm's not going to be able to get too much done.
Yeah.
And what are a bunch of charge lots going to do versus 30-plus Roaches? Not that much, I think. It seemed like Rogue had kind of the perfect read on what Hero was going to try and go for. Just be like, you know what? Let's fake an attack. Hero who's going to take the bait. He's going to go for it. Anyway, we'll talk more about that later. We're going to go to a short break. We come back to the second semifinal.
so alive in my life. 'Cause you make me come to life every time I'm free. Oh, and I'm loving all that you do. Can't you see? I'm crashing right into you.
GSL Season 2.
Oh, we're so back, guys. Welcome. It is time to go to the other side of the bracket. Hero awaits the winner of this upcoming match. We've got a TVT for you guys. You really couldn't ask for two better Terran players, really ever. Maru and Cure duking it out.
Yeah, this is going to be a really fun one, and honestly, I have no idea who's going to take it. If you ask me basically any other year in GSL's history, I would expect Maru to win. But Maru, he hasn't looked quite as invulnerable lately in the GSL.
Yeah, he also, Cure just looks extremely good.
Yeah.
Cure looks really, really solid. You got to imagine for a guy like Cure, it's been so frustrating to basically always be overshadowed by Maru. To have these moments where, like, God, he looks like if Maru didn't exist, Cure would be like the guy for Terran in Korea, literally. Like, he would be, like, he's undisputedly the second best amongst the Terran players. And we've got a lot of great Terran players here in Korea. But, you know, we're going to see if history repeats itself like it oftentimes does, by the way, in GSL. You know, could Maru win another GSL here tonight? It's certainly a possibility. Or will Cure win in an upset?
Honestly, no matter who advances from the semifinals, it's going to be an excellent grand final. But
Yeah.
I'm so curious who's going to take it. I expect this one to go all the way down to a wire. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Game 4, Game 5 take place between these two.
Yeah.
I think they're very evenly matched, even if Maru's best matchup is TVT.
Yeah, I mean, Maru, I think when you're in a region like Korea, which has just, again, got strong Terrans, the player with the best TVT is going to come out on top. And his, TVT has basically lasted through the ages of great Terran players. I mean, going all the way back to, like, Innovation. Remember seeing those guys face off a bunch. So we're going to see what we're going to have, with these two here now. But again, if it's anything like the past, Maru is going to win. But, don't count Cure out is all we're saying.
It feels like historically between these two in the early and mid game in TVT, Cure usually has the edge, but he's almost always kind of on a timer, right? Because Maru's just the king of late game TVT, and trying to play versus somebody where if you psych yourself out, like, I can't let them get to this stage of the game, I need to end the game now. If the other guy knows that too, it's a really dangerous way to play.
Well, Maru really, and even though this isn't what you really see as much in TVT, that kind of exhaust play. I mean, he seems to be the most stamina-rich player that we have in GSL, right? Like, he's just completely fine with the entire map getting mined out, playing, very, very... Okay, let me rephrase it. Like, okay, I didn't kill you with my initial push, then I'm not going to push the whole time. And so TVT, a lot of times, it can go on and on and on. Also, a very unforgiving matchup, even though we do have short TVTs sometimes, that it can be decided on, with these glass cannon-y armies. one player engages the other in a way where they lose horribly the fight, and the game snowballs from there.
Yeah. So much of it comes down to Ravens and just air control, too, in the current
Sure.
meta of TVT, just because being able to interference matrix all your opponents, whether it be siege tanks or whatever other vital unit they have in their composition, it can kind of turn any fight on its head. But honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a lot of this series just kind of hinge on the early game, with Kira trying to execute a lot of 2-base timing pushes and Maru basically trying to defend them, because I do give the edge in the late game to Maru 9 times out of 10. But Kira, he's come through with some really clever builds, especially in TVT. I've been loving the 2-port Viking build that he goes for, where it's almost like a mech push off of 2 bases, and you try and set up a soft contain or even try to breach the natural expansion of the opponent. I think we'll probably see that a couple of times, but it's been in the meta for a while now. So it could be something that Maru's already cooked up a response to.
Yeah, and just like we were talking about earlier in our previous matchup, whatever TVT builds these guys have right now, we're going to see the best of them here. I think we're ready for that interview now.
네, 조성주 선수와 김도욱 선수입니다.
All right, this is Maru and Cure.
안녕하세요.
First, Maru. Hi.
네, 박수 부탁드립니다.
Oh, round of applause, please.
네, 항상 제가 우리 조성주 선수 보면은 그 이제 좀 레이지한 매력이 있다.
I always see you, Maru. Every time I see you, like you always have that appeal, that lazy-ish attract, like, you lazy-ish charm. Well, this is last season, of course, it's gone, but still, I think you still have some remorse on the last season. Well, actually, coming to offline semifinals and finals was my initial goal, so I don't really feel that bad. Well, Maru, you're the living legend. I mean, actually, you have to get to the finals like 2 weeks in a row, like once in 2 weeks. But you haven't been in a GSL finals in 2 years, so that's gonna be sting a little. Well, actually, I don't know about that. Like, I don't feel anything that much. Well, Young, you have a question? Yeah, actually, I do. I mean, Cure has a lot of builds, and there's a lot of strategies in his sleeve, so doesn't that bother you much? So, well, yeah, so think he has a lot of builds in TVT, so I've considered about playing Protoss, but if that happens, I might end up being a Gumiho, so yeah, so I'd rather not.
지난 시즌도 그렇습니다만
Alright, Cure.
준결승에 올라와 있는 선수들 가운데서 시드를 받지 못한 거죠. 12강을 거쳐서 또 8강
So you're the only one among in the semifinals that you have to go through the round of 12. So you had to go through a lot of TVT. So are you confident? I mean, yeah, I'm always confident, but well, I'm always confident, but actually Maru did a lot of, a lot of unorthodox builds. So yeah, I think I have to be aware about that. Well, you have a lot of struggle against Maru in the offline BO5s. So what's the reason behind that? Well, I think TVT is about late game, mid game to late game macro, but I haven't practiced a lot of that. And that being said, I have been really preparing for that, and I think Maru is not on the edge of the form of the late game at all. So yeah, I'm trying to overcome that. So let's get to the prediction now. It's 71 versus 29. So what do you think about that, Cure? I mean, I think it's inevitable. It's against Maru. You'll get behind, honestly. Like, you're the underdog against Maru always. But
조성주 선수는 지금
I mean, against Maru, like you have to be underdog. So like I think who prepared the most will overcome. So
저번에도
well,
저수치 비슷했는데 졌거든요.
we'll see about that.
그래서 많은 분들이
So Maru, any
믿어주시는 것
thoughts?
같은데
Well, I mean, I'm the overdog, but last time I was the overdog, but I lost. So yeah, so number is a number.
자, 두 선수 인터뷰 좀 나눠봤고요. 오늘 멋진 경기 좀 기대를 하겠습니다.
So good luck, everyone.
감사합니다.
Thank you.
네.
Thank you, Maddox. Excellent work as always. We're ready to go into this match. We've seen this match so many times before.
I've seen it in GSL finals, seen it in GSL semifinals, the round of 8, the round of 16, Maru versus Cure. A tale as old as time, and
It's kind of in a matchup that is always inevitable.
Yeah.
If you're in GSL, right? These two guys are eventually going to fight each other, sometimes eliminate each other.
it feels like almost any single GSL in the past 5 or 6 years, you're expecting to see both of these guys in the top 4. So inevitably they will face off. Historically, Maru, it feels like he basically always wins versus Cure. Cure's had a couple of upsets versus him overall. And I kind of like what Cure said, where whenever you go up against a match, let me rephrase that, whenever you go up against Maru in a match like this one, you're going to be the underdog. But I hope he doesn't let that get to him too much.
Well, you know, he seems pretty cool and collected, right? I mean, you know, this is one of the things about this guy is it's not, maybe it was a little bit different with Shin being in our finals again as an example, where it's like, oh, this is kind of crazy. Shin never gets to the finals. You know, I think he's only done it twice now. Is he going to maybe win this time as an example? I think Maru and Cure, these guys have fought so many times before. Again, Maru generally come in on top, but Cure could take it. No matter what, we're going to get an amazing finals.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun as Maru's looking at, God, is that right, his potential 9th GSL championship. My goodness, Maru. This has been his tournament. Maru's played in
His
the
9th
GSL
championship,
since,
my God.
How young was Maru when he played in his first GSL? He was a
We
baby.
called it a 9SL. I remember when he first played and he was such a little kid, like such a tiny little baby that it was like, yeah, it was just.
He might still be the youngest player to ever qualify for a GSL. I'm not sure. I'm struggling to think of anybody else who's been able to do it, but he's basically grown up playing in the GSL.
Well, I think he was like in middle school age.
Was it actually middle school? Oh my God.
I
That
think
would blow my mind. He was definitely on the precipice, man. He was a young kid.
Yeah.
Going up on the GSL
Well,
stage.
whenever you
and
get like a
taking
new
games off
game,
of folks,
yeah,
it
you have a
was
couple people that are
wild.
like they're so young. And then of course there was Clem on the other side of the world that was also so young, right?
Yeah, Rainer had the same thing.
Yeah. Is there a age limit on for competing in StarCraft? Isn't
I
it like
think there-
15 or something? Or there was a rule from?
I'm not sure if there's an overarching rule. I think like certain countries have rules.
It might
I'm
be
not
in
sure.
Europe. I could be wrong. I thought maybe
Yeah,
in
15
Europe.
sounds right to me.
Yeah, where like there was some people that were good and they're like, well, they actually in Europe I think they couldn't compete. I don't know. I have to go back and actually look at that. I haven't thought about that in a long time.
Yeah, but I mean, the fact that we have this conversation when we discuss a player like Maru or Rainer is it's kind of crazy. Anyway, folks, map number 1 in this best-of-5 semifinal between Maru and Cure about to kick off on Tourmaline. Will Maru try and contest his 9th GSL championship, or will Cure confirm the upset here versus the greatest Terran player of all time?
Okay, Maru top right, Cure bottom left. The fans now getting their cheers in for each of the players.
Been missing this during the online broadcast, man. Having a live audience like this, it's great.
It definitely brings my energy levels up. You know, TBT, it is, there's many ways to play the early game. There's many ways to play the late game. We have had some people going for mech, but a lot of this has been these kind of mid-game skirmishes. Historically, going all the way back into StarCraft 1, this was the matchup that took the longest. That's changed a bit. It was also in StarCraft 2 the matchup that took the longest. That also changed a bit. Chicago loves Maru. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
From Germany.
Maru fans here. Yeah, great to see you, all of you guys here from all over the world. So yeah, you know, one thing that's always been kind of funny is when you have two players that have played each other a lot. And I mean, you know, when it comes to the Korea scene, there's a lot of, and you know, obviously, StarCraft 2 is like biggest as far as tournaments in Korea first, right? It's why like a lot of the foreign players, many of them are like expats that live here, like State and I. You know, a lot of people are coming out here to compete, coming out here to train. And so some of these guys they've been playing StarCraft 2 their whole lives, and they've been fighting each other for like, you know, almost 2 decades now, which is crazy to think. And so I'm always interested when you have two players that like really have so much experience against each other and play all the time, whether that be, you know, these random encounters on ladder or high stakes moments like this here in the GSL. How do they try to adjust and recalibrate facing each other? You know, they know each other's ticks and the way they play so well.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of metagaming going on behind the scenes. And these are two players who, you know, they're going to be close friends. They're going to discuss builds together. They are the top 2 Terran players in Korea and have been for, frankly, as long as I can remember. You know, it's been like a decade plus with Maru and Kira effectively on top. And so they're likely going to have very similar ideas for how to play this matchup as well as other matchups. Their players are going to feed on each other's knowledge. And coming into this one, you can kind of see that already. The build orders are completely identical all the way through about the 3-minute mark, which says a lot in a TVT like this one. TVT famously has been kind of the mirror matchup that has the most wide variety of opening build orders out of all of the mirror matchups in StarCraft 2. And here we have completely identical openings in game at number 1, just waiting to see where the first deviation is going to be.
Okay, so the 2 Hellions and the Reaper are going to move out on the map here. Now, right now, Maru's positionally playing very defensively. So this shouldn't get too much done. Both sides start their Raven. The CC is about to land over here. He's going to try to nick the Reaper, but backs up.
And you have to imagine that as Kira moves forward and sees 2 Hellions and a Reaper on the low ground, and I believe also the command center floating in at that moment, he's going to know that this is effectively the same build that he's going for. So
Yeah.
Kira instead just going to pull back now. So these Hellions up in a concave. I like Maru moving out into the bushes here to the center.
Hey, this works a lot.
Yeah.
You got one player that's being a little bit too active on the map. Now we have to Kira going for a Raven here, getting his first, and now they're going to get his second here. Both going for double Raven.
Kira fired up Interference Matrix a little bit faster than Maru, but Maru certainly is going to be going for this as well.
Yeah. Now maybe there's some kind of timing with his Interference Matrix and the 2 Ravens where you can do something before your opponent. I don't know if this is a setup for some kind of attack. He's going to send his Raven out. It's also extremely common to see the Raven sent out for auto turrets.
Yeah, now Kira went into a tech lab and a Cyclone here, whereas Maru made 2 more Hellions. So Maru's actually going to try and go for a bust with this one, dropping an auto turret here on the front. Kira has his second Raven, finished just in time. So with the second auto turret, he's able to hold on to defense despite the fact that Maru has better numbers. When all is said and done, it's a pretty small trade.
Yeah, a lot of damaged Hellions. We'll see if he goes back and tries to repair that. He is getting Cyclones here, so he's going to send several SCVs out here to repair that all back up. Third command center starts here for Cure. We don't see the third CC yet. I mean, we're either going to see one of 2 things. We're going to see his third CC, or we're going to see him power up with his own 2-base push. And it's going to be a later third CC.
Both players continuing to develop with that third command center now. Kira throwing down 2 more barracks. He's starting the full bio transition, just a touch ahead of Maru. And already with 3 Ravens out here for Kira. Likely going to be starting up Viking production in just a bit. You see the reactor being produced right now on that starport. Maru moving forward once again. Might try and get some damage done. Kira once more with a very good defensive setup. I like this arc.
Yeah. Is Maru going to have some kind of a timing to come in here? Both sides with the 3 Ravens. He's going to come in from the side. Nothing is triggered on either side here. He does not end up casting any auto turrets preemptively. The tank is going to come down. He is beginning to hit.
All right, auto turrets drop here for Kira. Maru dropping his a little bit later, so the initial engagement, it's better for Kira. Just slightly more cost effective. The problem is that Maru now has a siege tank here on the front line, so Kira's scrambling to repair these units. More auto turrets dropping here for Maru, who saved more energy than Kira.
You know, and he basically, baited out those auto turrets and then saved his own. He's going to try to pull in a little bit further here. He's going to land the Vikings. I don't know if he has quite enough to break this. SCVs are going to be pulled here.
The siege tanks are not in range of each other, so Maru is able to entrench himself pretty nicely. Oh, actually with a scan, are they? No, it's
No,
supply depot.
they're just out of range. This is getting a little bit scary here. 5 SCVs have already been taken out here. He's actually going to be hitting like the Ravens and the medevac and everything. He needs to get an SCV over here to repair this if he could. He doesn't want to move too far away here from where the Vikings are because he might have to land the Vikings like he does right now.
Yeah, Cure with the unsiege and SCV pull right now, trying to shoot Maru away from this position, trying to break free, and Cure will succeed, but at the cost of 9 SCVs. So Maru behind this retains the healthier Viking count, and now has significantly more workers than his opponent.
Okay, so Stim's done. This is looking certainly better for Maru. I mean, he just has more workers. He's traded more effectively. You know, already he's gotten his jabs in here against Cure. Cure isn't dead by any means. He might even have some counterplay. He's been playing more conservatively this whole time. It's interesting to see that Maru just kind of knows how to engage and how to take these exchanges to where he comes out just slightly ahead.
Yeah, I think Cure is making a wise decision by trying to get aggressive now with these 4 medevacs, because if he lets the game quiet down and Maru eventually push later with Maru's air superiority, that is not going to go well for Cure. So Cure instead trying to make the game a little bit messy, setting 4 medevacs on a trajectory towards natural expansion of Maru. Now, unfortunately, Maru is already quite well prepared for this. He has 1 missile turret in position, another one's being produced right now, and a siege tank already in position as well. Cure, he's going to unload regardless. 1 medevac gets taken out by the missile turret, a second one does too. SCVs are falling here for Maru, but I think that Maru, especially with these Liberators, is in good control of his position.
Yeah, he's going to come in here with these Liberators. 10 SCVs down. Marine's actually going to be able to take out these Liberators up here. That's actually not bad for a little exchange there. Pretty scrappy game thus far. Combat shield's almost done here as well. Does appear that Cure's going to try to hit up here from the bottom, up towards where the 3rd base is. This game's completely action-packed from start to finish.
A lot of crucial upgrades finishing on both sides now. I was wondering whether Cure might try to rush into the 3rd base while he was going for that drop of the natural expansion of Maru, but it seems like not enough forces at the front line for Cure to hazard a commitment at that 3rd base. As you just see the gigantic swings in income between these two as the SCVs get pulled, as the battles take place near the mineral lines, the natural expansions of each of them over the course of this game. And things are quieting down now, but I like Maru's position quite a bit more. Even though the supplies are even though the work counts are very even, Maru has a significantly faster start with 2-2. And I think once those upgrades finish, Maru should have a very good window to get some damage done.
I think so. Cure's going to come in these moments and try to force some fights. It's actually Maru who darts out and then runs back, forcing a siege in a position that's not really that helpful. I think he's probably going to be blocked out of there. I don't think he can get much done from there. No one on a 4th base just yet either.
Maru, in fact, significantly faster on the 4th base production. About halfway done with his 4th command center, where Cure just threw his down at the natural expansion. God, I almost called Cure Shin. I'm still thinking of GSL Season 1 semifinals.
So we're going to have him wrap around the bottom here. Again, you got to be really careful to be scanning the whole time, TVT. You got to know what you're walking into. You got to make sure that, you know, if you missed up and you get into, never mind just tank sieged up, even just stim Marines and you're in a bad angle, you'll lose everything.
Oh, medevac gets sniped there. Nice move by Cure pushing forward. Honestly, a very good trade there for Cure.
Yeah, Cure coming out just slightly ahead there. The 4th base is going to be taken. Another scan here. You're basically always scanning that army to make sure you know where it is. Going to send up a Liberator over here.
Another engagement going Cure's way. 1 Marine and 1 SCV for that Liberator. As the work counts are evening up. Both players kind of hitting the brakes on SCV production as they fully saturate these 3 bases. Now this is a big change coming in here for Maru. He's throwing down 2 more starports on his side of the map. No fleet beacon yet, and it would be a little bit early to go into BCs. So I think this is likely just to get a couple more medevacs out and to really solidify the position.
Oh my God, these tanks. Ooh, good save there by Cure. Sometimes the easiest way to lose control of a game is to just have a bunch of tanks die out, you know. and then they're able to push you and control the map a little bit better. Here comes a drop up here into the main. There is basically preparation for this. Oh my god, this is disastrous here. Kira's going to lose all this. Does kill 10 more SCVs, actually. So I didn't realize how many Marines are actually up at the top. So he kills off all the workers there. Actually, not so bad after all.
Stem forward again here by Kira, just trying to trade out as cost effectively as possible. Unfortunately, with those missile turrets at the south side of this expansion, there really is no way to go. Eventually, these medevacs are going to get cleaned up. I'm not sure if that's a worthwhile trade here for Akira, losing 4 full medevacs worth of units for a dozen or so SCVs in the main base, but the supplies are still even.
Yeah, it's hard to say, right? I think the math is a little fuzzy on how that comes out. Like, yeah, you got some workers, but you did, especially the 4 medevacs themselves, even sometimes more than the tanks and the Marines there. He's going to go for round 2 here. So he could end up feeding 8 medevacs in here. But it all depends on what damage he actually gets here. I think that Maru's going to try to move through the bottom to the left, try to hit the third. And this would be a great moment to move in with what he's got here.
Okay, so the extra starports that Maru added, Maru built 2 more starports during that last engagement. He's put tech labs on both of them, and he's gotten a couple more Ravens out. He's now switching the add-ons with 1 starport here of a natural expansion. But the fact that Maru is now adding in Ravens this stage of the game makes me think that he's gearing up to try and go for some kind of big fight in the next couple of moments.
Yeah, here comes a drop over here into the natural. There is a tank siege up on the other side. Meanwhile, Maru's going to come through and cut up this position. There is a tank just a little bit north of this. Meanwhile, it seems like the drop will eventually be cleaned up.
Are going to retreat out of this location, go into the main base on top of the production. There is a siege tank in position waiting for these Marines. So it seems like eventually this drop, I was going to say, will flounder out here in the main base, but actually trading really well with these Marines coming out of the reinforcing barracks.
I mean, this has been pretty chaotic. I think Cure maybe down overall. I mean, the worker count's even enough that it might not matter. Maru is down slightly, but I think the army supply here and just the overall positioning is better for Maru. Cure is on 3 bases right now. Now, he's going to land that command center again, but I think in this window of time, with Maru already being ahead in supply by about 20, he could really leverage this if he could basically play the next couple of minutes pretty well. Now, Cure is staying active, which could be good. It could also blow up in his face. I didn't even realize he actually relocated the command center from the natural, so yeah, he's kind of on thin ice here.
Oh, yeah. He's pulling it all the way down to the 6 o'clock position.
Yeah.
It's a huge interruption in income here for Cure.
3-3 done for Maru.
Yeah, 3-3 finish for Maru already as Maru's continuing to churn out Ravens too. And once these Ravens get enough energy, I think it could be Maru who gets very aggressive on the map. But Cure, he's trying to get his jabs in where he can. I mean, any kind of damage can get done like this, just dropping with 2 medevacs, picking off a couple of siege tanks, a couple of SCVs. If you're able to get out with this, it's a huge win here for Cure. Because right now, he's nearly down and out. It might not seem like it, but Maru, he's been able to safely establish more bases. He has more command centers set up. He has sensor towers pretty much everywhere. Seeing the army movement here of Cure. And Maru's also building the better army. He's got 5 Ravens in total now. And so in a position like this one, the Ravens could just come in and completely disable all these siege tanks, Tasteless.
Oh my god! He's going to lose everything. The counterplay from here is going to be devastating if Cure's not got some kind of an answer. And I don't know that he's going to have, you know, the physical presence on the map to deal with this. I mean, look at this. It's going to be a beeline going straight down here. Could go to the expansions, could go right up into the main. I think they're all right answers at this point in time.
I mean, the Ravens here are just like the ace up the sleeve of Maru. They are an answer to absolutely everything that Cure has got. The only thing that Cure can do to try and stop this push is to try and hold a position with siege tanks, but the Ravens make that nigh undoable as Maru once more stims forward. The siege tanks are getting entrenched. Another disable pops on Cure's tank, and Maru is going to take a convincing Game 1 win.
Yeah, that was very impressive. Again, from start to finish, Maru just a little bit bigger, a little bit faster, a little bit stronger. He's just, you know, able to kind of engage in a way that, and you know, it's funny because Cure looks really strong, but you can see the decision-making basically throughout the whole game is maybe a little bit better there for Maru. You know, there are these moments where Cure seems to like go for these drops, and I'm not sure what he thinks he's going to accomplish in them. It almost feels like he's kind of, you know, blindfolded, throwing darts at a board. Like, is this gonna stick? What will stick? When I watch Maru play, it seems a little bit more thought out. It seems to be hinged on a lot of theory about how this could get him further ahead. Like, we had 2 drops there where it's like, he's just going to go to the main from Cure. All right, he lost to Medivacs there and everything in it. Now, he's just going to go to the natural. And Maru's almost basically keeping enough back here to, while he's still, carving out his position on the map, he's still got enough to basically kill off whatever Cure does. I don't know.
All right.
Let's see what happens. We're going to go to Ruby Rock here for map number 2. This makes me think of, this is like a really old conversation I had at like WCG 2005. The best Terran player in the United States was named Yosh.
Okay.
It was Fraz and Yosh. They've been, Yosh was like basically regarded as the best TVT player. And I always said, like, well, how do you play the matchup? And he said this really weird thing. He said, I just never attack first. he said what I do is they drop me and I go in there and I kill their drop. And I remember when he told me that, I kind of went, what? And obviously this is for a different StarCraft, right? But the idea was so weird. I was like, you just don't attack them? And he was like, yeah. And this guy would go like 50-6 like on international ladders, where I'm like, okay, well, clearly it's working. But you kind of see the idea at play sometimes in TVTs where, like, as long as they're ready to stop the drop, that you're going to be overextending over and over again. So anyways, I would talk more about that, but this game's already heating up here. We have a hidden second Rax.
Yeah, Maru going for a proxy barracks. The second barracks proxied over here on the top right side of the map. Very close to the main base here of Kira, all things considered. I wonder what Maru's able to get done with this. Now, when you see a 2-Rax Reaper like this, it has the potential to be game-ending if things snowball out of control. But even if it flounders, it's not the end of the world here for Maru. You can lift that barracks back up at home as long as you get some damage done on Kira's side of the map. It is a tenable position. Let's see how this one's going to go. If Cure opts for a low ground command center, for instance, it could be very dangerous. Actually going for a reactor first.
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah, reactor first into a factory with no SCV scout here for Cure.
Oh my God, this could be, I mean, we'll see. But, a reactor, it takes a long time to make, and obviously you're not making anything until the reactor is done. And the problem is, even if things come out in pairs, the accumulation of Reapers could be enough to pretty quickly cause fatal damage.
Yeah, I think it's a very good thing here for Kira that he's going into reactor with Reapers.
Yeah.
There is going to be a window where Maru will have the advantage, but reactor Reapers, it kind of mitigates the effect of the second barracks a little bit. I'm just, I'm concerned.
You will know who's going to win this in seconds here. So he's going to send 2 in here. He's going to see the reactor. He's going to see the Hellion just started. And so it's all about the setup. It's all about the setup. He's going to throw another factory out here. Wow. Crazy. How many Reapers are on that side of the map? There's 3 now, right?
Yeah, Maru's got 3, I think, with the 4th one about to pop. Kara currently only with 2. So the question is, when is Maru actually going to try and commit? Because, Reapers, even though you're reactoring them out, they take a long time to produce.
Maybe I didn't understand the math on this that well. Does he just barely have enough now with 4 Reapers and then a second Hellion? Maybe you can't do enough. Obviously, grenades will fuzzy the math on that as well.
I think that Maru's just going to have a little bit too much. It will only be a couple more Reapers here for Maru. But if Kira thinks that he can get a lot done with this, I'm concerned for this position because I feel like a lot of the information that Kira is playing with, he just doesn't have the complete picture for what's going on right now. And you see that Kira is moving halfway across the map trying to get damage done on Maru's side of the board, whereas Maru is just waiting.
Yeah, and he's going to see this is walled in. Now, you can't get Reapers up here, but that's going to prompt Maru to come up here with even more Reapers. And, I mean, you are going to kill workers so fast with this. The tank is not even halfway done. Oh, my God. It is a bloodbath here. There is so much damage coming out. He kills the 2 Marines immediately. The Hellion is chipping away here at the entrance. 2 more Marines are going to come out. They're going to chase the Reapers away, but he's going to jump back in. Where? Oh, my God. I think he surrounded it with SCVs.
Oh, no.
Oh, my God. This is so bad. Yeah, he must have gotten a surround.
Yeah, he must have. Oh man, in a moment like this one, Cure probably just a little bit too focused on the defense at home. The Reaper is getting surrounded at the main base of Maru. I think just spells disaster here for Cure. I'm not sure how you come back from this. You know, we're trying to analyze the position, assuming that Cure is getting equivalent damage done in the main base of Maru, but that was not the case.
Well, you would imagine that both sides would have their supply or their worker counts plummeting to where the game slows down to a production crawl. Now the seesaw back over to the other side of the map. I mean, all he's got to do is basically pick off the tank. And there's a lot of ways to do that. I mean, he has basically every early game unit you can have besides the Raven, I guess. So, you know, he's got higher numbers. The new command center over here, by the way, he has 1 SCV mine in it, so it's not like he's getting a whole bunch of other resources. So Cure's at a disadvantage right now. He's going to lose the barracks, which is insane because that's 1 less production building. Maru doesn't have an extra base. He's on 4 production buildings. Never mind, he's on 3 because this one's floating over here. But you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, and with Liberated production underway here for Maru, it seems like his game plan is to try and just slow push into the natural. Actually, hold that thought. These 4 Reapers getting in the main base. The Vikings actually landing. How many you see landed Vikings versus Reapers? See here in the GSL offline finals, Reapers getting a lot of economic damage done. 6 SCVs are going to fall before the Vikings finally clean this up. Maru, he's gearing up to push into this with a Liberator, but the fact that Cure has been able to reactor out so many Vikings means I don't think it's possible for Maru to actually breach this position. You know, it's kind of crazy. You would think after seeing the Reapers get surrounded and cleaned up in the main base of Maru that Cure would have a hard time holding on, but these Vikings are just keeping Cure alive right now. You actually see Maru going for a second starport to try and bridge that gap.
Yeah, he has to basically play catch up here with that. So, I'll tell you what, Cure, he's still in this game. He's down a lot in workers. He's still, you know, basically hurting from the way this game started out. But the game goes on. Inconveniently, a lot of the infrastructure here for Maru is in the middle of the map. I don't know if there's a way to come out and punish that. That's an idea that could play a role here, but I think also if Maru kind of just stays on top of this position, there's no way for Cure to really go too far out on the map without the counterattack coming in and punishing.
Maybe, but I mean, the Viking count for Cure is just so high.
Yeah.
Now Maru is building Vikings 3 at a time. I honestly think Vikings are just the best unit in TVT.
Yeah, like, a lot of times, yeah.
I mean, so much of all of the meaningful early and mid-game interactions hinges on how much damage you're able to get done with Vikings or who has more Vikings. Is that that's a 3rd starport already here for Maru.
Yeah.
Because he's likely going to be lifting this one in the main base. Oh, I thought that, but now he's sending the factory back. This is crazy. We're going to have 3 starport Viking production for Maru to the 2 starport Viking production of Cure.
And there's another one being made for Cure behind his minerals.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So, you know, Maru can basically stay out on this outer perimeter area and kind of ensure that, you know, the 3rd base can be delayed as much as he's able to delay it. Oh, wow. Is this a wise decision? He's going to siege up, and he could even try to hit the reactor or the starport itself. Oh, now, this is pretty high risk, because if he lifts off and he doesn't have enough over here, he loses everything. So these Vikings are kind of stuck down here.
I think this is a really smart move by Maru, though, because you don't really need to lift your own Vikings up into the superior numbers of Cure. The siege tanks are protecting them. So Cure actually doesn't have an easy way of getting the Vikings out of his main base.
Oh my god, he doesn't kill that. He lifts. Okay, Cure should be able to win this fight. Hold on, there's 2 more Vikings up at top.
Oh, the Cyclone doing a lot of damage as well. It's a nearly even trade. I think so much of this going Maru's way is just the fact that Maru's economy has been bigger the entire time.
Yeah.
Cure is doing a pretty good job of keeping tabs and kind of doing this funky dance with Maru and all these little tiny engagements, but Maru just has more stuff.
Yeah, he's going to finally kill this tank off. He's just going to slide the tanks up a little bit further over to the side here. Again, production buildings are getting punished in a way that you just don't even normally see this early on.
Cure's building 2 more starports.
Yeah, it's crazy. He's going to have just enough Vikings that Cure can't really assert himself here on the map. And he's going to have at least 3 coming at a time, it looks like. We're seeing them get trafficked across the map. Now, he can also kind of camp over the starports with the his own Vikings and probably hit the other Vikings when they come out. And you know, we were talking about Vikings being so important, State, and one of the main reasons is that they can actually spot for the tanks, so you don't need scans to basically see, you know, because tanks shoot further than they can actually see, obviously. But I think we are almost to the end of this game. We're almost to this conclusion. Not only is the command center being hit, the starport at the top here is taking damage, and it's hard to imagine you ever have enough Vikings. By the way, eventually these Vikings can land and take a fight, like they're going to have to do right now to basically block for the tanks.
SCVs get pulled. Kira trying to breach this position, but Maru with just a chokehold of the natural expansion, able to demolish the entire economy here from Cure.
GG. Wow.
What a interesting game number 2. I wonder what that would have looked like if the Reapers didn't get surrounded at the main base of Maru. I mean,
well,
my heart kind of breaks for Cure because I feel like the defense was so good back at home, even without those Reapers.
Yeah.
That if he was able to get meaningful damage done on the main base of Maru, I mean, Maru, almost his entire production infrastructure was proxied on the map, you know? You would think the Reapers could get so much damage.
I think it's just, you know, you were literally both having to micro 2 screens at the same time. And, it, you know, Reapers, really you have to be microing them the entire time, right? So whatever happened, those Reapers got surrounded. And, you know, it's funny, the end of the game was actually a pretty interesting way to conclude the game, but it did come down to the fact that Maru got way more worker kills and kept his Reapers alive and was able to just kind of leverage that. Let's see if we can get a situation like we had in our ZVP earlier today with Rogue versus Hero. I mean, there we saw Rogue at least come back and win the next 2, but I got a feeling that might not be happening this time. Right now, Maru looking so much stronger than Cure. Cure with no, I don't know. I don't know what he can really do when you're seeing Maru play this perfectly as he always does. Guys, game 3's ready. Let's go.
All right, Maru spawning as the blue Terran in the top right corner. Cure the red Terran in the bottom left.
Okay, so we have an SCV coming right across the map, by the way. We have different casters for this this year here, the Korean side, so they're doing the player intros like they've done before. But there are 2 SCVs going right across the map, and Cure is going to try to give Maru a taste of his own medicine.
A very aggressive proxy Shurax Reaper coming in.
And this is literally like as close as you can get.
SCV cut as Cure's trying to afford this second barracks. And let's see if this is going to be the start of a comeback here for Cure.
Yeah.
I would love to see this series go to a game number 4 or a game number 5.
No scout at all yet for Maru, although he'll probably send his out in a little bit. And whenever you see the double racks versus someone who's playing normally with a single racks in their base, it really comes down to how, you know, assuming the game doesn't end immediately, it comes down to, like, how do the first couple shots get fired from the Reaper. Sometimes you'll see the Reapers kill, like, the first Reaper, the second, or the Marines, or whatever it's going to be, and then it's like, well, this game's going to fall apart pretty fast.
Maru going for the instant reactor here on this barracks with the factory follow-up. So a similar build, almost an identical build to what Cure did in game number 2.
Total reversal. Although, in game 2, Maru had 1 barracks back at home. So this is going to hit even harder, and it's going to hit even faster. And again, sometimes that damage is fatal. We're going to see the reactor is going to finish. Every second that you're late on something could put you that much closer to a loss here. Usually the number that you move in there with is 3, by the way.
If Cure could see what we could see, he would move in right now and try and deny that factory, but he does not have the complete information that we do. So instead just banking for 3 Reapers, or in fact just 2. So he's going to move in. He might get the deny on this factory. 99% done. Another SCV coming in, will complete the factory, but Cure buying a couple precious seconds with that delay.
Going to go for the auto repair there. 4 SCVs have already been killed. And the number is going to go up. Okay, so the first snipe. Oh, he takes it out. Grenade pops it over.
Oh, this is a great start here for Cure. Maru moving a little bit too far forward with that initial Reaper, and Cure able to snowball it. Gets the snipe. First Hellion is out now for Maru as Cure heals a little bit, comes back in.
The Hellion makes it a lot harder to get in here and really do a whole lot. He's going to pull SCVs. So the Reaper and the Hellion are kind of on the opposite side of the SCVs. They're almost like separated from this fight. So he's tanking damage. 13 SCVs are going to be killed. He's going to run down here. Sometimes when you jump down, the Hellion shots really stack on the Reapers.
Yeah, so the economic damage, it's mostly done. 14 SCVs have fallen, but Cure's not going to have the critical mass of Reapers to try and get into the main base of Maru again, and that's why he's lifting up one of these barracks already to get the scouting information and trying to anchor the defense back at home. And I think that Maru, after losing this many SCVs, you have to one-base ult it. I don't think even a player of Maru's caliber, regardless of how good Maru is in macro game, regardless of how good he is at comebacks, I don't think you can come back in a macro game versus what Cure is doing.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. He might, but I think your theory is pretty sound there. So, there are more attacking units out right now for Maru. But, Terran can button up pretty tightly, and it's kind of hard to get in there and really do anything to him, right? There's a bunker here. Bunkers, nothing's going to be worse against bunkers than Hellions and Reapers. You basically can't fight him at all with Reapers. So he's going to run back out. And this is cute. He's just going to make one Reaper back here, one Marine, I guess.
Oh, he's rallied it onto the lowest HP SCV too. He's going to let that finish.
Well, that's kind of cool.
Maru's on such a low worker count, it makes sense just to trade 50 minerals in a Marine for 50 minerals in an SCV. Why not?
Oh, gamer alert. You saw it. Now, okay, that's going to be a GG. I was going to say, what exactly does he want to do here? All right, well, Cure takes his first win. It was very much a great build order opening, countering what Maru did and had great execution. But what's he going to do in the next 2 games? If he can't come up with some kind of a solution, I think we can all agree Maru's probably going to be moving on.
Yeah, Maru's still on match point, up 2-1 in this best of 5 series. Only 1 map win away from advancing to the grand finals to face Hero in that best of 7. Cure has to win the next 2 maps to survive and reach that grand final.
All right, guys, we're going to go to a break. We'll be right back.
My catchphrase, find my way, never need a whiz. Made my mark, yeah, I got played. 2 toes down, that's a back fade. We light it up, yeah, the night's on fire. Can't slow it down, we taking it higher. Keep it burning till the break of dawn. This is our time, yeah, we be low. Here we go, lights down, boots on the floor. Whole crowd jumping, they been waiting for more. Hands high, we gon' steal the show. Turn it up loud, yeah, you already know. Here we go, here we go. Ain't stopping till the whistle blow. Here we go, here we go. Another round, let the good times roll.
GSL Season 2.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for waiting. It's time to go to the map Old Republic, and let's see what exactly Kier's got planned. It's not too crazy to expect a win like that in a game with these two players. But again, I worry in general about games that you can't really come in there with crippling blows right away, right? I mean, everybody wins StarCraft games with some kind of early game interaction, right? But the problem is that the longer a game goes on, the more impossible it seems for Kier to come up with anything. And so if we have Maru coming in here playing either conservatively or aggressively, and basically not slipping up early on, is Kier going to be able to come up with something?
Yeah, it's kind of the story of Kier versus Maru in their entire history. Playing StarCraft 2, or at least in their recent history, as far back as I can remember, where Maru, he's just a master of late game TVT, of TVT in general. And Kier, you kind of saw it there in game number 1 and game number 2. It felt like he was playing with maybe an internal clock, a timer, telling him that he has to get some kind of damage and he has to get some kind of crippling blow dealt to Maru before Maru reaches the late game. Otherwise, it's lights out. That was the story to start off the series. He was able to steal a win in game number 3 with an aggressive build, but what will he do now in match point game number 4?
I'm just looking now. I'm like, are SCVs going out? Is anybody going to do it?
All right. No early SCV move out with either of these players yet.
Yeah, I mean, it's been, it's going to be, excuse me, much more in the realm of standard looking openings here. And of course, the winner of this is going to be going up against Hero here. Hero, by the way, has just been dominating everything StarCraft 2 related in the last couple of weeks, winning Season 1, GSL, just winning RSL, Season 5. And so in this game, it's going to be Maru with a double Rax. Now, double Rax is very safe. Birthday tomorrow. Happy birthday. Let's leave this shot up a little bit longer here.
I was thinking the same thing. For the slow readers in the chat.
Anyways, happy birthday to you. Now, yeah, let's see, man.
So Maru's going for this 2 barracks, although it's not proxied. So there is some potential for aggression coming in for Maru. I think he's going to try and at least delay the low ground expand here for Kier. Kier's doing this on the back of 1 barracks, but unlike the last couple of games where we had these early Reaper interactions, it's not a reactored barracks. So although Kier might have more Reapers out on the map right now, not going to be quite as many units early on here, as it doesn't have the extra production capacity from that reactor. And that might give Maru a window to get some damage done.
Okay. Oh, I love the ambush here from Kier. Great tactics, but doesn't end up paying off. Now this Reaper, if it has to bend at all when it turns, it could end up actually getting clipped and shot down, but it is not. Now a second Reaper is going to come up here. Now, remember, this is still double Rax Reaper. It's just not proxied. It's just a much safer version. This would automatically shut down if Kier were to do another double Rax Reaper. Okay, he's going to come up here now. He needs to kill the SCV that's making this. He does. Now the Reaper will heal. The Marines will not. Oh! He drops it.
Wow.
Maru miscontrols a rare sight.
Nice little snipe there by Kier. Able to push forward, snipe down 1 Reaper. Set up that bunker in the main base, and now these Marines, they can pivot back here into the main. They can get another Reaper. And this 2 Rax push from Maru, not getting the damage done that he was hoping for.
Yeah, kind of rare to see, you know, these little jabs backfiring and basically putting him further behind. Now the bunker obviously being done, the Reapers have no business being over here trying to do any more damage. Maru's command center is going to finish, so he's going to start the orbital. And things are kind of coming along a little bit more quickly here for Cure. He's basically ahead in this game. We'll see exactly where he wants to take this game from here.
Nice catch there by Maru, anticipating the move from Cure. He's got the third base location. Yeah, I wonder where we're going to go. Oh my goodness, I did not expect this. It's going to be Banshees and Hyperflight Rotors. So speed Banshee opening here for Cure versus Maru. Not something that you usually see in TBT.
No.
This might actually be the first TBT in GSL this year with Hyperflight Rotors. I can't remember the last time I've seen this.
I think so. So this is a real interesting twist in the game. Because I mean, I certainly wasn't even thinking about this as a possibility. I'm curious if Maru is going to be ready. Maru, remember, I mean, he had basically a weaker ground game position. And so he needs to be ready, you know, to possibly be overwhelmed by the ground. But Banshee's coming in here, you know, and basically taking out workers is a totally different story. Now he is, Maru is making a Cyclone. Or he made one, right?
Yes,
Am I crazy? Okay, yeah. He's getting a tank now. Now Cyclone can counter this, but you got to be over in the right place at the right time. Now the Cyclone's not made because he necessarily senses this is what's coming, right? I mean, Cyclones are kind of fix-alls for a lot of early game situations.
Yeah, so the positioning of the Cyclone when these Hyperflight Rotor Banshees come in is going to be very important here for Maru, because it's one of the few units that can actually lock on and take out one of these Banshees. Cure's going to be waiting for two of them, Hyperflight Rotors, finishing up now as the add-ons are getting switched. Cure doubtless going to be starting Viking production from that starport once the reactor is done. Now these Banshees going to zoom all the way across the map.
My God, they are fast here. Yeah. So where's that Cyclone now? Okay, so it's out here.
Maybe not the position you want it to be in, but how do you anticipate a move like this one, you know?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's pretty hard, man. I mean, there's moments like this, you basically have to just try to recover as best you can. So the Cyclone's going to be front, so he's going to get a lot of kills on the workers here in the main. Cure, again, his whole tournament life is on the line here. He's going to scan, and he's going to come in, and this is going to hit so hard. Maru reacts as fast as anybody could. And the auto turrets are going to come down, but I mean, with, you know, Hyperflight Rotors, you just sort of sidestep this. He's killed 8 SCVs.
It's a nice start here for Cure. The Cyclone not even able to get a lock on. The Banshees just zoom out of the main base. And now Maru, he can't mine from the third either. The command center is here landed, but the SCVs, Maru, he's sending a couple more. I think those might have been rallied from earlier on.
Yeah, I think so.
You have to just defend the main base and the natural mineral lines. You cannot try to defend a third mineral line right now. There's just not enough units.
Yeah, he's going to push out. He's realizing he's in a really good position here. And Stim's going to finish for Maru when this ground army gets up there. By the way, there's no medevac with this. Oh my God, is he getting a little too crazy?
The Vikings are out, but what Cure is doing is he's pulling all of Maru's forces back into the main base. And so even though these Banshees will now get cleaned up, Cure is able to establish position outside the third base of Maru, prevent Maru from mining from that orbital.
This could be a mistake. Without medevacs here, he can't get back out. Is this going to work? I don't think so. I think that Maru is pretty ready for this. This feels like a very unsafe position. He does have 2 medevacs, by the way, so there is the option to pick up. Raven's ready. And the tank is kind of like off to the side here. Nice save.
It's a good move. Maru is going to go for one more stim. There aren't that many Marines here on the front. Armor shredding missile going to connect on everything, though.
Needs to boost that medevac, or he's going to lose that, too. Okay, he pulls just out of range of siege mode.
And well managed by Maru, just pursuing until Cure had enough reinforcements that it was no longer worthwhile. So when all is said and done, a lot of economic damage was done to Maru, but it's mitigated by the fact that Maru went for such a fast third command center. It's now only a 61 to 56 worker advantage here for Cure. So nearly even economically. And one thing that Maru definitely has going for him, which Cure yet does not, is a significantly faster upgrades coming in with 2-2. The Armory just now finishing here for Cure. And so where does Cure take the game from here? Do you add in some extra starports and try to mix in more Vikings? Do you make a Raven transition eventually, the same way that Maru did in game number 2? Or do you go back to the drop harassment? It almost feels like this is too obvious the move for Cure. He's been trying this already earlier on in the series.
Well, we saw this in game 1 where it just feels like occasionally he's just like kind of YOLO dropping places. And that's when you're giving the game up a chance. If you know you can get in somewhere and do damage, that's different than if you're just kind of being really fast and trying to do a bunch of things, and you might end up feeding into their army.
It's kind of interesting the way that Cure is playing this. He's not making any Vikings at all. He has those four medevacs, and he's making more. And instead of adding in an additional starport, it's actually a second factory that is built here by Cure. So Cure is favoring just raw power over having air superiority here versus Maru, perhaps hoping that Maru maybe overcommits to the Viking count. But I'm not sure how that's going to go for Cure. Vikings are one of the best units in this meta for a very good reason. They just pair up so well with siege tanks. They pair up so well with liberators. At either going for a slow push on your opponent's side of the map or at entrenching in a defense on your side of the map. And even though Cure will inevitably have more siege tanks, I think, with this second factory finishing up, although Maru already has his second factory done as well, not having air superiority to pair with that, it's very concerning to me, Tasteless.
Yeah. Right now, Cure just trying to take this position up here at the third base where Maru is and try to come in here and break it again. You were mentioning the different compositions here, air-wise.
I mean, it will mean that Cure is going to have a lot more meat on the ground to push in with. And you can see he's actually just going to stem forward right now.
Okay, he's going to go for the dive here. And, I mean, he is going to get through the first 3 tanks immediately.
Wow!
This is insane. Is it an overextension, though? Now, there's 5 tanks in the back. I think there's no way that this command center can stay on the ground. Cure's going to try to come in a little bit further. He's going to let the medevacs heal up a little bit more. And I think, what is there, 1 tank under that army?
I think it's just 1.
Yeah, I think, and actually, I think it's, well, now it's going to be 1. He's going to then come in with the next wave of Marines. He's going to take that one out. I think he can just go in for the kill move. I think that Cure is going to have done it. He is going to basically tie this up 2-2.
My goodness, Cure with this push without Vikings, just having way more army on the ground, able to push in. There aren't enough Ravens to actually disable all these tanks. Cure fights back. We're all tied up 2-2.
Dude, what a great game.
Oh, I have to kind of rethink my understanding of TBT with that play coming out from Cure.
Yeah.
To go for no Vikings whatsoever, to do everything with just raw power in mind and try and hit at a timing attack where perhaps Maru's being a little bit too greedy, going for the second and third starports, going for the Raven transition. I mean, Cure just played that perfectly. There was one window for him to push in and take a perfect position on the third base of Maru. Force that base to evacuate, and then siege up in the natural expansion. And that was the time to do it. So a very well-played game from Cure, and this is going to have a ripple effect here in a game number 5 now, because if Maru tries to play the same style that he did in previous games in this series, you now have to wonder, is Cure actually going to be going for this sort of timing attack where he has way more army than you because he's playing for a less refined composition?
Yeah. I mean, Cure, I guess he showed that when you're that much ahead in army supplies, you can just rely on medevacs, basically, you know? You're not going to be able to spellcast your way out of that, especially after the armor debuff is cast and is worn off. So this is it, guys. The final match between these two. The winner goes on to face off against Hero here in the finals of Season 2 of the GSL. Okay, let's look at the SCVs. Did anybody send anything out across the map?
Seems to be a quiet start between these two. No early SCVs just yet. Maru spawning in the top left. Cure down here in the bottom right, by the way.
Yeah. So Cure has definitely made some big adjustments here and is playing a different game. Maru is setting an SCV out on the map. And has there been a barrack start? Yeah, there's a barrack started inside the main. So I guess this is going to be probably what we saw in game 2, which is a barracks on the map.
Oh, it's Gemini. Hey, Gemini.
Hello, Gemini. what was I saying? Oh, it's going to be like the build we saw in Game 2 is what I wanted to say. So it might even be the factory like added in afterwards.
Yeah, the proxy factory and starport as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could be. You know, in that game number 2, Kira was able to get a couple of Reapers into the main base of Maru, but it didn't actually convert into anything because Maru got this magnificent SV surround, which was just off screen. Every single Reaper was cleaned up. And so it's kind of confidence inspiring here for Maru to go for the same build here in game number 5. Because the way that I looked at game number 2, I was thinking, you know, well, maybe if he microed the Reapers correctly in the main base, if he wasn't so focused on trying to defend on his side of the map, I really like Kira's position in that game number 2. It kind of made me think that we wouldn't see the build again here from Maru. So maybe this could be a little bit of a deviation from what we saw before. I'm curious to see if there's going to be a factory proxied or a starport proxied with this.
Okay, he's not going to see it. This is, by the way, roughly the same spot. I know it's a different map, but kind of the same area.
Oh, SCV's going to scout it.
Oh my god, but he doesn't see the factory. By the way, spacing that out is deliberate. In case you are spotted, it's kind of an insurance play. You still don't see the whole big picture.
Okay, nice.
Okay,
nice here for Kira.
Double Reaper coming out for the defender means you got to leave.
It was a little bit scary when Maru's Reapers were encroaching on that barracks. You would think that if you got a jump on the first Reaper, things could snowball.
So is there anything special you can do with this SCV? Can you prox anything on their side of the map? I guess probably not.
I don't think so. I think right now Curtis needs to focus on the defense. The best thing this SCV can do is actually get scouting information, see if there's a low ground expand here for Maru.
Okay, he's not going to be able to get in.
And I think also seeing no command center here on the high ground also tells a little bit. Although
yeah.
it would be kind of crazy if Maru went for a high ground expansion with how much map control he has right now.
Okay, factory and starport. Now, Kira hasn't really taken any damage at all, but he does not have anywhere near as much. So, you know, I hope for Maru's sake he doesn't try to jump in here because the Hellion lineup is going to be insane. No way! Whoa! Oh my God!
Oh, that's a disaster here for Maru. 4 Reapers.
Maru's got a smile on his face. You know in the Blade movie where Blade throws the ninja star and it kills like 3 or 4 vampires? That's what that was.
Oh, and now he can get on top of the production. Oh my goodness.
I think Kira's going to win this, guys.
Has Kira done it? Maru, he's trying to transition out of this. He's building a command center at home. But I think jumping up that wall with the Reapers might have just spelled his demise. Now, he can pop out this Cyclone and then immediately lift it up with the medevac if he wants to. But, oh, man, Kira catching all of the Reapers as well. This is just too much damage.
I still cannot believe he went up there. You know there's going to be Hellions there.
The counterpunch coming in from Kira. He knows most of the production here for Maru is proxied on the other side of the map. There are 3 Reapers in the main base with no answer to them.
Oh my God, he's going to send the Cyclone back. So, you know, SCV casualties are just adding up over here.
$30 SCVs to 27 in Kira's favor now. Kira already mining from the low ground here at the natural expansion and producing SCVs 2 at a time.
I'm not sure the best way to play this. I was going to say, do you want to try to push there? Or do you want to try to punish the infrastructure? It looks like he wants to come in here and basically hit this.
I think if Kira...
Oh my God.
Man. I think as long as Kira camps, if he cleans up this infrastructure, there is no way. I think it is impossible for Maru to defend a timing push on the back of this.
Okay, he's going to kill the tank immediately. This tank will only be in this game for seconds. Now, the army that came down here to try to help defend is going to be picked off as well. The Viking, if it spawns, is never going to get back home. It can't fly away, it can't land.
Or he's trying to play for kind of a greedy game behind this, going for a 3rd command center in the main base right now, but there just isn't going to be enough production. The Viking pops, it trades out. The factory and the starport here are lifting.
You can see Kira's even playing a little bit defensively back at home, just knowing, okay, just keep him out. Keep him away of any kind of counterattack, which isn't going to happen, by the way.
Now, importantly, Maru started his starport before the factory was taken out. so he will eventually have starport production. The problem is that Cure's got so many production cycles out of the factory, out of the starport, that Cure has units that are just a tier higher than what Maru's got. Maru, it's pure Marines here on defense. It's going to be Marines in an SCV pull, trying to defend against the push from Cure. Whereas Cure, he's got Vikings, he's got Siege Tanks, he's still got that Hellion for splash damage.
Yeah, and Maru's basically going for like a super greedy double eBay, triple command center play, hoping that Cure maybe plays a little bit too shy and tries to play a slow game with his lead, and that's not happening because we see an attack coming out here right now. GG. Okay.
Wow.
Whoa, man, that's crazy. By the way, another GSL finals without Maru this year.
Honestly, a stunning upset. Maru takes the first 2 maps in the best of 5, and then Cure confirms the reverse sweep versus the best TBT player in the world. I'm surprised Maru ran back that build again after game number 2. Here in game number 5, you know, he got the better end of Cure earlier on in the series, but Cure just had the perfect answer to it in the final match. That's the one that matters the most. So once more, going to be a GSL finals without Maru.
Yeah, no 9th GSL title going to Maru here. Cure's gone on to the finals, and we're going to have Hero versus Cure to close out Season 2.
Yeah, it's going to be a very fun finals between these two. And honestly, thinking back to the GSL Season 1 and Season 2, Cure, his TVP is incredible. I might even think that his TVP is above Maru's right now. So this is just going to be a banger of a finals.
It's going to be good. It should be long, too. Cure and Hero have made for some extremely long, drawn-out PVTs.
Yeah, Cure is not afraid of trying to go for the exhaust play, where he just hunkers down on 3 or 4 bases, goes to build basically the supreme Terran army, and Hero expands, consumes the entire map, much like a Zerg player, and just keeps throwing waves and waves of units at him. I expect at least a couple of games in that best of 7 to go that way.
I think most of them will probably be that. Probably 1 or 2 cheesy ones, but man, I mean, just we couldn't ask for more exciting drama here between these two. Guys, we're going to go to a break. We'll be right back with the finals.
So you know I hold it down. Got the winner in my locker, gonna get a touchdown. Make a play, make it rain, get the win, celebrate. At the end of the day, we're the best. Anyway, I'm a winner, not a sinner. So you know I hold it down. Got the winner in my locker, gonna get a touchdown. Make a play, make it rain, get the win, celebrate. At the end of the day, we're the best.
Incoming transmission. 게임이다, 뮤지컬 게임이다.
이거는 무조건 피지컬적인 게임이고 제가 요즘 느끼는 게 싱싱한 선수들이 이길 수가 없어요. 게임을 해보면 결과는 제가 이겼어도 게임하면서 피지컬이 밀리는 게 느껴져요. 그게 너무 힘들더라고요. 한국에서 이제 노장 선수들이랑 하다가 외국 가서 싱싱한 선수들이랑 하면은 확실히 느껴지는 게 다르고 근데 그 선수들이 이제 뮤지컬이 채워지면은 너무 무서울 것 같아요. 그래서 저는 피지컬에 한 표 주겠습니다.
무조건 재능이라고 생각을 했었는데 요즘 보면은 클램이나 준호 형이나 잘하는 선수들이 되게 노력을 많이 해서 잘한다고 생각을 해가지고 당연히 재능 조금의 노력 같고 예전에는 저도 완전히 피지컬 스타일이었고 그런 견제나 그런 컨트롤 위주였는데 많이 머리를 쓰면서 게임을 근래에는 조금 하고 있는데 저는 요즘은 뇌지컬이라고 생각을 해요.
일단 기본적으로 피지컬 게임이긴 한데 확실히 뇌를 안 쓰면 많이 못하는 것 같아서 반반은 아니고 이제 한 6대4로 피지컬이 좀 더 앞서 있다고 생각하고
저는 무조건 재능이라고 생각하긴 하는데 근데 지금은 재능 있는 선수들도 노력을 그렇게 많이 하지 않는 시즌이라서 지금 현재로는 노력만 하면 충분히 우승할 수 있다고 생각합니다.
원래는 뇌지컬이라고 생각 많이 했었는데요. 요새 게임들 보면 피지컬이 훨씬 더 압도적으로 중요한 부분을 찾았나 싶어요. 근데 워낙 컨트롤이 선수 발전이 너무 많이 돼가지고 진짜 컨트롤이 한 번만이라도 좀 실수하면 쉽게 경기가 끝나는 상황이 많아서 요새는 그냥 피지컬이 거의 90% 정도 되는 것 같아요.
재능이 기본에 있는 노력이 플러스인 것 같은데요, 저는? 예를 들어서 탑을 노린다면은 재능이 무조건 1순위긴 한데 근데 노력을 뺄 수가 없을 것 같아요. 굳이 더 둘 중 하나에 뭘 더 높게 치면 그래도 재능을 더 높게 치긴 합니다. 한 6대4?
I wasn't expecting that question. I think they both matter to some extent, but I think usually effort is like the most important. But I know a lot of people say like you need like some talent, and once like you have like talent, then it's the effort that makes the difference. I think that might be true. Among the people that are like able to get like GM plus pretty much, I think it's mostly like work, like dedication, and also just playing for a long time. And also you have to like practice in a way that like efficient and all of that stuff. So you kind of have to be like smart about how you like practice and everything. I would say like 70% will work.
그러면 현준 선수는 재능이라고
8강 지king 사람 보면 아는데 딱 재능 3명 있잖아요. 히어로, 클래식, 마루 이렇게 재능이고
일단 재능이 형은 마루고요. 근데 마루는 약간 노력도 해가지고 그래서 더 잘하는 것 같고요.
일단 성주는 진짜 재능인 것 같아요. 왜냐면 좀 생각을 많이 하는 것 같고 플레이를 보면
그래도 성주가 재능으로는 제일 탑이지 않나. 성주 같은 경우에는 손이 너무 좋고 배가 있으면 빌드 좀 짜놓고 몇 판 해보고 나가는데 좀 잘 이기는 느낌 굉장히 강했고 성주의 재능은 진짜다.
재능은 이제 성주, 마루 확실한 재능.
그럼 성주인가? 재능은 성주가 가장 뛰어난 것 같고요.
성주 형은 노력을 정말 많이 하셨지만 따라갈 수 없는 재능의 벽이 있다. 확실히 재능 있는 선수들이 있거든요. 뭐 옛날에 신영이나 뭐
조성주 선수는 재능이 압도적인 것 같고요.
재능은 사실 조성주가 제일 높다고 생각하고 그냥 게임하면 느껴져요. 얘가 다른 사람이랑 다르다는 게.
열이 형 말고 안 떠오르는 병렬이 형인 것 같은데 머리가 엄청 좋아가지고 빌드도 여러 가지 짜고
1등으로 뽑힌 기분이 좋으신가요?
그거는 기분 좋죠. 그래도 인정 좀 받는 느낌이니까 기분은 좋습니다.
재능에 있어서는 진짜 세랄 선수는 진짜 예외적인 케이스라고 생각하거든요. 왜냐면은 세랄 선수는 그 유럽에서 갑자기 어나더 클래스가 나온 느낌이라서 세랄 선수의 등장으로 인해서 거의 그냥 유럽 선수들이 다 전체적으로 잘해줬다고 생각하기 때문에 재능 쪽으로는 약간 세랄 선수가 이제 원탑이지 않을까 이렇게 생각합니다.
If I had to say who's like the most talented, it's very hard to say, but I think you could say like maybe Rainer, because he really doesn't play like super consistently, but he always does very well. So maybe him.
압도적으로 노력을 많이 한다.
노력을 많이 한다고 생각하는 선수는 지금 올라온 선수 중에서는 아마 정재영 선수 같은 경우는 물론 재능도 있지만 노력을 좀 많이 하는 것 같아요.
희범이 형이 노력하지 않을까. 왜냐하면 커리어적인 부분도 있어서 그렇게 생각하고 있습니다.
그 도욱이도 이제 저랑 비슷한 시기에 게임을 준비했던 친구인데 그때는 좀 많이 아쉬웠는데 엄청 열심히 하고 리플레이도 되게 많이 보고 게임 공부도 되게 많이 했던 것 같아요.
노력은 도욱이, 김도욱인 것 같아요. 너무 오래되긴 했는데 프로리그 같은 날 당일은 다 쉬는 분위기라서 밖에 나가서 놀려고 하는데 혼자 남아서 연습을 하더라고요. 새벽까지 연습을 하다가 들어오는 경우를 많이 봤기 때문에
지표를 보면 알다시피 전화 변인데 변현우가 좀 더 노력형인 것 같습니다.
예전엔 도욱이 형이었는데 요즘에는 변현 형과 게임 엄청 열심히 하더라고요. 요즘 열심히 하기 쉽지 않은데 엄청 열심히 했어요.
아무래도 변현우 선수가 저는 그나마 꼽자면 제일 노력하는 것 같고, 왜냐면 이 선수는 GSL 2010년 때부터 16년 동안 게임만 하면서 16년 동안 살아온 사람이기 때문에 그나마 제일 노력형인 것 같습니다.
김준호 선수가 꽤나 꾸준히 열심히 노력하는 것 같다는 느낌을 많이 받았고요.
I think for like hard work, the one that comes to my mind is actually Hero, because I have him on the like added on the ladder these days. Like I have him in my friend list on like EU. I think like Hero, Max Specs, they grind, and I think they're like very hard workers.
엠버 있을 때 재선이 형이 그런 느낌이었던 것 같아요. 게임을 진짜 많이 해가지고 재능보다 노력을 엄청 많이 해가지고 재능이 어떤지를 몰라도 일단 노력이 더 많을 수밖에 없는 그런 느낌이었던 것 같아요.
비슷한 탤런트 같아요. 근데 hard work, first of all, 게임 많이 해요.
노력은 진짜로 준호 형을 인정하거든요. 준호 형이 당연히 재능이 있지만 노력으로 더 이렇게 빛을 보는 선수인 것 같아서 준호 형을 굉장히 존경하고 리스펙합니다.
Incoming transmission.
GSL Season 2.
This is it, everybody. We are here in the grand finals of Season 2 of the GSL. And what a finals it's going to be. Pure versus Hero. Surprisingly, Maru has not made another finals this year.
Especially surprising because Maru won the first 2 games of that best of 5 versus Cure. Cure now with so much momentum, confirming the reverse sweep, entering a berth here into the finals.
All right, it's going to be Hero, I think, coming out.
You figured it out,
I was like, I actually don't know. They didn't tell me who comes out first. I'm like, they're showing these Hero pictures, so it must be Cure. Give it up for Cure. All right, Hero, who, by the way, has been on a meteoric run. I mean, he's had periods where he is like, you know, on some given days, the best player in the whole world. But today, he's going to be in yet another finals. He won Season 1. He won of GSL, I should say. He won Season 5 of RSL not long ago. He's here to win his second GSL this year, and I don't know if there's anybody that can stop him. Okay, so now it's going to be pictures of Cure, which means it must be Hero coming out again, right? Alright, here's Cure.
All this strategy mastermind introduce finalist.
You guys can see we really rehearsed this part of the show for this finals. It's
honestly, the graphics look awesome.
It does look great.
All right, Cure coming out now after the 3-2 victory over Maru. Seems like he has the best TVP in Korea, possibly the best TVP in the world right now. If there is any Terran on the planet who can stop Hero in his reign of terror in 2026, it is this guy right here.
Yeah. Rapid Team Liquid jersey. Cure is looking so strong. Now, he's a guy that rarely gets to our finals. You know, always playing second fiddle here. Tomorrow, now's his shot.
네, GSL 팬 여러분, 3주 만에 다시 이곳에서 인사를 드리게 됐습니다. 준결승 경기 2경기 상당히 뜨거운 경기를 펼치고 이 두 선수가
Now we're back to GSL finals after 3 weeks for another season.
네. 3주전과 마찬가지로 정말 많은 분들이 이곳 프리업 스튜디오를
A lot of people gathered and came here like the last season. I saw the semifinals, and you guys didn't really disappoint. It's been 3 weeks after you won, Hero. How have you been? Well, there were a lot of tournaments, so it was really hectic. So yeah, it's quite overwhelming that I'm standing here again. I mean, we saw your performance last season and today as well, and I think this year might be your year right now. I think everyone's theme this year was beat Hero. What do you think? Well, starting off the season, my games have been really well, so I think that's why people are saying that. But that being said, I have a really good feeling that I can have a really good end here. Yeah, you have a lot of fans cheering for you and your wife and your team as well. So how do you feel? I mean, it's not that easy to come here and watch every time. So yeah, I'm really grateful for all the fans who are coming here. Well, last time I won, I kind of forgot the important part. Actually, I forgot to mention about my team T1. So yeah, I think I gotta well, I'm gonna save it until the last time because I'm gonna win it and I'm gonna say it again here properly after I win. Round of applause, please, for Cure as well. Well, your semifinals wasn't easy. I mean, the first 2 games was very hard for you. So I think that might have been going 3-0 for Maru, but you turned it around. So how did you feel before that game? I just thought myself, just stick to my plays, don't be shaken. So I think that worked really well, and I think I turned around because of that. Now, your last win was 5 years ago. I mean, even though you have been in finals 5 times, but you're gonna be yearning for the victory. So how do you feel? Well, I always gave my all to the victory. So even though I didn't get the championship or the title for the 5 years, but I don't have any regrets. Well, you were undefeated against Protoss this season, but your only loss here was Hero. And this is like kind of a jinx for you. So what do you think about it?
저번 4강에서도 확실히 준호 형한테 본진 플레이를 처음 당했어요. 프로토스한테. 그래서
Actually, in the last season, I never thought of him playing one base plays. So yeah, definitely I'll have to be prepared for a lot of unorthodox plays. So I have to be prepared for anything. So you do feel that for like all the like strategically, mentally, or for a lot of things that different than other Protoss? Yeah, I think he does because he knows how to annoy the opponent. So yeah, in that sense, he's really a picky opponent. Yeah, I know you're gonna be yearning for revenge. So did that loss actually help you? Yeah, so it always I think it always depends on the mentality, how do you stick to your plays,
리벤지를
like
준비하고 있습니다. 김도욱 선수. 그리고
how to not to
이
get
매치에서
distracted.
리벤지는 없다라고
So I
김도욱
think,
선수는 생각을 하고 계실 텐데 이
yeah.
자리에서 어떤
So I
모습을
think that in that
보시면
sense, I think
경기를
I'll have to
치르게
be
되는 김도욱
prepared
선수에게
more
한 말씀 해주신다면 어떤 얘기를
mentally,
해주시겠습니까?
and I'll be sticking to my plays,
솔직한 마음을 담아서 부탁드립니다.
not distracted at all. I mean, well, so Hero, I mean, you said there's not gonna be revenge. So like, what are you gonna say to your opponent? Well, I'm gonna say I'm sorry. I'm sorry for you.
미루도록 하겠습니다. 이 이야기는 너무나 조곤조곤하고
Well, Hero said
이 부분에 대해서 한 말씀 좀 부탁드리겠습니다.
he's gonna say a shout out to his team after he wins. So that's gonna mean something. What are you gonna say about that, Cure?
Not today. 알겠습니다.
Well,
항상 공식 질문이 있죠.
this time is gonna be different.
결승전 스코어 솔직하게.
So not today. Okay.
저번에 저랑 4강을 치르면서
So what do you think about score, Hero?
승부 예상하고
I think that the loss he got last time he taught something. So I think maybe 42. So you're not gonna say you're not gonna go all the way to the 7. Okay.
김도욱 선수는 몇 대 몇으로 좀 예상을 하십니까?
Yeah, I think if I go to all the way to the 7 games, I think it's gonna be dicey. So yeah.
어쨌든 간에 뭐 4대
42.
4대 이렇게 쉽게 승부가 나지 않을 거라고.
How about you, Cure? Well, I think it's not gonna be easy. So like it's gonna be 4-3.
원했던 세트에서 경기가 끝나게 될지 아니면 조금 다른 의외의 경기
Well,
결과가 기다리고 있을지.
We're gonna see what it's gonna be. I mean, if it's gonna be 42 or 43, or just gonna be expected or not expected. Let's find out who's gonna be the champion of this season. Let's go, Hero versus Cure.
GSL Season 2.
All right, this is it, everybody. We are ready to go into the final match. I'm super excited about this one. I think these two players have made this specific matchup more interesting than ever before. We are in a totally different world here in PvT late game. And you know, let's talk about the last 2 years, because I do feel like there's been a lot of discussion, a lot of debate. Maybe a little bit of toxicity around this matchup.
Toxicity in my StarCraft 2?
That's right.
No way, Tasteless!
There was a period where it just seemed like Terrence couldn't kill Protosses, right? And Protosses just got bigger and bigger. And many people were saying that, you know, and this was, by the way, in several different patches of StarCraft 2. Yeah, for a while, the Protosses were just murdering all the Terrans. And then we got to the point where Protosses were just taking the whole map. And it seemed like there was no way to stop it until Cure and until Maru kind of showed us an out. They basically go all the way into late game, mass up tons of Marauder, get super teched out, and then start to just try to do these crazy base trades. PvT now in StarCraft 2 looks more like StarCraft 1 than it has ever looked, which is crazy. StarCraft 1, if for those of you that just play StarCraft 2, StarCraft 1, the Protoss actually behaves like a Zerg player in PvT. The Protoss like takes the whole map. They're counter-attacking a lot. They're you know, recalling, or in other words, dropping. So it's a very different matchup. But it's interesting to see that StarCraft 2 has become that. And for a while, people were saying there's no way, in the old days of StarCraft 1, there's no way for Terran to beat Protoss. Protoss is just able to get too big. But eventually, Terrans figured it out. And it seems like now, Terrans in StarCraft 2 have figured it out.
That's kind of the same story, isn't it? Terran late game compositions, even though it feels a little bit unintuitive in the history of StarCraft 2, they're currently better in this iteration of StarCraft. You go into Liberators, you go into Ghosts, Marauders, Siege Tanks. It's hard to breach that position. It's hard to take a winning fight as Protoss. And so usually what we see happening, should we go into a mid-game and even play, and if Cure wants to play a long macro game, is Hero basically consuming the entire side of the map, building nexuses, not just to saturate bases, but just to deny even Cure the tempo advantage of being able to drop a command center and instantly start morphing into Planetary Fortress. And then Hero is going to be assembling these armies and basically running them through the meat grinder, trying to slowly by sheer attrition, erode the position of Cure. Now, I'm not sure how many games in this best of 7 series are going to look like that, but I'm expecting at least a couple of them too.
Yeah.
Cure, he has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. He's capable of doing some very clever all-in timing attacks. Hero can absolutely do the exact same thing. It's going to be a lot of fun.
All right, guys, we're ready to start this finals. Our first map is going to be Old Republic. Hero versus
GSL
Cure.
Season 2.
Best of 7 starts now.
All right, map number 1 has loaded in on Old Republic. Hero spawning as the blue Protoss at the top right, Cure the red Terran in the bottom left.
Okay, going into this game here, audience giving a big cheer here for Cure. Korean casters call him out as well. So, you know, we will probably have a couple of macro long PVTs here, but we will also probably have a couple of pretty crazy cheesy games. Terrans have also learned a lot of ways to try to control the early game and basically shut down the Protoss from really developing. And the same is true for Protoss. There's always been a lot of ways for Protoss to kind of come in there with some good punishes versus them. So I think we're going to have a wide range of different looking games.
And Hero in game number 1 kind of doing a similar play to what he did in game number 1 versus Rogue, going for about as greedy as he possibly can on opening. Gas first into gate, and a Nexus I believe was thrown down on 18 or 19 supply. Now adding in the Cybernetics core, delaying the scout until after that Nexus has started. And so Hero's going to have just a slightly faster development than the Protoss player typically would in a PVT. It's interesting to me that Hero's approaching both of these series, the best of 5 versus Rogue and the best of 7 versus Cure, in the same way, going for maybe playing off his reputation a little bit. Hero is typically thought of as a very aggressive player and not a particularly greedy one.
Right. So, you know, for now we're going to see, as the Nexus finishes, what is that tech going to become here? And what is he going to show? You know, and we've had games where it's usually 2-gate, or 3-gate's actually a little bit more popular, into a third base, where you're getting Blink, and Blink is really more of a defensive measure. Wow, he went for a Stargate.
Yeah, interesting opening here from Hero.
I'm like, but this guy isn't a Zerg. Like, why is he doing that?
He needs the Oracle to take the third base.
Yeah, well, otherwise the Lings will surround the Nexus.
No, this is a very interesting approach. Now, I wonder if Hero behind this is just going to bank Phoenixes. Kira is one of these players who loves to try and get a sort of early edge, whether it be with early Widowmine drops, whether it be with Cloak Banshees, or in this case with Hellions. Kira loves his finesse play. He loves to try and pick off a couple of probes to make the early game that much easier. And should Hero just start up Phoenixes and begin banking them versus Cure, I think Hero will be in a very good position to basically parry whatever the opening strike is from Cure.
Yeah, well, you know, when you get these kind of openings, and Cure does this a lot, by the way, the Widowmine drop. This is a great way to basically kind of play a quiet start, and if they make the first move, and it looks like Cure probably is going to do that, you will just kill everything and probably suffer no losses and just be in a good spot. And, you know, you were saying a second ago, State, like, you know, Hero's kind of known for being the guy to activate first in the game and to try to come out there and get in your face. So I think this is pretty smart. And it's going to be the 4 Widowmine drop. So he is going to pair this with the 2 Hellions. Now, there obviously perfect execution is required for Hero here. You can still lose a lot. You know, Widowmine drops are maybe, I think especially for beginning players, maybe the most unforgiving thing in the game, because if you're not completely ready to preempt it, you will just lose. So here he comes. He's going to move in now.
Hero is looking. He threw down a pylon right when those Widowmine drops were coming in. Now the Phoenixes are revealed. 1 Widowmine is going to burrow in the mineral line, though. 5 probes get taken out, so not the flawless defense from Hero we were expecting with this Phoenix play.
Yeah, he's going to kill the Hellion off. So he kills 4 mines. He kills 2 Hellions. If he can catch that medevac, that's pretty good. Now, 5 probes, I mean, that is a little bit painful, right? But it's not like the Terran I think, got the value that you wanted from a play like that. I mean, to lose that many units early on, and by the way, it wasn't like he traded out any Phoenixes, or maybe he lost a Stalker back there, actually. I think there might have been one Widow Mine hit that hit a Stalker. Okay, by the way, he sees this. So there's no way this medevac's going to get home.
I think this is a good trade for Hero. You might have lost a couple of probes, but that was so much production time. 3 production cycles on a reactored factory in the first Starport unit to try and get 5 probe kills. It is not a worthwhile trade for Cure. So Hero, knowing that so much production time was invested in this early harassment, frees him up to play even more greedy. He can take the 3rd base faster than you typically would. He can go for a forge faster than you typically would. Oftentimes in modern PvT, you wait until after the first push is defended before throwing down your forges. Your Hero able to go for a very fast +1.
Now, this is going to be a 2-base timing attack here. Probably with a 3rd, right at the last second as the attack comes out. I don't know if SCVs are going to be pulled here. I guess if he does make a 3rd CC, he wouldn't pull SCVs. But, I mean, you look at this, you see 3 barracks, a factory to Starport. You know what kind of game this is going to be. Now, this attack should not do anywhere near as much damage as one would expect because, he really didn't get as much done with the harassing drop. But at the same time, like, Phoenixes don't really help in holding off big 2-base timing attacks like this, so that's a big factor as well.
By the way, a really nice move with Kira just committing to the Raven, even though he knows that Hero has these Phoenixes out on the map. Had Kira done the safe thing and kept the Raven back at home, the Phoenix surely would have been able to snipe it. So getting 5 more probe kills in the main base at this cost of that Raven is a good move. It also frees Kira up to move here into the center. And here, are you watching your Phoenixes? He is. Lock on his scan to confirm vision. Will trade one of those Phoenixes out.
Okay. He's going to get a little bit closer here. And this push is going to start. Stim is going to be done that second. It's just 1 medevac. So you don't have the same kind of sustain you'd have if you had, like, many more. He could try to hit the sweet spot where the Robo is, but he's got to get through the Immortals, the Zealots, Stalkers, Sentries, Phoenixes first.
Yeah, the upgrades kind of trickling in here for Kira is a little bit unfortunate. If +1 weapons and combat shields was done already, Kira would have loved to just push in on this position instead, just waiting for the upgrade to finish before committing. Now he stims. Kira charges in. Guardian Shield and Force Field is actually bisecting this army, taking out about 4 or 5 of these Marines early on. Colossus is out here. That'll allow a lot of firepower here onto these light units, the Marines. It seems like Hero able to hang on for now.
Yeah, I mean, that did not get the job done. I'll say that much. He's going to try to come in here and pick up the tank. No, he can't quite get the tank because the Marines are going to cover it well enough. He's actually back to making Phoenixes, by the way. Yeah, so he's once again going to be forced back. Now, Terran does have a bigger army. Protoss survives this, and I don't think Protoss can take too much more damage, but I also don't know that Hero can counterattack. But, we've kind of seen PvTs that look like this, right? What is the Protoss going to do? Probably just grow and get a lot bigger. The Protoss doesn't have to really think about ending the game right now. You're kind of just almost playing single player, trying to just balloon out on the map.
Yeah, I wonder if that's the way that Hero wants to take this game. 4th base isn't being thrown down just yet. You would expect Hero, after denying that move out from Cure, if he wanted to play the super greedy gateway style, he would likely be taking the 4th base a little bit faster than he is this time. And the fact that he's adding in more Phoenixes kind of makes me think that Hero is setting up for some sort of timing attack. There is even a probe cut right now. Templar Archives, this is surely going to be for Archons and not for Storm, I would think here.
No, I think you're correct. I thought he was going to just start to take more bases, but yeah, with more gateways and the Templar Archives and everything, yeah, this is probably just going to be him kind of getting ready to try to do a big counterpunch here. Double Colossus here. Is there no observer with this? I don't think there is. There's an observer somewhere in the game, but I don't see where it is.
I'm not sure where that observer is at. By the way, Hero playing this style, he's doing it with 6 gases, not the 4 gases that you typically see. The very greedy play. So going to be a lot more high-tech units coming out here for Hero. And will he actually go into Storm, or will this be Archons?
He's kind of serpentining around the middle of the map here. Both sides are.
Okay, 2 Archons morphing in.
He's just making sure. You got to be very careful about the counterattacks. You do have recall as a resource, but once you're forced to use that, then you really, it's a lot harder to push even after that moment. Cure is actually going to max out here before Hero, and he's got a lot of Vikings. He's got something like over a dozen Vikings, so he can kill Colossi so fast. Now, the Phoenixes will draw Viking shots away, but that's only going to last seconds.
Man, I love the way that Kier is playing this. He's delaying intentionally. Additional upgrades, +2 infantry weapons, +2 armor, because he wants to be able to muster out enough army that he can just topple the 4th base expansion here from Hero. Storm is not done. It's mostly Archons here for Hero that are taking up on the front line along with these Zealots, but Ghosts are out on the field. EMPs could be clutch here for Kier. Vikings going to try and isolate the 2 Colossi that are providing the majority of the firepower here for Protoss. And now we have the engagement coming in. Vikings focus firing down the Colossi, not targeting the Phoenix. One of the Colossi is going to survive there with a Warp Prism shuffling it back, but you can see Hero, his army, it can't actually connect with Kier's.
He's going to attack it again here, and the Archons are going to do so much damage. The Colossi are gone, though. And I think Kier, I mean, does he actually have enough? It depends on if these Archon shots are going to connect. The Zealots are going to come in here to be that meat shield. The Vikings are very, very low, and actually, Hero is going to hang on and hold that attack off. Another Colossus about halfway done. Amazing hold there by Hero.
Yeah, I thought Hero was down and out.
Same, I actually did too.
His army is absolutely massive, but you know, the added damage of all of these stims in a long protracted engagement like that one, it really adds up. Kier's still trying to heal his bio army back up to full HP. Trying to add in some more Ghosts. Kier needs those EMPs to try and soften the shields on the Zealots and more importantly, the Archons of Hero. But right now, the fact that Kier, you know, he was able to get more units because he delayed 2-2 upgrades. It's one of the reasons why he had such a large army when he pushed into Hero's 4th. The fact that Hero was able to defend that now with 2 forges means that upgrade advantage is going to be firmly on Hero's side moving forward.
Okay. He is going to just unload over here, and this is going to be a bit of a headache because now you can come in and try to press over to the entrance, and I don't think there's anything here to defend other than the planetary. Oh, actually, he's got some stuff back here. But can he actually just like 2-shot this, 3-shot this down?
Kier lifting up the command center, canceling the planetary, allows it to stay alive.
Yeah, I thought the planetary was actually done for a second there, so the fact that he gets the lift off is going to save the day. And I think Hero retreating is smart. Hero is getting to that kind of scary moment where he's going to start to have a lot of bases here. Again, Terran right now just on these 4 bases. Not a lot to work with. He's going to try to push out again all the way across the map. I don't know that Hero's going to be ready for this.
Yeah, this is a bold position to be holding here as Hero. Very little energy on those sentries. Archon's also low on shields now. Here setting up a concave. He's going to pounce on this position. Zealots reinforcing now from the 3rd base, trying to provide some cover here for a Hero, but the Vikings making quick work of that Colossus there in the front. There's not a lot of range firepower here for Hero. Even a small number of SCVs being added into the mix. I mean, they're doing a good job taking for the army.
Yeah, I mean, that might do... Well, hold on a second. The Zealot counterattack is kind of crazy. How much is there to sustain over here? These medevacs don't have a ton of energy. The Zealots are going to be pulled away. He can try to come in here for the sandwich.
Kier has enough units reinforcing from those barracks that he will be able to stabilize now at the natural expansion, and Hero's scrambling to get enough units out that he won't lose any more bases. Hero, he's already lost this 4th Nexus. I don't know if Kier is aware of the 5th expansion in the bottom right.
Yeah, I think he doesn't. He might end up just going over it, though, with these medevacs.
I see his units reinforcing from there, so Kier likely now has his suspicions.
All right, he's going to move out once again. And I don't know about this attack here from Hero. I think Hero's getting a little bit too exposed right now. Whenever you have just like Stalker Zealots, it's never going to be strong against, you know, everything else that Terran has. This is like a very, very sophisticated army. He's got Disruptors. I don't know if that's going to be able to change this.
Kier, pretty quick reaction. Disruptor still gets a good shot off, though. I think what Hero's doing with the army movement is just trying to buy as much time as possible for this 4th base to soak up some more resources in the bottom right. You know, he was able to prompt Kier to chase him for a couple of minutes. And actually now with a recall, Hero's army all the way back here at the bottom right, buying even more time. So it's some fancy army movement. Hero's actually been able to buy maybe a couple more minutes of income from this expansion, and that might be enough for him to defend.
Okay, he's going to try to push in a little bit further. The Colossus is going to come in here to try to meet with this. Everything's a little bit disjointed. The Zealots are, you know, soaking damage in the front. The Colossus wasn't actually hitting anything at all. 3-3 is in the mail right now for Terran.
Yeah, and Hero has stopped getting upgrades. He's at +3 ground weapons, +2 ground armor. Just cannot commit resources to getting more upgrades right now. It's all about the here and now. Is trying to really keep pace with Cure, who has quieted down a little bit on the macro front. You know, Cure, he took the 4th base very quickly behind this aggression, but since then, he hasn't used his presence on the map to actually establish a 5th base.
Okay, the stim is going to come up and connect with this 12 o'clock base. He is going to have Zealots here to drive this back out. Good save. Right now, Hero maxed out. And again, it's still Cure on the 4 bases. Now, Hero is not out of control huge, like we've seen in some of these other games. He never quite got to that point, but he's getting there again. He's rebuilding.
Another disruptor shot comes in. Makes some good damage done.
Okay, the Zealots are going to come in here, and he's going to have to back up. Again, the position is kind of feeling a little bit brittle here, but you got to be careful. Sometimes Cure will just kite this well enough that he'll suddenly get the upper hand, and Protoss can't retreat.
Yeah, the position feels brittle, but I'm not sure Hero can actually break into this. We'll see, though. He's thinking about trying.
I mean, the planetary makes it so hard to do. Oh,
yeah.
My God.
Oh, the splits from Cure are absolutely huge. One of the Colossus is going to fall to the Vikings. There aren't enough Stalkers to actually deal with these Vikings, so both Colossi are going to drop. The Disruption's now in high retreat, trying to get out of this position. Most of them will be picked off.
Okay, he's going to land that. He's going to try to come in here. He feels like he's maybe weakened him enough. It's going to be his turn to take his chunk of the pie. Oh, my God. Okay, insane shots in the Disruptors. He could have lost like a third of everything he had. And now we're going to see Cure push through right on top of the Robos.
Able to take down the first one before the Colossus can pop, and now the Zealots coming in from every side. A full surround, but Cure with some really nice micro, able to find a choke point. No service area for those Zealots. The bio is just chewing through them. The Zealot count is dissipating. I think this might be it. Cure breaking into the natural expansion of Hero, taking out the most sophisticated infrastructure. The Forges, ground armor level 3 is denied. The Robos are denied. Hero has to rely on gateway units to warp in, and he might have one more chance, but Cure's army is a little bit too strong.
I mean, this was exactly the kind of game we were talking about possibly seeing here, and it happened in game 1. I mean, you know, Hero getting so much of the map and looking so powerful, but ultimately, Cure just gets the right units. Oh my God, a denied warp in here. There's gonna be another one coming in now. This game is over, and we're gonna have Cure now taking a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, Hero scrambling to make something happen, but this one is in the books. All the gateways here in the main base offline. GG is called. Cure takes game number 1.
Beautifully done. And you know, I gotta say, I think Hero had a great lead with the Phoenixes. He didn't seem to be able to do a lot with them after that. I mean, this is one of the problems when you go for Phoenixes, is like, a lot of times they don't have a great role when it comes to like just a PvT fights. You know, a lot of PvT, you have like everything fighting that you have all together, and sometimes it's like, well, if I just have a couple extra SCVs here, I could win this fight. And a Phoenix doesn't really do a whole lot there. They just kind of get blown up almost immediately. So I like Hero's opening, but he wasn't really, and even though his opening basically worked, he preempted the 4 Widowmine drop and killed everything, only losing 5 probes. It didn't matter because Cure was still able to bring the game to where he needed it to be.
I wonder if we're going to see any more 6 gas games here from Hero. I think it's one of the main reasons why Hero was so slow to grow across the map, was because he didn't play the mineral-heavy style that Protoss players typically play in modern PvT, instead trying something a little unorthodox. It did not work out for him on Old Republic, but now we move to set number 2 on 10,000 feet. The map is loading in. Can Cure take a 2-0 lead, or will Hero fight back?
Okay, Hero in the bottom right. Oh, yes.
Proxy gate action here in game number 2. Oh, I like this. Hero going with the first probe scout. One of these 12 workers immediately pulled, goes into the main base of Cure at the proper timing. And so Cure's probably not expecting a proxy pylon on the back of this.
Yeah.
Because it was the second probe that came cross map to build it.
Yeah. So, you know, a lot of times you'll see an opener like this and think, okay, I know what kind of, you know, I know what he can and can't do right now. And I think there is the possibility that this is in the back of your mind, right? But you might already be discarding it. You might already be dismissing it. So we're going to have the gateway right center up here. And we don't know when Terran's going to scout, by the way.
We also don't know how hard Hero is going to be committing to a push like this one. Sometimes you just try and get damage done early. There's so many signs. I don't know which one to read.
I like that one from New Zealand there. What does the one in the top right say?
Waited, I think, half my life for this creating from. They spelt it better than I pronounced it.
Yeah,
Let me tell you that. They did not write it with a lisp.
Appreciate you guys. Good to see you here. And what a finals we've got. So the first Zealot's going to be out. Now the SCV, if this is, and we got to see, you know, sometimes they don't beeline scout, right? Sometimes they will. Oh, and sorry, he's actually just checking his exterior. So he's, I believe, putting the command center on the high ground here, so pretty conservative.
Yeah, going to be a full wall in here for Kira as well. Kira went for 2 Zealots, though. And once that core is done, I think we're definitely going to be seeing a Stalker chrono boosted out. I'd be surprised if this was an Adept. Yeah, Stalker gets started here. So this is going to provide a lot of damage. That reactor is 100% going to be a target here for Hero. If Hero can take it out, I think there's potential for this to snowball into more damage. But behind it, Hero, he is going for an expansion.
Right. So he probably doesn't want to show anything until the Stalker's up here. You need something that can fight the SCVs that are going to be repairing on the other side.
Kira developing with a factory and second barracks behind this, but now the Stalker is coming to the front lines. The Zealots can go to work on this reactor. SCVs have to be pulled to try and repair this, but they can only get so much surface area, so 2 of them being pulled at a time.
Yeah, and it's a little crammed over there. Stalker control's pretty damn good.
Oh, I like the 3rd SCV being pulled just to repair the other SCVs.
Yeah, it's smart.
Second Stalker is here, though that reactor getting lower and lower.
Oh my god.
It will at least finish the extra Marine for this cycle, but now Hero is broken through. How much damage can he get done? SCVs are falling left and right. You can see Hero even prioritizing the SCVs with his Stalkers instead of the Marines.
Yeah, he just wants to kill as many workers as possible. The Widowmine's gonna come out. Can he run by it? He does!
Those Stalkers gets taken out. One more in the main base. Should be able to kill at least one more SCV if controlled well. Kira already down to 14 workers in total. Hero, his natural expansion already done.
Okay, this is over. He survives that, but a 10 worker count lead, like State was saying, I mean, that's pretty brutal. You are on 1 base right now. There was a command center made. It's easy to forget, but that was tucked away over there. You probably can land this pretty soon as well. But you are in such a deficit, and it's so important to start getting SCVs out as quickly as possible and try to recover in this game. The 2 Stalkers are going to come up again, basically doing a check for the mine. And he's going to get a sentry down here, so there's actually a trap waiting at the bottom of the ramp.
That's a cool little move here by Hero. Let's see if he can try and section off just a couple of these Marines here if Kira tries to move into the natural expansion faster than he ought to, and especially with the way that Kira's playing this, with no starport still, in fact, just now adding in a 3rd barracks, it makes me think that Kira's going to be going for some kind of really heavy timing attack on Hero's side of the map, but it also means that there isn't going to be anything to try and get past a force field, although it looks like Hero is just going to be using the sentry energy to get vision of the high ground with its hallucinated Colossus.
Actually ends up losing the sentry down there. This is so annoying. He is going to get that, by the way. He doesn't have the repair available to make that work.
I thought it was going to be a trap of the natural expansion.
I thought
it
was going to be a force field.
Oh, that was cute, too.
Yeah,
trying to pull the Widowmine shot into the Marines.
Yeah. No, I really like what I see there. We have a tank coming down here. And again, until you're landed down there and mining those minerals, you don't have that base. Now, it is possible also for Hero to overstay as well come here. And, you know, 4 Stalkers can one-shot these Marines, so you gotta... If you can get in there in between the sieges, I mean, it's all worth.
There's a lot more damage coming in. And honestly, the way the builds are lining up, the 3 racks and 1 factory, no starport here for Kira, with Hero going for the expansion, it feels like it should be Kira trying to build up to a push on Hero's side of the map. The problem is that Hero is just so much bigger than Kira right now. He got way too much economic damage done on Kira's side of the map.
Right.
that this timing and push, which should be fearsome, is going to be coming into the center of the board, and Hero should have enough to answer this.
Well, he had a War Prism going across the map to harass, but he might actually put these in between. So this is smart. He's going to have the 4 Stalkers unload over here. We're not going to see it. Okay, here it is. And basically, he can intercept anything coming this way. And then if there's nothing coming that way, he can set up and try to sandwich this. Really should try to get that Widow Mine if he can. Okay, he's going to be able to take the Widow. No. Okay, he's going to be able to take that out. And I think this has basically been held. GG. All right, Hero with a great game number 2 there. You know, got that first reactor, killed a lot of SCVs, and then pretty much made this game a total headache. I can't say I blame Kira for going with the push. Got to try to do something. But even Hero that was moving out for like the Stalker harass, he's like, oh no, I know what to do. I'll put the Stalkers out here. This will snipe any Marines and tanks coming this way, and then we'll just surround this. Classic PvT push denier.
I mean, the damage done by Hero in the early game, what was it, like 14 SCVs or something in total? It was just way too much. Anyway, we're going to go to a short break. When we come back, the continuation of the best of 7 finals.
Into the sea below. Kingdoms and empires are lost to history, but none will forget the names of legends and kings. Legends and kings.
The ink will dry and crack, and the paper will stain and tear. The writings in stone will weather and wear. Skin and bone can break, and the eyes could be deceived. Forever are the names of legends and kings.
GSL Season 2. GSL Season 2. Finals.
Gross.
The finals is especially sassy. You notice
GSL
that?
Finals.
All right, folks.
Ew, pro gamers.
All tied up, 1-1. Taito Citadel going to be map number 3. And already, it's looking like it's going to be a very close matchup between these two.
Yeah, well, I mean, this 1-1 has been really, really fun so far. Of course, it is a best of 7. Can Hero win a second GSL in a row? Possibly the only GSL we're going to have this year. Or is Cure going to take it? And Cure, you know, he has had his moments in the finals, but he rarely ever actually takes it, you know. He's someone who's, it's actually remarkable how deep he goes, but does not go all the way. And a lot of that's due to, you know, the likes of Maru and Rogue and, you know, even possibly in this case, Hero. But we're going to see Hero with a pretty poppy opening there for game 2, really kind of completely grinding the game to a halt there. Cure, no prospects in mid-game or late game after a rush like that. But Cure, again, looking to have the strongest end game in the matchup we've ever seen. Let's find out what happens and who takes the lead here in game number 3. Oh, all right.
Okay. Forget about the player intros, Tasteless.
Yeah.
Cure moving out very early with an SCV.
Any gas?
Not yet.
Where's the second SCV?
Huh.
It's a mixed command center here. I'm like, you can do this too, like Rogue does?
Interesting placement. Right in front of the natural expansion. I guess if you just right-click the probe cross map, it does not scout this very small section. Huh.
So, yeah, I mean, I guess we're going to see here. The probe's going to come out. It'd be so funny if it just saw it. We're like, oh. Like, I guess you didn't practice this. Okay. So that goes right through the blind spot of the proxy scout. It's funny how this works, by the way. Like, when you look at this, you think, there's no way that, you know, that would go unseen. But at a pro level, a lot of times they already have this kind of scouting path for more obvious hiding spots that when you kind of hide it in plain sight, yeah, you know, goes undetected.
Oh, that's an excellent drawing. Look at that.
The violence I'm seeing in this image.
That's great. More of this.
Great drawing.
Oh, now, is Hero going to allow this Zealot to finish?
Okay, it's going to be the Marauder snowballing rush.
But the Zealot's done. And the Zealot is going to move cross map. I don't think that he will check this location.
Oh, no, I think you don't see it, yeah. You don't
Still
see it
doesn't
through
know.
here. This is crazy. So back at home, he's got a factory. Now, the probe got in here and sees that, like, there's no barracks. So you kind of know Something's up. The Zealot should be sent back, by the way. The Zealot should not be. Where is
it? Is coming back.
It is going back. All right. Sorry. This monitor we cast off here in this part of the studio is so small I can't see. Okay.
Second Stalker being chronoed out now by Hero. Hero's conferring the one spot he did not scout yet.
Concussive
is
shell
done, though.
Is done, and so this is where the snowballing begins. Now he is going to lose the SCV, so that was a little bit of a misplay there.
I think some probes need to be pulled with this.
Yes,
oh, that
they
Stalker's
do.
going to get sniped immediately. All right, probes coming in to save the day. Providing a buffer for these Stalkers and allowing them to actually chase these down.
No way. This is kind of blowing up in Kier's face here.
A little bit of miss micro there by Hero. His Stalker's aggroed on the bunker, but still very good defense overall. Just losing a couple of probes, being able to clean up all of these Marauders. And what does Kier have behind this? I know this is a 2-guys opening. Okay, he's starting a Cyclone. I'm not sure there's too much he can get done. Oh, another Marauder getting caught.
Dude, this is actually really bad here for Kier. This is like, this is supposed to do a lot more. I don't know why he was so gun-ho with the SCV in the bunker. And that even kind of forced him to run up the ramp like that too, which then allowed the probes to come down. It was like a bit of a butterfly effect of fails. That kind of led to this moment where, like, I mean, now the barracks is already flying back home. We see games, by the way, where, like, people just die to that. You know, especially if the first Stalker gets hit. Now the Cyclone's going to come out. Now this was supposed to be paired with the Rush. I don't know what it's going to get done now. There is a Stargate being made, which I actually had not been even looking for.
Yeah, I think it's a smart move, though, because if Kier continues to just focus on anti-ground right now, say he was getting more Marauders or something like that,
yeah,
there's clearly going to be nothing that shoots up. If it's something more technical like Cyclones or maybe even Siege Tanks here for Kier, if you go into Phoenix, you can just lift those up and remove those highly valuable units out of the equation. One of the biggest things that Cyclone has actually gotten done is denying the Hallucination Scout.
Yeah.
As insignificant as that might sound, I think that if Hero had a better picture for what was going on Kier's side of the map, we would be seeing much more aggressive play out of our Protoss player. Instead, Hero just doing the conservative route, taking a third base relatively quickly, not risking everything on an attack. He will get in with this hallucination, though.
And we're going to end up in, you know, it's funny. These games start out all very differently, but they can kind of get back to this point. Factory, 3 barracks, probably a starport eventually. And, you know, the trajectory of the game is pretty clear, is that Terran is going to try to push, and Protoss has to stop it and keep growing. But what kind of push is it going to be? Is it going to be an all-in with SCVs? Is it going to be an insurance third base during the move out? And how exactly does Protoss want to stop it? Now, whenever you see these kind of starport techs made, they are a lot weaker to these 2-base pushes. Like Oracle's not going to do, or Phoenix, or, you know, stuff like that isn't as helpful as, you know, let's say like a Marauder or, you know, charge lots and stuff like that. He is going to have charge lots eventually, by the way.
Yeah, 4 more gateways in production here as the third base for Hero is finishing up. Here right now with a soft contain outside of Kier's natural expansion. And Kier, once the Cyclone connects to this Phoenix, he should know that it is not a hallucination. In fact, might even get the kill. No, just 1 hit away. So Kier now aware that it's Stargate play coming out from Hero. And Hero sacrificing the bulk of the HP on that Phoenix to get some very meaningful scouting information. He sees the starport timing. Is a good idea of where Kier is trying to go with this game, which is likely going to be just in a 2-base push. I would imagine with an SCV pull with no third command center in production. And so it's a lot more gateways here for Hero. Shield Battery, Templar Archives likely to be for Archons.
Yeah, the more gateways are up, the more likely you're going to be able to just have enough to kind of overpower them there. The Phoenix actually escapes over the high ground pillar there. Does not get shot down.
Ooh,
this is great.
On a very low SCVs.
Now here's what you got to do. You just got to pull the boys in that moment. That's the only way to play this from here on out. Okay.
Just set him across the map.
I wasn't all in, but now that I'm taking damage with this Oracle, just set him all the way across the map. All right, he's not going to do that.
I kind of expected him to.
Yeah,
it's brilliant when you put it that way.
Yeah. Okay. Zealots are going to be ready for a counterattack, by the way. Now, this could sometimes not work. because you might not have enough to balance this out.
Oh, he's setting up for a flank.
Oh, no, yeah, he's not. But the flank's not going to be much of a flank if it's not going to meet with the rest of the army. Here we go. He is going to get it.
Oh,
pretty
the
perfect
Zealots. They just sandwiched this army perfectly. Those two Marauders caught in the meat grinder. And now Kier has to get out of this position, and the armies for Kier are disjointed. Marauders and Marines on the right side being swarmed by Zealots. The rest of the army lifts up in these medevacs and tries to retreat back home, and it's actually going to be Stormplay coming out from Hero. He hallucinated Colossus to try and throw a curveball towards Kier, perhaps hoping that he would make Vikings. That did get spotted with a scan, so Kier is aware that isn't going to be the play. But I think the Storm Tech might come as a surprise.
Okay, he's going to continue to try to chase this down. And you know, it's just a little bit too far across the map here. I mean, you don't want to feed in here. There is a drop that's about to hit on the other side here. He's going to let these Widow Mine hits maybe connect onto some of the infantry. Kind of a sloppy attack, if I'm going to be honest there. Here come the infantry now up at 12. He's going to hit again. The storms are pretty good. The bunker is going to be wiped out here. Is there enough storm and damage over here left to kind of obliterate everything else that's over here? He needs to kill that SCV that's making this, by the way. Meanwhile, the Marines are going to come in here. They've already killed about 4 probes.
Here taking a little bit of damage, but the storms have been huge.
Oh my god, this might be too much damage. I think one more storm on those Marauders, and the drops aren't doing anything either.
You don't even want to pull SCVs into Archons and Storms either. Oh, this is a disaster here for Kier.
GG. Beautifully done there by Hero.
I mean, so much of that game just goes back to the failed proxy Marauder rush of Kier. I mean, that sent it back to the Stone Age.
I mean, it's kind of sad because it was like literally spotted at the last second. The mistake was really the SCV was way too far in the front. He threw the bunker down ahead of the Zealot, who, by the way, the Zealot was going to get 0 value. The Zealot actually got to, in his last moment of life, kill the SCV. And that situation, then Kier goes, oh, I just messed the inputs up. Now I need to get value because eventually he's going to be able to fight my Marauders. So he runs up, but he runs up deep enough that the probes can then chase the Marauders. I mean, the whole thing just went, it just went into a total catastrophe. And that made for a very easy mid-game there for Hero.
Yeah, a bit of a domino effect. I think if the SCV starts the bunker, doesn't get taken out by the Zealot, if that's able to get up, that is huge for Kier, the natural expansion. Hero's probably still able to stabilize, but he would sustain a lot more damage doing it. Instead, Hero with a gigantic lead heading into that game number 3.
GSL
Move on to Ruby
Season
Rock
2.
for map number 4. Will Kier tie things up 2-2, or will Hero bring us to match point?
Oh, something's on the map.
I think it's just a scouting probe here for
Yeah,
Hero.
yeah. I got too excited. This happens if I do like 1 or 2 proxy games in a row. I'm like, they're doing it every time now. It's the only meta that works.
It is fun how in a best of 7 you always mix in a couple of these games.
Yeah, yeah.
There's always a proxy barracks game. There's always a proxy gateway game.
Yeah, yeah. A lot of big cheers here in the audience for Kier. I think if you've been watching GSL for a long time, it's hard to not root for Kier on some level.
Of course.
He's so good, but I think, you know, he hasn't had his like Rogue or Maru moments, you know what I mean? Or even Hero. I mean, Hero's just winning everything right now.
Yeah, Kier deserves, I think, more recognition than he gets. Oh, we have some artists in the crowd tonight.
Yeah, we do. Excellent drawings. And I lost my train of thought. What were we saying?
We're talking about how good Kier is.
Oh yeah, well I mean he's played so many games, but you know he is always deep, but never the guy that takes it all.
I think a lot of that just comes down to how good Maru is specifically at TDT.
I think that's a huge factor
Because
here.
there have been eras where it feels like Kier's TDP is better than Maru, or his TBZ is better than Maru, but I don't think there's ever been an era, like a significant period of time, where Kier's TBT was better than Maru. And in a format tournament like GSL, you get deep enough, you're eventually going to be running into Maru. I mean, Maru's won 8 Code Essence.
Well, in order to win, right, in a GSL, you have to be able to beat everybody, right? So even if there's just one player you can't beat, that's probably going to be enough to keep you out, unless someone's eliminating that player for you.
Yeah, so Kira, unfortunately, always a little bit overshadowed by Maru, but I'm happy that he gets the cheers like this when we play in an offline finals. I mean, he absolutely deserves it. This guy is just incredible. And right now, he might have the best TVP in the world. But Hero is absolutely making Kira work for it here. Up 2-1 already in this best of 7 series. Now here in game number 4, Kira going for a pretty fast tech build. Starport adding in a tech lab as well before going for that command center. So economically, Kira's going to be a little bit stunted heading into the early game, and that means that a lot of this is going to hinge on how much damage Kira is able to get done early on. With the units that he produces out of the factory, with the units that he produces out of the starport, he's going to need something to bridge the gap between his command center timing and the nexus of Hero that is already done.
So that Twilight's almost done. This is going to be one of the more normal looking builds, I think, that we're going to have here. I keep talking about this build coming up, and then it's a Stargate or something every time, but we're finally having it now, or it's proxy or something else. Okay, now he's going to put a Stargate, or a pylon out here, excuse me. Maybe not a Stargate. He's going to go for actually charge immediately.
Huh.
This is 2-base charge.
Oh, and more gateways in production. Is this going to be 4 gates with charge?
He's going to try to just run him over at the natural, I think.
No, I think you're right.
This is actually... Ooh. Now, one of the problems if you skip Blink and Stalkers is that you are weak to drops, right? The 2 to 3 gate Stalker is kind of this panacea for all drops, Terran, so that you don't just lose the game outright. But he went for charge first. Now, I'd be curious to know if you can tell that they skipped charge or not right away, right?
Reaper going to get denied. Does not scout the proxied gateway.
So notice that he's like not keeping all the Stalkers. I'm sorry, did he just cancel the gate there?
He did. I think he got a hallucination scout off screen in the main base of Kira and decided not to go for this. Perhaps it was the fact that Kira looked like he was going into Cloak Banshee. I think that's what happened. We didn't get a shot of the main base, but I believe there was a hallucination scout looking at the energy level of the sentry. So instead, Hero just going into charge, cancels the gateway, throws down a 3rd base instead. I think this is a smart move. Going up against Cloak Banshees like this, with how slow the development has been for Kira, I don't think a charge zealot timing attack would have gotten too much.
No, I mean, I don't think it would have done a whole lot, but I like the idea. It is interesting. So he sees the pylon here. But yeah, now it's going to be Banshee Cloak, like State was saying here. So the question is going to be, how ready are you for this? He is completely ready, though. He's got the wall in right there and everything. And Zealots are actually going to move across the map. So if he actually does attack in, again, it's kind of funny because I thought when he ditched the gateway at the pylon, I thought, okay, well, he's not going to attack at all. He's going to wait and take a 3rd and kind of slow play it. But he is going across the map with some of this.
Yeah, I don't think that Hero is going to commit to an attack. But at least, you know, say Kira moves into the natural expansion of the 3rd base of Hero or drops a scan or something like that. He's not going to see any units, and he might just suspect that a timing attack is coming. And now this is a little bit expensive for Kira. Obviously, he's going to use the supply in those depots, but he's at 78 out of 102 right now. He did not need them that early. This could be resources better spent on barracks.
So he's got the vision, but he doesn't have the Stalkers. The Stalkers are going to come up, and you can see Kira's kind of in a spot where it's like, if I want to go to the main, I can. Otherwise, I'll go right back up. But now the Banshees are going to get trapped here. Now, is there enough damage? And again, guys, remember, no cloak. This would be a lot easier to track down. If you had cloaks, you could just track onto it so easily.
Shield battery here in the main base, and a Phoenix being produced here by Hero, so he will be able to clean up this Banshee. When all is said and done, 2 Cloak Banshees traded out for only 2 probes and a little bit of lost mining time at the 3rd base. A very worthwhile defense here for Hero. And interestingly, Hero behind all this, he's continuing the Phoenix production. He's going to try and play a Phoenix Charge Lot Colossus composition on the back of this. No blink.
Okay. More powering up over here on the Terran side of things. I think that he... Okay, yeah, he sees it. I was going to say, he should notice that, but there's always a possibility your eye doesn't flick towards the minimap at that moment. He's going to move out. Now, we got our 4 gateways finishing. He has once again gone for the hallucinated Colossus. Why is he doing this every time before the fight? Is this for the Widow Mines he wants to walk in through it?
I'm not sure exactly. The first time I thought it was just him trying to feign the Colossus tech, which I believe he accomplished.
Maybe
but
he
right
is,
now
okay.
Maybe he's doing it again because the first time that he hallucinated Colossus, it was a fake out, and Cure saw that with his scan and realized it was hallucination. It's like, oh, that's not what you're doing. And so maybe here in game number 4, it kind of plays off of that. Because you are going into Colossus tech, but you show the hallucination again, so maybe Cure doesn't start Viking production.
Yeah, okay.
This is a stage in the game
crazy
where...
mind game stuff.
This is a stage in the game where Terran might just blindly start Viking production. In fact, you can already see Cure is making Vikings despite seeing the hallucinated Colossus. So
Right. Super interesting.
It might just be some mind games coming out from Hero.
Okay, well, he's going to move out again. It's a pretty scary army, so there's only one real Colossus here. The Phoenixes are basically just stalking this the army's movement here. And Thermal Lance is probably going to be done before we have a single real fight. He is going to pick up these Widow Mines. This is actually kind of nice because now you can do counterattacks with Zealots if you get a pylon out on the map.
You can see Hero flick back with one of those Phoenixes. He wanted to lift up the Cyclone to cancel the lock-on. Marines came in to assist, though. Instead, Hero taking a little bit more damage on those Phoenix. I imagine they're going to try and circle around the map and potentially clear the mines in front of Cure's third base. Hero does have vision of those with an Observer now. And the game is really quieted down. Cure's still sitting on 2 bases. I don't think there is a third command center yet.
Again, you know, I was wondering if we'd have an SCV pull here, but I feel like it's almost too late.
I think it's probably going to be an SCV pull.
Okay.
Yeah, look at the mini-map.
Yeah, here we go. Okay.
Yeah, this is 2-port Viking, so the anti-Colossus timing is going to be huge here for Cure. And Hero's actually active in the middle of the map.
Yeah. Yeah, so he's going to come out now. Oh, man, there are disruptors ready to go. Does Hero actually have enough to... Did Cure wait too long?
All right, engagement taking place now. Guardian Shield pops. Disruptor going to force the bio back, but the Vikings are getting good work done on those Colossus. One of them has already fallen. The Zealot meat shield is gone, and Cure has an army of bio storming the gates of Hero's third base.
God, he just has so much. I don't know that there's going to be any way to stop this. This base is going to go down. Now, remember, he did give up 22 SCVs to get this far. 2 more disruptors are out. With well-spaced out shots, he could chip away at this. You don't have the same ability to force your position because you don't have the SCVs to sack in the process. Oh, he's pushing his disruptors up to the front. Nice, he takes out the tank. A bit of an overextension. He needs to wait for the disruptors to cool down again. A nice shot in there. The disruptors, though, they're a little bit slower. They kind of fall to the back of the line and are exposed. And now we're seeing Hero kind of slice up. Oh, he's going to immediately go for the dive because he knows that Robotech is here. That juicy, sweet Robotech has been shut down, so no more Colossus in this game. And I think Cure has probably tied this up 2-2.
I mean, it's another stim. Cure has been non-stop stimming for like the last minute, so the bio is very badly damaged. It might give Hero one last Hail Mary play to try
the thing is
and even things up.
He just manages to find an area where he's not surrounded, and that's where the kiting abuse really begins. He's landing the Vikings. The probes are coming out now.
I think it's too much. Hero's economy in disarray. The Robos are offline. It's nothing but gateway units, and with so many probes pulled, there's very little economy here for Hero to reinforce and try and take another engagement.
Yeah, he's going to run right up into the main. Now, again, this is such a brittle army, but I think you could probably take out enough of the infrastructure here. He's going to unpower some of these buildings, which is just going to be less units you can actually bring into the fray.
Hero's trying to make something work. He knows that Cure pulled so many SCVs that Cure doesn't have a lot of economy behind this, and the bio, because it keeps stimming, it's still low on HP.
Yep. He's still mining, by the way, at the upper right. This Nexus is going to go down.
I mean, the army supplies really tell the story. Hero has one last shot to try and take this fight while the bio is all deep in the red. Another stim. Everything is one hit away from being taken out, but we skipped Blink to get here. He can't blink and chase down the Medivacs.
Yeah, now there's another wave coming in. I think it's Medivac Light, but, you know, it's full of HP. There's going to be a lot of stims. I still think that it's probably impossible for Hero to win. I think I mean, he basically has to rebuild pylons and infrastructure. Again, doesn't have the Robo. No, that means no Colossus, no Immortal, no Disruptor.
Hero on the hunt again, trying to push in right now. He's able to isolate a small part of Kira's army. Honestly, Hero just making a good show of it, despite being down to 26 probes.
I mean, this guy is a fighter. By the way, the Natural's almost mined out. I mean, that I guess all you have to do is lift your main off and land it at the third, but
Hero is slowly clawing his way back into this. There's only one mining expansion here for Hero. Yeah, at the 3 o'clock location. But Kira, as you said, the main is mined out, the Natural is mining out.
Yeah, so, you know, just to kind of zoom out for a second, everybody, the third base is pretty healthy here for Hero. That's actually a lot of minerals. There are like barely 5 patches at the Natural. So let's take a second here. Generally, Zealot Sentry Stalker is this far along enough in the game is bad. Okay, he's going to recall here. It's bad against, you know, Marine Marauder Medivac, right? Marine Marauder Medivac, they kind of scale out through the whole game and are pretty good. But, oh, never mind. GG. I was going to say, but, you know, maybe he's low enough. I guess the reality, though, is when you saw those Liberators in that last second, you know, you don't have enough to really contest that or fight that. What a game.
Yeah.
What a game that was.
If Blink was done, if Blink was researched, I think Hero might have been able to finesse a little bit more damage. He might have been able to really claw his way back into that one, but as it was, Hero just a little bit too powerful with that timing push. 2 reactor starports churning out the Vikings. He has the anti-Colossus timing, and Hero ties things up 2-2.
Yeah. Guys, we're going to go to a commercial break. When we come back, the GSL Season 2 Finals continues on.
In space we hide, the stars align. Time is shifting, the
GSL Season 2. GSL Season 2. Finals.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back. It's time to go into Game 5 here. Winter Madness will be our map. Tied up 2-2. It could not be closer, literally.
And this has been a great best-of-7 finals so far, with at least 2 more maps left to be played. Both Hero and Cure getting in some really good punches early on, whether it be with proxies or with timing attacks. We've only had one game that went to something that kind of felt like a late game, which is less than I expected between these two, honestly. I thought we would have a couple more games where we have Hero playing on low gas count, only 4 assimilators, trying to consume the map, soak up all the minerals, and Cure playing the defensive game back at home, trying to get up to that perfect Terran army composition. But the gameplay's been a lot more dynamic than that so far.
Yeah. We're going to go to Winter Madness now. I don't know why set 4 is not great out. That threw me off a little bit here. Winter Madness will be our map here for map number 5. And we got to see who's going to take this. Cure with some powerful 2-base play and the ultimate kind of endgame comp push. Hero showing a crazy range as well. Really couldn't ask for a better PvT.
GSL Season 2.
Our story tonight continues on. Okay, so we've got Hero here in the top left, and Cure here in the bottom right. See?
You're right, Tasteless.
Tell the truth.
It'd be a crazy thing to lie about, honestly.
I know. We should just have a cast we both do where we just lie about everything that happens on screen. And like
we just have
we commit to it. We just commit the entire time and people are losing their minds.
We just have a different game open on like a tablet and we're just casting,
we're casting
that game instead.
Yeah, and it's just people like, what is going on right now? This is insane.
Interesting low ground wall in here for Hero.
Yeah.
Oh man, somebody printed something out. Look at that.
That's old school.
That's like $20 worth of ink.
Sambo that's the old StarCraft 1 thing I did.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, TG Sambo Intel Classic. That's so long ago.
That would have been what, like 2008, 2009?
Yeah, that was like 2008, 2009. 3 seasons of that. Yeah, man, that's a throwback. Solo casting the first season.
Did you really?
Before I didn't cast any of that with Artosis. We weren't casting together yet.
Was that your first casting gig ever then? At least for a long-term one?
Yeah, basically.
God, imagine your first long-term casting gig being a solo cast. That's brutal.
It was pretty bad. It was pretty long, man. All right, so in this game, Factory. Ooh. Oh, hold on. Stalker comes in here from the side.
Yeah, Cure could have dived into the main base there of Hero if he wanted to. That's the first gateway unit out. He was out of position, but Cure playing it safe, instead just pulling back with that Reaper. Does not want to risk it getting caught in the main base, even if he's able to snipe down 1 or 2 probes.
Okay, double Reaper out here now.
Yeah. It's an interesting opening build here for Cure. Usually when you see double Reaper like this, you're expecting it to be paired up with Hellions.
Yeah, instead it's a Widow Mine out here.
It might be a Cyclone and 2 Reaper play coming in from Cure.
There's a Cyclone. And, you know, we're going to see, is this just going to be the double? I was actually even saying in the previous game, like, oh, it's going to be the Blink build I was finally talking about. And then he actually went for like the proxy pylon with charge. Ultimately canceled it. Will this one be the Blink build?
Yeah, we haven't
Here we go, finally.
a lot of really standard play from Hero so far in this series. Nothing he's done has really been out there. There's been a lot of Phoenix play, but it's nothing that's super typical of modern PvT. Which is kind of what I was preparing myself to be casting here today if we had Hero go into the Grand Finals versus either Cure or Maru. And I'm surprised at how well it's played. And even though the score is 2-2 right now, I think it was absolutely worth going for these strategies as Hero, because now Cure is kind of Cure kind of has to anticipate everything that Hero can do. You know, you're not just blindly playing against something that you're expecting to be Blink and likely will be Blink. There's an added risk here, at least mentally for Cure, when you go for a drop like this one, because you don't know whether Hero is going to be having Phoenixes behind this or not. Nevertheless, Cure is still going to be committing into the drop here in the natural expansion. 1 Cyclone and 4 Marines. Let's see what kind of damage it can find. Nothing so far.
So he's going to have, this is basically a setup to have a really abrupt push.
Yeah.
I mean, this is kind of, you know, you're almost trying to sucker punch the Protoss here.
This is a cool way to do it, because you go in with those 4 Marines in the Cyclone, and it looks like it's just a harassment play.
Right.
But there's this huge army parked outside of Hero's natural expansion and his 3rd base.
Now the question is the Observer going to fly over it? Because I think seeing this is big. Because now you know, okay, he's going to put the 4 Stalkers here underneath to catch anything that's going to come in. Oh my God!
Oh, Hero going for the Siege Tank. Not able to get the Cyclone either. If there was an SCV or 2 with this army, we'll be able to repair these expensive mech units. Instead, for now, Hero just trying to shave off as much value as possible with the Stalkers before blinking back away.
Yeah, the Stalkers are just hitting Reaper. It's probably the lowest value thing. He's going to back up. He's trying to stay in between this. And again, oh, he's going to take out the tank. He blinks away. There is an Immortal out. He is not, well, I guess the ground troops are going to be hitting the Nexus.
Oh, Hero's going for it. Big blink forward, able to snipe down the Siege Tank, and then the Vikings. Medevac low on HP as well, going to be limiting the dropship micro here for Cure. So Cure's just going to have to try and trade out these Marines for whatever value he can find. Hero able to deal with the first push.
Yeah, that was really good. Cure in a much weaker position here. Let's remember there were no workers killed back there. It was basically traded out for Stalkers. No high value units like Immortals. Was there an Observer killed?
I don't think so. Could have been.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't think he had an Observer in the tab. So it must have been killed because he had one before. He doesn't have one now. But, I mean, the point is, like, you're fine. The Nexus wasn't killed. Workers weren't killed. He can now blink into the main here. And he can actually go for Stim. Oh, it's so nasty.
Oh, the Stalker's even just body blocking the SCVs from getting on top of this. And Cure is still out of position. This is a lot of economic damage being done. Hero might just blink it to the back and recall. Would you try to go to the natural expansion here? Oh, is he gonna get a Siege Tank?
Yeah, he's just gonna run through here. It's crazy how much more damage you can do with this. He is gonna kill off at least one more there. Now, again, Stim being gone makes you that much weaker. I don't know what the game plan is for Terran. I do feel like a lot of these builds, if you don't get Stim when you need to get it, like the build is on some level kind of ruined. You can try to make it work, but like this is pretty bad.
Yeah, the silver lining for Cure is that at least Stim wasn't closer to being done. It was still pretty early on in the researching stage, so it's not too much of a setback here for Terran, but obviously it still sucks to lose that tech lab. I think this is a moment where Cure would have loved to be already active on the map. And instead, Hero's coming in once more. Zealot charge is done. Zealot's preparing to go into the natural expansion. They're going to go after the tech lab again.
Funny.
And this time it is combat shields being denied.
Yeah, he can't recall that back yet. He might. I mean, this is getting worse and worse, honestly. Oh, yeah, these are all going to finish here, too. Oh, my God. I think Cure's almost done. I mean, this is just brutal. This is, by the way, 4th base being taken here.
Oh, man, Hero now pushing into where the 3rd base would be. The Siege Tanks cannot unsiege in time. They are both taken out. Cure's army distracted, trying to deal with the Zealots to the main base. Forces him to lose that forward position. And now we have a nearly 4-base Protoss going up against a 2-base Terran, whose army just keeps getting reset. Stim is done now. Combat shields not even being researched. Third command center is finished. It's only just now morphing into an orbital, though. It's not at the 3rd base yet. Everything is going Hero's way.
I mean, this looks so dire right now. The 3rd CC is going to come out. And the problem right now is I think that Protoss has like such an overwhelming amount. There's not it's not a matter of micro or like tactics, or I think you can basically just like trample him as that 3rd base lands here. And, you know, most of these games we expect Terran to be pushing across the map, and we're going to see if Protoss barely stops it. I don't think this is one of those games anymore. I think this game's been turned upside down. And this base specifically on this map really is kind of, when you think of this style that is so common now with Protoss, it's these bases get taken. These bases are not only obviously resources you can gather from, locations with the resources you can gather from, but you can use them as counterattack points. You basically take the mirror to other side of the map base for that too.
Yeah,
and Terran never gets to be on the map. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the high yield gas obviously very important too. And this is an orbital, by the way, no planetary. Not that that would even really make sense either, but just to show you how brittle the position could be here for Terran.
And scans come through for Kier. This is the main base of Hero. Doesn't know yet about the Dark Shrine, although there are a lot of missed turret set up for Kier already here on the front lines. I think the DT is likely to be a drop play in the main base if we are going to be seeing them at all, or perhaps a tool to deal with any sort of dropship play that Kier tries. And Kier is going to try and just hold on the 3 bases that he's got. I think the only winning option here for Kier is to try and survive and play for an end game. But Hero has such a significant lead that I think he might just be able to muscle through this position. Still, it's going to be tough with these siege tanks and liberators.
He's going to go in again, and there's just going to be an explosion of zealots over here in the main. And there really isn't that much here in the main. There's like 2 tanks. The Warp Prism is not going to commit, though. He's not going to do a mass warping round. He is going to be chased back up into the main. And he's going to go for it. Now, I will say, Kier's got a better looking defensive setup here. But is this going to be enough? There's so many tanks. It seems like a lot of the Stalkers kind of went for the Liberators, and then surprise, surprise, there's all these tanks underneath. Okay, you know what? Maybe Hero actually made a pretty big mistake there.
He did, but I'm not sure if it's significant enough given the lead that Hero's got. You know, he's saturating a 5th base now, going up against a 3 bases here of Cure. Another blink forward against Snipe. A very exposed Liberator. Cure has to retreat back to the defensive setup behind this. And these are costly trades for Hero.
Yeah.
You know, he's bleeding out Stalkers left and right. He has to reproduce those units to break any position because of the Liberators. But the thing is, you know, Hero's economy is so big on 75 probes right now, saturating 5 bases with a high-yield Vespene gas, that I don't think he cares too much. As long as Cure cannot establish a 4th base, Hero is still in a good position.
Yeah, I mean, it's still not Cure's turn to be on the map. I will say I was a little bit worried, actually, with some of those attack-ins. You know, by the time I saw the Liberators and the tanks set up, I'm like, oh, I don't know, man. Maybe there's another angle you should try to come in here from. I guess when Terran's only on 3 bases, there's just not a lot of surface area to mess around with, right?
Yeah, I think if anything, it might be better for Hero to try to push in between the natural and the 3rd base. Because a lot of the defense here for Cure is, it's the supply depots, it's the orbital command just kind of forming a wall that makes it harder for the Stalkers to get on top of units such as the siege tanks, such as the Liberators. And if Hero were to attack into the area between the natural and the 3rd base, he doesn't quite have that problem. But it seems for now he's mostly fixated on trying to deny that 3rd.
Oh my god, the game has gotten so quiet now. It's just Protoss continuing to expand. And this is, you know, look, we've seen Cure survive these kind of games. He maxes out, he goes hard into Marauders. He's going to have 3-3 eventually. And you kind of just push through the entire map and go right into Protoss's infrastructure. 3 Nexuses started.
Wow.
Jesus.
Triple expand here for Hero, just taking the entire top side of the map. And it makes sense. I mean, he is fully maxed out. You might as well spend the extra resources. By the way, a 4th Nexus getting started. So it's a quadruple expand here for Hero. He's going to have optimal mineral saturation at a lot of these bases. And Kira is just trying to secure a 4th base now. I will say that if Kira is able to take the 4th base, these trades have already been so cost effective that he's going to have a lifeline for at least the next 5 or 6 minutes, you know? You don't have to think about taking a 5th base super quickly here as Kira. You just want to trade cost effectively. Oh, but it's an orbital command, though. I'm surprised this is an orbital. I would have expected Kira to try and build a planetary fortress here instead. It's not the orbital from the main natural.
That's what I was
third.
just about to say. I was like, is it the orbital from the main? I looked down. I went, no, that's still there.
All right, Hero attacking in, but that is a hard area to push into. It's a lot of DTs trying to find some damage here. They do have Blink already researched. They're going to be splitting up, trying to damage the infrastructure here of Kira and perhaps the income. I like how they're going after missile turrets. It's a very smart move by Hero.
Yeah, I mean, you're basically going to try to separate these everywhere and just cause a headache. And meanwhile, you're going to wind up for a huge attack over here at this 4th base. By the way, there's so many more Nexuses out here now. It's insane. He's actually just going to target down the orbital.
Yeah, Liberators were not sieged up to defend against this. You can see the Stalkers, whenever they try and get into Liberation zones to trade out, it is not cost effective there for Hero. So a little bit of a misstep there by Kira, not having the Liberators in a better position to absorb that blow.
16 workers killed there. Now, you can see the coffers fill up here in minerals and gas for Hero. And this is where it gets scary because you could basically throw your whole army into this and then remake it, kind of like we would see most Zergs do in these like endgame scenarios. So you trade out, right? You're even, but I'm also on 3K minerals. I can make that many more Zealots again.
16 gateways for Hero right now. He's warping in Zealots a dozen at a time with 4 Stalkers on top of that. The production capabilities for Hero are just insane. 3-3 upgrades done already. I'm sure shield upgrades are going to be started soon. +1 is already done in that regard. And Kira's going to pivot and try and take the central base as his 4th instead. Kira actually stemming forward, trying to take the fight to Protoss. But this is a much wider angle to try and defend. I'm not sure how this is going to go.
Oh my god, he's going to come in with 2 warp prisms here. And this is where I think the main right now is going to get carved up. Where's the warp in? Here it is.
Oh, it's GTs. Those could blink on top of the army or try and blink and take out missile turrets instead. The planetary fortress is exposed. That will get sniped.
And I mean, it's just been so brutal here. He's going to have another little outpost here to do a couple more warp-ins. He's going to send the DT down there. I mean, you know, Kira has very little to work with in a small corner of the map, and you can see there's just, it's so hard to keep track of all these DTs, these warp-ins, then these big pokes in from the side. A big Zealot warp-in happens over here again. Obviously, these can easily trade out a little bit here for some of these infantry.
Oh, another engagement taking place in the center. Looks like a lot of Vikings get sniped. Colossi now uncontested. There are no Vikings on the map. Only 1 Liberator remaining, 118 Zealots traded out. And you can look at the cost efficiency. It's plus 5,000 resources in the advantage of Kira, which is frankly less than I expected. 25K lost here for Hero to the 18K of Kira. It felt like Hero was bleeding off a lot more than that, but I think these last couple of trades have gone very well for Hero.
I mean, we're running out of map for Protoss to own here. Maybe the bottom left, 1 extra base over there he could take.
I'm sure he'll take it soon, Tasteless.
Yeah, I think that's going to happen. And by the way, you can see the minerals. He's barely making money right now, Kira is. He is almost to the end of this game. He's going to get a little bit more coming in now with these mules. There just aren't really any more patches he can mine from in a little bit. Meanwhile, Hero is taking the map. Now, you know, we talked about the fact that Kira has won games like this. I don't think this is going to be one of them, if we're being realistic here. I mean, the resources are down way too low, and Protoss is just going to get richer and richer.
Honestly, it's a testament to Kira's skill, how he's been able to survive this long versus a hero that had, frankly, a massive lead from the early game. You know, Kira decided that the one path to victory that might have been viable would be to try to play this defensive game and eventually secure a 4th base. Unfortunately, Kira's never been able to get up to that 4th base. But a lesser Terran would have died eons ago to the pressure from Hero.
He's got so many Colossus now. Here we go. Another set of double Warp Prisms flying into the main. Now in this case, Kira's very much ready for it. Kira's really putting up an incredible fight here. You're totally right, Sid. I mean, it really is a testament to what a great player he is, but man, we're getting the shield upgrades now. Saw Stargate was made a while back there, income advantage. It's like, it's been
yeah,
in Hero's favor literally the entire time. It's never actually dipped back into Kira's favor.
This might be one of the biggest income discrepancies you will ever see. It's 83 probes versus 20 SCVs, and the 20 SCVs are mining off of a total of like 3 mineral patches.
Yeah.
I'm so curious how many gateways Hero has right now. It's got to be like 24 or some ludicrous number.
Now, you know, one thing Hero can't do is just run in carelessly. That would be the only way to create an opening here.
Yeah, the reason why Hero is being a little bit careful right now, even though it feels like he should just be able to push over Cure, is because there isn't much of a gas bank to remax with.
Right, it's all minerals, which some of that can be fine.
Yeah, you don't want to lose all these Colossi and all the Stalkers. Ideally, as Hero, you're trading out Zealots for everything else. And then you recharge with Zealots and you go in once more. All right, blink forward by Hero. He's trying to push into this position. Cure has a massive arc, though. And the bio stimming forward should be able to just topple this Protoss army. Hero is on the run. 2 Colossi get started. Colossi trying to stutter step Micro, trying to find as much damage as they possibly can. I mean, you can see the power of Cure's composition, but the economy from Hero is absolutely massive. You know, a couple of production cycles out of the 20+ gateways that Hero has got, and he should be able to close this up.
Yeah, now here's the thing. It looks kind of crazy, right? Like Terran's kind of fighting back, but again, it's like every mineral can go right back into Zealots. Look, Zealots aren't the best at trading, but, you know, for 100 minerals, I think you're happy to keep swiping at, you know, the few remnants of what Terran has left over. And of course, counterattacks are always a possibility here. I mean, one of the problems for Terran is, let's say that you unleash this whole army onto the map. Well, they're gonna have to go through so much before they ever actually shut everything down. Meanwhile, you could just send stuff back here.
This is one warp-in, by the way. That is one warp-in of Zealots. This might be the most warp gates we've ever had in a GSL game.
I think it very well could be. All the workers are going to die here.
I mean, Cure putting up a hell of a fight right now. Still ahead in army supply, by the way. He's able to clean up these Colossi on the top right side of the map. The problem is there is a swarm of Zealots every which way. Hero is perhaps reinforcing with Zealots 24 at a time. GG's called. 3-2 for Hero.
Yeah, nicely done by Hero. You know, some of that comes down to the, and by the way, it was so long ago because that game was so crazy long. Remember the push that Cure did? Very early, kind of an ambush he tried to set up. Well, Hero shut it down. And from there, Hero played a really clean game. Kind of controlled the map, continued to expand out. And that's what a lot of endgame PvT looks like, is you've got literally every base. You are just kind of keeping them on 3 to 4 bases, looking for moves in, whether that's a poke on the exterior or you fly in the main. With the Warp Prism, you know, he relied on the DTs and with Blink and everything.
Yeah, Cure played that so well that I think if he had a better early and mid game, he absolutely could have won from that position.
I think
you
so.
know, it's just the first push getting denied that hard by Hero, and then the subsequent Blinkins that sniped SCVs, that took out combat shields, that took out stim. It was just a little bit too much damage for Cure, and now it is match point as we get ready to move on to map number 6, Tourmaline. Will this be the map where Hero claims his 2nd GSL Codes trophy in a row, or will Cure force a Game 7?
GSL Season 2.
The time is now.
Okay, a probe going across the map here, but not to make a pylon in the middle of the map, because that pylon was made in the main. Here's Hero in the bottom left. Hero up here. He's got to win this game and the next. or he's out. And you know, this would be, in some ways, kind of tragic because this is so much of what we know of Cure is that he's so good, but he's never, well, not never, but almost always not crossing the finish line. You know, he probably gets closer than anybody else here. It doesn't quite go all the way.
In terms of consistency, Cure is maybe the best in the business. Like, it's either him or Maru, you know? Cure's always been
It's kind of like Sue, you know, where Sue is like always
Yeah.
getting second place, and it's like, that's kind of crazy. And, you know, that's not to say that Cure gets to the finals all the time, but, like, he's, like, always in round 4. Good to see all you guys down here in the audience.
Look at the fist.
Oh, I was wondering what that said. All right, there we go.
I have no idea what it said. I just saw a fist tasteless. I'm sure it was very clever, whatever it was.
Okay. So, in this game, double gas. Protoss here going to go for Nexus with Core here, teching up. We don't know what kind of tech it's going to be. We'll see, though, soon. But this is probably going to be front-loaded tech for Terran with a command center a little bit later.
I wonder if we're going to see Stargate play again here from Hero.
Yeah, he's used it a lot, which is interesting.
He's done it quite often, and I think if you're going up against a 1-base 2-gas opening, that is the best-case scenario to deploy the Stargate. Like, going into Phoenix, it's kind of a panacea to, like, all of the really high-tech plays that Terran can go for. And when I say high-tech, I mean, like, high-tech relative to the duration of the game. If you go into something like a Raven for auto turrets, or maybe like a Cyclone drop, or any sort of medevac drop with Widow Mines, it's Terran trying to leverage having a little bit of a tech advantage in the early game with a double gas opening to get economic damage done. And Phoenix are just so good at shutting that down. But it will, in fact, be Twilight Council once more here for Hero.
Okay. And we assume this is going to be for Blink. I mean, if he goes for that charge lot play again, we'll talk about that. But, you know, really we got to think about, okay, is it going to be 2, 3, or 4-gate play? No 4-gate play so far by Hero, by the way. Although I think that's always going to be something you can go for. Nice! She keeps the Hellion alive there. That's crazy.
And 2 adepts for Hero, trying to bully Kira back onto his side of the map. Succeeding in taking map control from the Terran player for now. In a moment, we're going to see whether this will be Blink or Charge. It is, in fact, going to be Blink, a second gateway, likely to be a robotics facility following this here for Hero.
Yep, and we'll see how quickly he takes that the third base.
The Robo?
Yep. So very much a main line opening here in this PVT. Gonna do a little add-on swapping back at home. The Hellion and the Reapers are coming up here. Just one Stalker, but he doesn't opt to run by.
Bit of an interesting quirk in this game is Hero going for 3 Adepts early on, and it's going to be a 4-gate Blink follow-up.
Wow.
So these 3 Adepts going to see if they can either get the jump on the Reapers and the Hellions, or potentially shade into the natural expansion. They can one-shot SCVs, they can one-shot Marines in these numbers. The Widow Mines have left. There's no bunker here for Cure.
Okay, this is going to be pretty crazy, because the Marines are already going to be reduced in count. Nice splitting with the damage. He can continue to do this. He's going to get inside the main. Now, remember, you know, damage is already being done over here. We got to see what's going to hit with these Widow Mines. They're going. Where are they? Okay, they're going to come down just from the bottom, right over here.
Oh, Hero sees it. He
Hero
pulls the
sees
Stalkers back.
Okay, he is going to just sack 2 pretty much perfectly.
Oh, Blink is done.
Dude, he's so good. I can't even believe that.
Medevac gets sniped, and this is 4-gate Blink. The pressure just stopped on Cure's side of the map. If Hero goes for a Warp Prism, I think he can get a lot of damage done.
So this has gone about as perfectly for Hero as it possibly could have. He killed, first of all, a lot of Marines. He killed SCVs. The Medevac and the Widow Mines are gone. They're not a factor. It's not like they didn't kill that much, but they're hiding in the bottom left corner, you know, creating a pin situation. Okay, the Warp Prism's like 80% done. Usually Terran need like probably, what is he doing? Okay, he's going back up. Terran need about 3 tanks to really be stabilized. Now the Reaper's going to come through here. He's going to do a quick warping over here. Now these are Stalkers that could have been used to try to help in the attack. He's got the observer up here so he can start to blink in the main. The third tank is coming along. There's one tank up in the main, so he's going to have to eat some shots. If he can get underneath the... Okay, he's going to get in there. Perfectly done. So now you got to keep the tank count low and oppressed.
Oh, Cure is in a lot of trouble right now. There are more Stalkers than Marines on the map.
This is scary time. Blink has started, by the way. He can actually blink over there on top of the tank. He's going to be able to take out all three tanks.
Every single siege tank has been sniped. There's nothing but Stalkers now in the natural expansion of Cure. SCVs are getting pulled.
Yeah.
Warp Prism going to draw back for now.
Yeah, he should have another warping round in a second here. The auto turret's going to come in here. I don't think that's going to be enough to change the way this game's going. He's going to juggle the Stalkers out. This is kind of a funny moment. A little bit of misclicking, accidentally blinks back into the main. And he's going to probably rotate back up to the front. Is there a tank out? No. It's close, though. He's got enough that he can one-shot tanks.
This might be too much. I think the next blink is going to be an absolute killer here.
Yeah. Oh, he's going to go for the bunker. I love it.
Bunker's down. Siege tank is vulnerable. SCVs not able to repair in time. It is nothing but Marines and SCVs trying to defend now. No stim, no combat shields. GG. Hero wins his second GSL Code S in a row.
He is unstoppable. An incredible final game there where he just used that Stalker Blink 4 gate with perfect control, with perfect decision making. He was able to do it yet again, winning 2 GSLs, winning 1 RSL. What an incredible performance. And here, I mean, he put up a great fight. But again, history repeats itself. Scared me too.
Scared all of us. Oh man, what a moment here for Hero. I think there is no doubt that he is the best player in Korea right now, possibly the best player in the world. I have not seen anybody deliver at this level over a span like this in a long time.
We're going to go to the interview.
Give it up to our winner, Hero. Last talk with our winner Hero here. You had made a same result 3 weeks ago, and you're unstoppable, and you were kind of public enemy in a good way. So you had a lot of difficulties coming here, but you finally came and you finally won it. So how do you feel? Well, coming through here, actually, I kind of felt that my fire is a little, my fire is kind of a little lighting off. But that being said, I mean, going through a lot of tournaments, even though I was a little tired, a little hectic, I feel myself a little fatigued. I could try to overcome it as much as possible, and I think I did it work well. So, in a game by game, you had your mindset come up here, and I could see that you're gonna block everything that Cure tries. You're gonna just stick to your game, that you're gonna defend the whole thing. So how do you play this game? What's your mind on the game? So yeah, I mean, every time Cure tried something unorthodox, Cure, it was hard to defend. So this time I came prepared, and that's why I think yeah, I think that went well.
정말 쟁쟁한 선수들과 어깨를 나란히 하고 있는 김준호 선수에 대한 샤라웃을 좀 해주고 계시거든요. 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
Yeah, people are getting a shout out to Hero here.
보트라고 불리는 선수들과 그렇게 빗대어서 말씀해 주시면
And with I think there's a lot of compares with a lot of greats, and your name is in on it. So how do you feel about that?
네, 말씀하시죠. 왜요?
Yeah, I mean,
아성을 어떻게?
yeah, I mean, it is a grateful thing.
페이커, 박서, 이묘한 아성을 어떻게?
비슷하게
I mean,
만들 수 있도록
you're kind of compared to Faker, Boxer, which is in your team, by the way.
네, 참 김준호 선수가 이렇게 보면
Yeah, it is humbling. I mean, it is very humbling that I don't think I am that level, but yeah, I'm trying to be there.
오늘 그리고 앞서서 저희가 결승에 앞서서 인터뷰를 했을 때 시원
So before the match, when I went in interview,
이후에 가져가겠다라고 말씀하셨잖아요.
you said that you're gonna shout out your team after you win. So
저번에 말씀 못 드려서 정말 죄송했었고
I think you made that. You kept your promise. So any words to your team, T1? Yeah, I feel really grateful that I get to keep my promise. So thank you for all the support that for the T1 and my team, that prolonging my dreams and my career here. So thank you for it. And all the fans here came, like last season, to watch the games here. So shout-outs for the fans too. Yeah, thank you for my wife who came here watching and cheering for me, and also all the fans who came here, all the family watching, all the fans watching, and to the broadcast. I thank you all.
따뜻한 남자로 좀 변했습니까? 집에서 잘 합니까? 안 합니까? OX로 이번에도 한번 역시나 X군요.
So have you been more a family man after the after season 1? And his wife still says no. Yeah, so so any shout out to your opponent? Well, after the semifinals against Cure, I talked to him like, let's meet at the finals next time. And I'm glad that he stepped up and got to meet at the finals. So yeah, I think he's a great opponent, and I think he stepped up here. And I hope that he does it again and have a good games with him. Now we're gonna hop into the award ceremony.
준우승 시상을 진행해 보도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 시상을 해주실 분을 소개하도록 하겠습니다. 주식회사 숲 최영우 대표 무대 위로 모시겠습니다. 큰 박수 부탁드립니다. 네, 사실 최영우 대표께서는 e스포츠와 굉장히 인연이 깊으신 분이죠. e스포츠.
Now we're gonna have a CEO of SOOP, Kyung Choi here. Now he's actually very deep into StarCraft history. Actually, he was here when he was in the foundation of We Made Fox. Actually, Hero was on that team. Well, any thoughts here? Yeah, it's been a long time here, coming back here, and yeah, seeing Hero playing here and winning championship here. I've seen him from when he was teens. Yeah, he was in my team. We made Fox, and I was also watching him grow. And yeah, it's been really good to see him growing and winning here. And so shout out to him, his wife, and also his current team T1 as well.
준우승 김도욱 선수입니다.
Now we're gonna award the runner-up, Cure.
정말 최고의 결승전을 만들어준 김도욱 선수였습니다. 또 오랜만에 우승에 도전을 했는데 우승까지는 가지 못했습니다만
He was a little short
있을 거고요.
towards championship, but
세트입니다. $2,000의 상금과
You made a great game sending the finals here.
2255가 부상으로 주어집니다. 다시 한번 뜨거운 박수.
We're gonna have $2,000
네, 가운데에서
and 225i CPU
오늘 수고 많으나
as an award.
많으셨습니다. 기념 촬영도 이어지고 있는 모습이고요. 네. 자, 이어서 우승에 대한 시상을 곧바로 이어가 보도록 하겠습니다.
And for the winner,
2026 GSL 시즌 2 대망의
2026 GSL Season 2 champion.
2연속 우승과
Its fourth title and second consecutive title.
우승 기록을 또 한 번
And
경신했습니다.
he has a new record.
김준호 선수입니다.
He set a new record for Protoss titles in GSL history. He is hero.
네, 2026 GSL 시즌 2 우승을 차지한 김준호 선수에게는 $5,000의 상금, 트로피 그리고 지금 보신 대로
He's going to be awarded $5,000
수여되는 우승자 배지가
and a
주어지겠습니다.
badge.
다시 한번
His fourth badge as a winner. Congratulations, hero.
그리고 CPU 인텔 코어 U7 270K가 부상으로 주어집니다.
And also
부탁드립니다.
for a champion, he's going to be awarded U7 270K
네,
CPU.
시상을 도와주신 최용호 대표께 다시 한 번 더 뜨거운 박수 부탁드릴게요.
Give it up for Kyung Choi, the CEO of SOOP.
자, 이렇게 해서 오늘 5시부터 저희가
All right, guys, thank you so much for joining us here. This was another amazing finals, another moment in StarCraft 2 history, and we're just so happy to share it with you.
Yeah, this has been an excellent day, honestly. Both semifinals with superb matches, going the distance to a game number 5. I went to a game number 6 in the grand finals. You could not have asked for a happier moment.
Yes. And I think we can basically, Maddox, can we close the show out? Or do we have to wait? Oh no, is it the trophy hold? They're going to do the trophy thing. Okay, that's probably when we have to close it out here.
But man, honestly, Hero going for
breaking
this.
the fourth wall there for you guys.
Hero with his second consecutive win in a row. Just won an RSL too. He looks incredible.
Thank you guys for joining us. We love you. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
Whispers haunt, doubts cruel fair, but your will beyond compares. Rise above, break despair. In your heart, you will find courage there. You are enough. Conquer the night. Ice and fire, no fear inside. Through the pain, go into the light. Hold your ground, embrace the fight. You are enough.
포르제인 그 당시에는 외국인 선수들이 잘하는 선수가 많이 없어서 당연하게 한국 선수들이 이기는 분위기였는데 거의 진짜 최초로 외국인한테 패배해서 팀원들 얼굴 보기가 민망할 정도로 굉장히 창피했던 기억이 있어가지고 지나고 나서 종족을 변경했긴 했지만 아무튼 계기를 만들어준 엄청난 패배라고 인식하고 있습니다.
그 2021년도에 그 성주한테 핵 맞고 졌던 그 경기가 생각나는데요. 이게 열심히만 해서 과연 되는 걸까? 라는 생각 엄청 많이 했었고요, 그때 당시 되게 힘들었거든요. 근데 이게 또 시간이 지나니까 부담감이나 이런 것들을 막 내려놓고 하는 계기가 돼가지고 그 경기가 정말 좀 충격적이지만 저를 성장시켜줬다고 되게 생각해요.
GSL 결승 때 태양이한테 4대0으로 졌던 때가 있었거든요. 그때 좀 절실했었는데 그 패배로 좀 더 도끼를 품고 높은 목표를 가지고 계속 게임할 수 있었던 것 같아요.
Versus Australia in DreamHack. And at the very start of the game, I pretty much lost, but then I made a comeback, an insane comeback to win the game, and then I lost because I threw. I think I learned to, like, when I'm winning, I need to, like, just calm down and keep playing well and not get, like, too excited when I'm in a good spot and stuff like that. So
월챔 결승 되게 자신감 있었는데 이제 결승에서 지고 나니까 대회 때 좀 마음가짐도 달라지고 아직도 많이 아쉬워가지고 계속 생각이 나는 것 같아요.
그 GSL 결승전에서 성주한테 졌을 때 그때가 제일 기억나는 것 같아요. 게임적인 부분에서 성장을 한 건 아닌 것 같은데 그냥 그 기억이 오래 남아서 경험이 많이 쌓인 듯한 그런 느낌이 좀 들어요.
이제 팬분들한테 이제 좀 보여줄 기식 그런 경기를 많이 했는데 그렇게 하다가 이제 많이 지다 보니까 내가 잘하는 거 해야겠다라는 생각을 많이 했고 어떻게 대회를 준비해야 되는지 그런 걸 좀 많이 배웠던 것 같아요.
민철이 형이랑 GSL 4강에서 절 상대로 맞춤 빌드를 준비했고 0대3으로 빨리 밀렸었어요. 그래서 그 이후로부터는 좀 프리스타일로 많이 했었는데 그리고 결국은 졌었어요. 그때 다전제를 준비하는 자세나 다음 대회를 준비하는 자세나 좀 많이 깨달았던 기억이 있었던 것 같아요.
제가 패배에 좀 딥하게 다가가는 편이거든요. 모든 경기의 패배가 저한테 도움이 되는 것 같습니다.
그러니까 제가 대회를 막 엄청 많이 했잖아요. 그러다 보니까 여러 경기에서 많이 졌거든요. 근데 이제 약점을 좀 극복하려고 노력하다 보니까 우승도 할 수 있었던 것 같고 뭐 GSL 우승이나 홈스트리커 우승이나 다 그런 것들이 패배를 통해서 뭔가를 얻어내려고 노력했던 그런 결과물인 것 같아요.
그렇게 막 머리를 처음에 쓰면서 막 게임을 하지 않았기 때문에 성주한테 많은 조언을 듣고 게임적으로 많이 배우면서 그때 진짜 많이 성장했었고
게임을 좋아하니까 열심히 하는 그런 점인 것 같습니다. 네.
Some of the losses I had in like 2020 in TVP, like against Paros, like playing against like Parting, Zest, Hero, like I think they all made me like learn a lot. But in general, I think you learn from every defeat. You know, the important part is not repeating the mistakes.
저는 팀이라고 생각합니다. 팀이 든든하게 버텨주고 이게 알게 모르게 뒤에서 지원을 많이 해주시거든요.
이건 저 확실하게 기억나는 게 예전에 부슈 JGS에 3대2로 아깝게 4강했었는데 부스에서 나가는데 제가 졌는데도 이제 팬분들이 박수를 너무 많이 쳐주셔가지고 졌는데도 기분이 좋더라고요. 그래서 저는 그 패배가 좀 아직까지 기억이 남아있고 그 박수 때문에 아직도 뭐 게임을 계속 하고 있는 것 같아요. 그거 한번 더 들어보려고.
Incoming transmission.